The girls who traumatized me keep glancing at me, but alas, it's too late. Volume 4 by Aragi Maido. Translated by Soap Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. Town where snow falls. Unknown girl's point of view. The snow began to fall gently. I looked up at the gray sky, wanting to touch the snow. I took off my gloves. Softly, snowflakes piled up on the palm of my hand and faintly disappeared. I drew footsteps on the pure white canvas. Fun, but sad. The moment of excitement was fleeting. I quickly snapped back to reality. Just walking, trying to deceive my heart about to be crushed by loneliness and anxiety. Adults passing by as if they don't see me at all. Hurrying away from the piercing cold to seek warmth. No one noticed me. My cries for help went unheard. A cruel world. I feel so faint in this world that it seems like I could disappear. I resent my own faint existence. It's been nearly 30 minutes since I lost Mum. At first, I searched frantically, but now, tiredness sets in, and I'm starting to lose feeling in my feet. I feel the urge to sit down right here and now. Maybe I didn't because I knew I might not be able to stand up again. Tears welled up slowly. I shouldn't cry. If I cry, Mom will get angry. Mom won't forgive me for getting lost. Being scolded is inevitable. Melancholic, alone, left behind in this white world. Trembling in fear. Suddenly, I felt a gaze. Turning in that direction, an older boy was observing me intently, not doing anything, just watching. Like observing a goldfish swimming in a fish tank, that kind of gaze. Our gazes met briefly, but the boy remained unresponsive. Unsteadily, I found myself moving towards the boy. I'm not sure why, but I wasn't afraid, perhaps because only the boy noticed me. His expressionless face made me feel at ease, a strange feeling I've never felt before. My chest naturally warmed. As I stood next to him, I simply held onto the edge of his clothes. "Are you lost, by any chance?" I nodded calmly in response. It was reassuring to have someone understand. "You were, what a pain." He seemed obviously displeased, yet, despite his words, his demeanor remained calm, almost kind. "Should I ignore you, or should I pretend I didn't see you?" "Aren't they the same?" I thought, but the boy seemed torn between the two identical choices. "Well, whatever. It's almost time for my appointment with Seko-san." "By the way, do you know why the adults didn't help you?" "Quiz time." I shook my head. I had despaired because no one reached out to help me. Was there a reason for that? "Simply because everyone dislikes me." "Because they're hypocrites." He pointed sharply, answering. I didn't understand the meaning of hypocrites. "Right. So, how about this? Have you ever been taught by your parents, school, or the adults around you to greet people properly?" I nodded. "It's even on the report card." I learned that greetings are essential. But then, strangely enough, when you really observe, you hardly see those adults actually greeting anyone. Of course, there are exceptions. Is that so? Have I never seen my parents greet anyone? Have you ever seen those adults who say, if someone's in trouble, help them, actually helping someone in trouble? Stop lying to children. It felt like he might be right. Even now, I'm in trouble, and no one helped. If that's the case, what should I believe in? Look around you. The adult's right answer is to pretend not to see. You've gotten smarter. That's reality, as the boy said. Just troublesome. The reasons are only that much. Formality remains just that, acting as the heart desires. Such a thing is impossible. For example, usually, mothers who complain about fathers and instill insults, yet when something happens, they team up with the father and act righteous, scolding the child. A good-for-nothing who gambles and gets into debt but acts high and mighty as a father figure. They say play outside if you're gaming, and if you play outside, they complain about the noise from the ball. It's truly lamentable. Is the boy carrying some excessive stress? I became worried. Maybe he hates adults. My grip on his clothes instinctively tightens. School is a nest of irrationality. You shouldn't trust your teachers or your classmates, okay? To begin with, people who became teachers right after graduating from university have little social experience and no common sense. A clergyman, that's what I unconsciously called the school teacher, believing them to be a person of character. I trusted those words without even considering whether they were true. But they are, right? What I'm trying to say is, a rubbing on the head, a warm hand like sunshine, a gentle warmth gradually envelops my heart that was cold just a moment ago. Don't lose to adults or absurdity. Instead of waiting for someone's help, think of a solution. Don't fear being alone. Remember, being alone makes you strongest. But that feels terribly sad, doesn't it? Isn't such a world lonely? Well, I think if you have someone you can trust, you can rely on them. Like Seko-san. She smells nice, she's beautiful, she's kind, she's big, and she'll take a bath with me. Is that person important to this boy? Then who is important to me? We walk hand in hand. It seems like we're heading to the police building. Me? I'm Yukito Kokonoe, a guy who doesn't forgive hypocrites. Only when you're really in trouble, you can rely on me. I can see the police building. Who's there with the police? Mom? Mom glares at me intensely. Fiery, intense anger. I'm scared and step back. My child was taken away by a strange man. Chikyu, are you okay? Did you take my child? Return her. Give her back. That child is my precious. My mother, rushing over, slaps the boy hard, sending him crashing down. A high-pitched sound echoes as the fallen boy carves a track in the snow. Several hurried police officers pull my mother off the boy she hit. My mother screams abduction. Stop, she shouts, but nobody listens. I desperately try to explain, trying to clear the misunderstanding, with feeble words. Because the boy just brought me here, that's all he did. But why does he have to face such unreasonable treatment? My mother regains a bit of composure. I was scared of what she'd say, yet, I keep repeating, resisting. It's my fault. I was the one who got lost. I will remember this. The boy, now standing up, murmurs quietly. When you do something wrong, you have to apologize. That's what I'm taught. But adults never apologize. Even if they realize they're wrong, they make excuses and justify themselves. Don't trust lying adults. Without a moment to hold him back, the boy dashes away. Silence reigns. The boy disappeared. In those eyes, a deep, dark sadness lingers. Chapter 1, The Girls I Traumatized. Don't do online casinos. Don't do online casinos. Don't do online casinos. Don't do it. There's no way I'd do it. It's illegal, and besides, I'm still underage. It would definitely ruin me. Horse racing, powerboat racing, bicycle racing, pachinko, slot machines, etc. Gambling is completely out of the question. Self-praise and self-admiration. It is said that the head of the Kokonoe family, Yukito Kokonoe, said this on a recent occasion. Gambling is bad. It's probably a lie, but it seems true that our ancestors suffered from gambling. Even if a casino is born in Japan, I won't go. After all, I'm incredibly unlucky. I'm renowned for my bad luck, but the extent of this bad luck is unimaginable. I've never won the lottery or New Year's greetings, and I even comfortably lose in contests where everyone is a winner. Added protest at least. I've never drawn great fortune in a fortune slip. I once got obsessed and drew until they ran out, but out of 30 draws, not a single great fortune. It's a scam. Give me back my 3,000 yen. Even probabilities are of no use. A 90% hit rate gets evaded by the opponent. And even with a 90% evasion rate, I still get hit. Pascal was also bewildered. Despite being a bit mischievous, I've managed life quite well. It seems there's a heaven scale system implemented in this world, the so-called balancing act. However, there's one thing I can boast about with luck: the mother Gakka, sister Gakka, and aunt Gakka. It's just too much. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I was born a winner. Having used up all my luck, it's only natural that I've become a family-loving kid. Normally, a baggage like me should be exiled from the Kokonoe family without complaint. Of course, even if I were to be expelled, it would be justified, and I wouldn't be like, serves you right. Just being recognized as part of the family and placed in the lowest position in the Kokonoe family is worthy of utmost gratitude. I'll keep my mum's sandals warm in my embrace. That's why I cherish my family. A heartfelt prayer for their kindness. And the family I recognize is only mum, sister, and Seko-san. It's because in my mind, there exist memories and time spent together as a family. It's often said that there's sympathy between twins, but what about between parents and children, or siblings? Is it possible for romantic feelings to develop between siblings who have never met since birth? Or even in such a case, would biological instincts deny it? Exception: a sister who's always around and never denies it. One day during summer vacation, I returned from a run and suddenly encountered a suspicious character claiming to be my father. Despite it being summer, he wore a dress shirt and a tie. They say scammers wear suits. Probably, even his name is likely a fake. I was cautious of Ponzi schemes and immediately reported him. Who are you explaining this to? This is an introduction. In today's era, I thought such considerations might be necessary. Who needs considerations? And my name isn't fake. The way you say it just seems more suspicious. Now, the old man sitting in front of me at the cafe, he's a suspicious character named Shiugi Torin. An awkward name claiming to be my father. But this is our first encounter. Even if by chance he had met me before, it would have been ages ago, way before I can remember. This essentially means that to me, even if there were any blood ties, there's no emotional attachment. No sense of being a father or a relative. In other words, this person is essentially a stranger. And even if there were any blood relations, there's no emotional connection. Therefore, there's no sentiment or connection to the idea of a father. How much do you know about me? The suspicious man's gaze pierces through me sharply. He's overly self-conscious. I answer bluntly. Absolutely nothing. Idiot! Exclamation mark. Well, fine. If it's from the perspective of Uka, that's probably accurate. His forehead twitches, clearly trying to act tough. No respect at all. In the first place, I've never heard about this man from Mum. I've never even questioned her about my father's existence. It was Seko-san who mentioned that this man was a jerk, but it was just something she casually let slip while drunk, without going into details. So, I don't know what happened between them, and I'm not interested. I just follow suit with Mom and Seko-san in disliking him, purely out of courtesy. I've taken as much responsibility as I can, even if it means losing everything: money, home, even my name. I don't care. Shut up, scum. Clank. The ice in the iced coffee makes a sound. Did you just utter some incredible foul language? Maybe it's just your imagination. They say as you age, your hearing starts to deteriorate. No, I'm not that old yet. It's a misunderstanding. More than that, I know why you came here. What do you mean? Unexpectedly, the old man's eyes widened in surprise at the response. It's a simple deduction. Even if the old man isn't a scammer but indeed my father, the reason for suddenly showing up now could easily be inferred. Since my mother had a follow-up check for breast cancer, she's been a bit different. Not to the extent of organizing her affairs, but she's been trying to leave various things for my sister and me in case something happens to her. She's been more health conscious than before, but in life, you never know what might happen. It's not just illnesses, there's always the possibility of accidents. That's why it's important to discuss things in advance. That's what family is about. If that's the case, there's only one answer. Exactly? About inheritance tax and life insurance? As if cutting through a tangled mess, I exposed the old man's intentions. You're completely off the mark. Well then, shall I go back? I'm getting hungry. Wait, don't just try to leave on your own. My talk isn't finished yet. I was detained by the flustered old man. What a pain. Who is this person? If you have something to tell my mother, please say it directly. It's got nothing to do with me. Not to Uka. I have something to talk to you about, and Uka will never meet me. She even refuses to talk. FMM. I'm glad I didn't get turned away at the door. The old man chuckled to himself. Me? Taking a closer look at the old man, I could sense weariness in his expression. It could be summer fatigue, but is there a reason for the fatigue and distress? I received my punishment. Nevertheless, I don't regret it. What I did will never be forgiven. It's the worst thing no matter what. Even if I'm called scum, I can't escape from the abuse. But at that time, Tsubaki needed support. She was hurt, broken, and in despair. I couldn't abandon her. Both Tsubaki and I were immature, misunderstood each other, and passed by. Excuse me, waiter. Another iced coffee, please. Also, shaved ice. The old man's soliloquy filled with anguish continues, but to me, unaware of the situation, it's like a language from another world. When I opened my phone, I found a message from Tristy's brother, Leon, the most handsome man in the galaxy. He wanted to ask Mayo out on a date. It was a consultation about a date spot. Why not just ask her? Not matching his face, Leon was very shy at first. I also received a message from Himeyama-san. Attached is a suspicious photo of her wearing a schoolgirl-like uniform and covering her eyes with her hands. Himeyama-san was not a beginner at all. Image Club Otsu. I had a craving, something I wanted from the depths of my heart. It's a cliché in words, but it's true love. I gave up everything, and only needed one thing, and that was love. I feel bad for you guys. I have no excuses. I will bear your anger, your hatred, everything. No matter how much you hate me, I deserve it. Turin. Even if you ask if I like loose socks, is there a need for them to be loose? Are you hiding some kind of concealed weapon? Come to think of it, I think Himeyama-san mentioned being from an all-girls school. If there was such a bewitching high school girl, it would be a free-for-all of disorderly conduct. Truly, history is full of surprises, isn't it? Yuki. That's right. Tsubaki and I have a history. The first day we met, it was love at first sight. I felt like there was no way it would ever come true, but I still couldn't give up and chased after Tsubaki. Turin. The old man is narrating his own story as if I don't exist. Sorry, but I'm not interested. I'm not particularly concerned about this. Yuki. I sacrificed you all. I used you as stepping stones, seeking only my happiness. No, that's not it. Regardless of what happened to me, I wanted Tsubaki to be happy. Even if that caused misery to those around us. Squeezing out the words. It's unclear what he's saying, but the determination required for this decision from the old man is evident. But karma pays off. And this is the result. I don't want to talk nonsense. Let's get straight to the point. His eyes harboring an intense passion, showing a strength that belies any fatigue, as he gazes at me. That woman is abusing you, Yukito. Come with me. Reflecting on the old man's words while eating shaved ice, no matter how many times I reconsider, the answer remains the same. No thanks. The syrups for the shaved ice might differ in color and fragrance, but they all taste the same. Speaking of which, back in the day, Seko-san taught me that. She used to sprinkle her favorite fragrance over white syrup, saying, "This is the taste of Seko-san." She was delicious. That's what elementary schooler Yukito had to say. I thoroughly investigated you. It seems it's been quite challenging for you. You've played the role of a great detective multiple times. Although it might seem like someone else's problem, I'm genuinely concerned. I can't bear to see your situation. Your choices bring about unhappiness, for yourself and others. Just like me, the words "bring about unhappiness, for yourself and others" struck me oddly. If you ask if I have any idea, I'd be lying. Up until now, I've made many people cry. Even now, by delaying my answer, I'm stealing precious time from Hinagi and Shiori. That's no different from making them unhappy. Just like me. I see, it seems my disposition is hereditary, and above all, Uka is overwhelmed by me, right? The old man's face twisted as if he'd bitten a bitter bug. He came here to talk about this. He probably thinks, given my estrangement from Mum, I'd understand. In reality, he's right about that. But I've become corrupted. When did I start thinking such indulgent thoughts? It's okay if I'm estranged. Still, even so, I wanted to get along a little with Mom and sister. I was happy when they said they wanted to be with me. Not too long ago, I always intended to leave home. Estranged by Mum, disliked by sister, I thought that house wasn't my place. I convinced myself of that, but that wasn't true. My room being renovated wasn't out of ill feelings from Mom and sister. They were genuinely trying to create a space for me. Effort, dedication, compromise, and deepening mutual understanding. That's how we've progressed. Undoubtedly, there was affection there. Uncertain, yet certain. It wasn't abuse. We've built a new relationship amid hardship. Back then, I might have readily accepted the old man's words. But now, I can't. No longer nodding in agreement. Sweet thoughts like syrup on shaved ice. As you said, the choice to bring about unhappiness. That's right. If I choose to go with you, surely, it'll make mom and sister sad. It should be okay to be this self-conceited. It should be okay to be this indulgent. Because we are undoubtedly a family. Whether by blood or not. The old man is an outsider, not family. There's no trustworthy tie or bond between us. Do you not suffer? Are you not afraid of that choice? Of being the cause, making someone unhappy? At the end of loneliness, are you happy now? You'll be punished for being too greedy. Besides, I am not lonely. After all, I have 20,000 followers on social media. Oh no. It's increased again? And I have an absurd number of friends too. It feels annoying to self-proclaim as a loner now. It's like boasting about not studying for a test. I'm growing up, you know. I see. If you say so, that's fine. If you say you're happy, there was never a chance for me in the first place. But, if that's the case, no, that's why I need you. His head almost touched the table as he bowed. I swallowed hard at the desperate look on the old man's face. Please, lend me your strength. It has to be you. I know asking a child for help is foolish. It's all my fault. And I deserve it. I don't care. I'll accept any demand. You can even hit me until you're satisfied. I don't have the luxury to cover it up anymore. But if things continue like this, Sabaki and me will break. If that happens, it'll be irreparable. You're the only one who can save us from despair. If this old man were a con artist, his acting skills would be genius level. I pondered what to do about the anguished plea from the old man. Something I'd been concerned about suddenly dawned on me. This is a quest. A quest has unexpectedly emerged. I had thought the old man was Mom's guest, so I'd been listening half-heartedly, but it seems I was the target. It followed the typical pattern of quests I'd seen lately. Someone brings a problem to me, and I struggle to solve it. The usual routine. Moreover, from the old man's argument, it seemed like a fetch quest to take me somewhere. I really don't get why this has something to do with me at all. Even if you say you're troubled, I don't think there's anything a student like me can do. I, being the involved party and the root of the problem, my words won't reach. That's because Tsubaki. What are you talking about with that man, Yukito? As if cracking the air, a harsh, rigid voice made a rift in the space. I realized it was my mother's voice a moment too late. Her voice was low, creeping along the ground, icy cold. Trying to speak, I found myself speechless. Her eyes were darker and deeper than I'd ever seen, almost like a different person, colored with rage. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Not good. Seriously? This is bad, super bad, bad bad bad. In my room, I spin a cube-shaped three-dimensional puzzle frantically. Usually, it should be solved within a minute, but it just wouldn't come together. The situation is so dire that bad gets a triple usage. It's an unprecedented crisis. I never expected someone to get so furious. I throw the three-dimensional puzzle onto the bed and reminisce about the tragedy that unfolded. My mother appeared at the cafe, freshly returned from work, still in her suit. It's the first time I've seen such a stern expression on her face. Something seems to have greatly upset her. With a click of her heels, she stands imposingly in front of me. The old man told me that Mom was abusing me and that he wanted to take me in if I was needed. You idiot, choose your words more carefully. It's been a while, Uka. So, what do you think, Mom? I'd like to continue being together. Don't mess with me. Her voice, filled with anger, resounds sharply. She approaches, taking my hand. Let's go home. There's no need to listen to someone like that. And you, don't ever come near us again. Wait. I have the right to visitation as a parent. I still need to talk to Yukito. You've already given up on everything. Don't show your face ever again. Have you forgotten? With simmering anger, my mother spits out harsh words. TSK. Uka. I'll definitely get my son back. Even if I have to file for custody change mediation. Fall into hell, you scum. Yeah, what she said. As the supportive son borrowing my mother's authority, I provide cover fire from behind with a decapitation gesture. Without a word, I'm led away by my mother, still cloaked in fury. We return home with few words exchanged. I need to devise a plan somehow. Even after arriving home, my mother's mood hasn't improved. Surprisingly, I've never been scolded by my mother before. She's absolutely furious. I haven't really done anything to deserve being scolded. I don't even realize if I've done something wrong. So it's weird for me to apologize insincerely. It's just pointless. However, the fact remains that my mother is angry. Should I just appease her? In Japanese society, it's said that it's easier to survive by pleasing the boss rather than having actual skills. It's a troublesome situation. All that's left is bribery. As I ponder over this, there's a knock on the door. Only my mother observes the courtesy of knocking in this house. As for my sister, www, what is it? I just want to talk to you for a minute. I'm sorry you were so scared. I'll never forgive that man. My mother, looking flushed, perhaps from having just taken a bath, looks attractive. This is bad, really bad, but I don't have time to think anymore. But there was no time to think about it. I decided to sesame paste her mercilessly. Lately, Mom, you've been beautiful. I'm happy about that too. Is that so? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Personal opinion. Well, that might be true, but you're too beautiful. It's painful. Fufu, are you trying to charm me into doing something? You've had a hard time today because of me, so I apologize. I should make it up to you. Okay, I'll do anything for you. Oops, I feel like I've stepped on some unnecessary landmine. Even if I sweat or get dirty, I can just take another bath, right? I'm scared, scared, scared. What are you planning? That comes after our conversation. Okay? Even if you say it in such a cute way. But, not just recently. I've always thought you're beautiful. Could it be you found someone you like at work? There's no one like that. She plops down next to me. Her usual spot in our home. What did that guy say to you today? It wasn't more than what was said there. Just that he wanted to take me in. He said that? Yeah, I missed the detailed quest description. But generally, my understanding shouldn't be too far off. My mother's face visibly shifts from anger to immediate sadness. Have you met him before? First time meeting him. But coming out now won't make a difference. He's no different from a stranger. I'm sorry. I should have properly talked to you if it was true. I don't care much. Even if I ask about what happened between my mother and him, it's too late. Just like how it's too late to claim to be a father now. The past is unchangeable. Seeing that my mother seems concerned, I recall the conversation with the old man in detail. About him investigating me, someone named Tsubaki in distress, and the old man seeking help. Maybe my mother knows something. What's that about? He is just choosing you. Besides, Tsubaki, that guy's. As for me, I'll comply with what you want, Mum. I've caused quite a bit of trouble. I want to stay in this house, but if Mom wants to transfer, then that's it. I'll obediently follow suit. I don't want that. Do you want to go to that man's place? It's not like that, but I won't let you go there. Shall we continue living together like before? Or do you hate me? My mother's gaze trembles with anxiety. She clings to me sweetly and gently, as if trying to seduce me. Even though she's already sitting next to me and we're close, she leans in even closer, reducing the distance to 0. Her hand slowly strokes my cheek, the closeness almost suffocating. You wouldn't think I don't want my child, right? If you go to that man, try to take my child away, I'll kill that man who instilled such thoughts in you. That's too much. That's a lie, right? Please say it's a lie, Uka-chan. The statement is too extreme, and it scares me. Her eyes, void of their usual sparkle, seem to assert it's not a lie. My mother's body trembles slightly. Is it suppressing anger or coming from sadness? It's summer now. It can't be because of the cold. Not knowing what to do, I try to calm her down by rubbing her back. If you ask me not to go, I won't go. Is that okay? I can't stand the thought of you being gone again after finally being able to talk to you like this. I know it's my fault. I have neglected you. I don't want to leave you without making amends. I made her cry again. At this rate, the day I'll write making my mother cry as a skill on my resume is coming. But above all, something worried me a little. I feel a bit gloomy. So you want to live with me because of guilt? No, no. That's wrong. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. That's not it. It's not like that. It's not that. It's because I want to be with you. I understand. I understand. A bit more power. The elasticity of your chest. I just want to live with me, Yuri, and Yukito. I don't want to use you for my sake. I'm not going to use you as a tool for redemption and sin crime. I'm not like him. Why did you come on my lap? Mom, your butt is so soft. Ah crap. The truth spilled out uncontrollably. As she leaned forward, she tightly hugged me, squeezing me tightly. The chest in the front, the butt in the back. My sanity is in crisis. Am I a total pervert? Should I contact a lawyer and get a restraining order preventing him from getting close to you or Yuri? That man is not worth your concern. It seems like there's a deeper issue than I thought. It might be a long-standing grudge, or something similar. However, the old man didn't seem to give up so easily. Even though my mother despised him so much, he had some purpose and determination to show up after all. I thought marriage was supposed to bring happiness. Those words slipped out naturally. To have mutual affection and walk the same path together, to become partners. It was supposed to be a union driven by the desire for happiness. We're ugly, aren't we? If it were a love marriage, would it have been different? Weren't you in love? I wonder. Even so, it might not have changed much. In the end, that man would bring unhappiness no matter who it was. Tsubaki. She's the only one in his eyes. That's all that exists in his world. The people caught up around his are just a nuisance. It seems like he's in trouble, needs some help or something. He's so selfish, but still, Yukito is kind, completely the opposite of that man. In your world, there are many people, they always bring happiness, illuminate your life. If you find someone you like, love them properly. You're capable of that. Do you think so? Yes, because right now, I'm happy. I'm pitiful and cowardly. I'm not much different from the old man. Spreading unhappiness and witnessing tears each time. I made Ne-san cry, as well as Hinagi and Shiori. The same may be true for Himeyama-san and Sanjoji-sensei. All I remember is their crying faces. I've been itching, but that's just the Yankee puppy theory. It's when badly behaved people are overly praised for a few good deeds. I'm not someone who should be praised. Inherently, the relationship between me and them stopped being equal at some point. It's just a despicable situation where I have the upper hand. A one-sided game. Shielded by guilt, I can get away with sexual harassment and bullying as I please. If I ask for something, they have no choice but to accept, against their own will. So, I shouldn't lay a hand on them. I can't. But, is that what love is supposed to be like? Finally, I realize I liked Inagi because we had an equal bond since childhood. We shared time without any reservations. An equitable relationship with a special childhood friend. Romance has to be fair. If it isn't, then it's dependence. The old man said he gave up everything for Tsubaki, but here he is in front of us. He hasn't given up entirely. There's a huge contradiction. What should I do? What can I do for them? Is there anything I can do? Is it possible for me, as the one involved, to save the girls I've traumatized? They seek forgiveness from me, but I believe they've been the ones not forgiving themselves from the start. Is that feeling love or sin? Section. Himeyama's point of view. I wonder what to do. Taking a deep breath, I sat down on the chair. I met him again today. It was a lovely day. By chance, Yukito-kun, whom I met at the bookstore, was holding several books about real estate. When we talked at the cafe, it seemed his mother, Uka-san, is considering buying a home. However, it's surprising to see him start studying real estate on his own. I lightly wiped my skin, damp with sweat, with a towel. Should I take a bath first? Maybe I got a bit too excited. Lately, life has been fulfilling. Every day is enjoyable. A sense of being alive. I never thought a day would come when I could feel like this again. Unable to gather the energy to prepare dinner, I'm searching for a place for these overwhelming emotions. Enjoyable times always pass in an instant, leaving behind only loneliness. Returning to the room, there's just this pitiful, lonely woman. 2 mugs placed on the table. I gently touched them. The coldness of the inorganic ceramics felt comforting. I couldn't wait to use the matching mugs together. Suddenly, I came to my senses. What am I doing exactly? Did I think the time with him was enjoyable? Did I misunderstand and think I was forgiven? He doesn't remember me. Well, that's okay. Rather than the inexperienced and foolish education intern that I was at the time, I'll build a new relationship from scratch as just a neighbor. That might be another answer. After all, I'm not cut out to be an educator. Suzuka-sensei confessed to Yukito-kun and then sincerely apologized. It's not something easy to do. It must have been terrifying. She might face another setback. Yet, she chose to move forward. Suzuka-sensei still remains the educator I admired. Somewhere deep down, I feel uneasy about spending time without revealing who I am. About being a liar. If you were to find out later, the Yukito-kun from that time and the Yukito-kun now, am I still an enemy to Yukito-kun, or, after I left the school, he remained the same? I was periodically in touch with Suzuka-sensei because I was concerned about him, but the outcome was too tragic for everyone. Hella waited, in the end, until he advanced to the next grade. He didn't speak to anyone in the classroom, not even with his homeroom teacher, Suzuka-sensei, and he didn't participate in any events. Sports day, choir competition, field trips, none of them. On sports day, he had a time that wouldn't be strange for him to be selected as a relay runner. His classmates recognized that, but he didn't say anything. He didn't decide on any event to participate in, and no one could say anything to him. Reluctantly, Suzuka-sensei decided him as a relay runner, but on the day of the sports day, he didn't show up. Uko-san, who had come to cheer and see Yukito-kun's performance, seemed utterly bewildered. He ignored the entire class by himself. It was like bullying, neglecting one person collectively, yet at the same time, it was the opposite. Working together with classmates to achieve something. He denied all of that. The reason was simple. He said it himself. For him, classmates were not allies but enemies. Cooperating as fellow classmates was out of the question. An extremely concise conclusion. It was perfectly natural. It is easy to understand. In fact, it could even be called straightforward. There is nothing wrong. It is as clear and pure as glass. However, I can't help but wonder, can people really live like that? To be so extreme, and for a child like him to be so resolute. No matter how much I pondered, contrary to his concise conclusion, I couldn't understand his inner workings at all. A detached spirituality. That, in itself, is very sad. As time passed without understanding, even thinking I'd never meet again, it was just a coincidence. It's like an unsolvable prank by the gods, including the fact that he didn't remember me. They say time resolves things, but will I be forgiven as time goes by? Deceiving the entity that should pass judgment. When I approached him, I understood something. Yukito-kun doesn't need anyone. No matter how much I reach out, no matter how close I try to get, he won't reach out. He doesn't seek anything. He desires nothing. Not long ago, he was suspended. Upon hearing that, I couldn't just stand by and reached out to help him. I was scared. I couldn't forgive. Someone was trying to hurt him again. A strong anger. I would never allow such a thing. But upon calming down, I realized that if it were him, he would have resolved it himself without me doing anything. He didn't even care about such punishment. Opposite to my indignant feelings, he remained calm, as if everything was normal. That's where I finally understood the answer to the question I've held for years. Yukito-kun is too used to being hurt, almost as if it's his daily life. Yet, he doesn't yield. I don't know how he obtained it, but an unbelievably strong mentality. He sharpened himself like a blade that hurts what it touches to confront malice. A hedgehog without dilemmas. That's why I think even if he doesn't need anyone, he needs a sheath. If Yukito-kun had acted directly, everyone might have been hurt in the end. If things somehow resolved smoothly, maybe what I did wasn't in vain. Could I have contributed even just a little to him? Could I have reached out to him? Being alone is lonely. Yukito-kun, maybe he doesn't even think about such things, but it's impossible for me. The time we spent together until just now was truly enjoyable. Interaction with people is comforting and warms the heart. Perhaps it's because I've lived alone for so long. Maybe it's because I've just moved and have few acquaintances, so I'm on edge. Perhaps all of those are reasons. I love children, however I was not loved by children, and I lost my dream because children are denying me. I thought of moving to change my mood even a bit. I intended to start fresh and leave the past behind. I was considering moving forward on a completely different path than before, but meeting Yukito-kun made me decide to face the past once more. If I hadn't met him again, I probably wouldn't have thought of becoming a tutor at the cram school. I can't be a teacher anymore, but if I could become even a bit as positive as I was back then, will he forgive me? Continuing to deceive, continuing to hide, I reached my limit. Even if I get hurt approaching a porcupine, full of needles, I want to know more about him. I must know, not to repeat the mistake of hurting without trying to know, without asking. That's why, Yukito-kun, please give me the courage. BZZT. Suddenly, the smartphone placed on the table vibrates. I furrow my brows as I confirm the sender of the email. Was it about the call the other day? Mikiya Anabara, heir to the long-established Anabara Inn. Someone deeply connected to me, yet someone I've cut ties with. It's been over 10 years since we last met. I've almost forgotten everything. There was no contact after we parted ways. All that remains are bitter and painful memories. He's also a part of my past, but the decisive difference between him and Yukito-kun is that the past with him has already been settled. What could possibly be the story about my former fiancé suddenly contacting me now? You were supposed to have left me behind. Last night, I splendidly won the one-touch bra unhooking championship held at the Kokonoe residence, but I graciously declined the title of Goldfinger. I don't need it. The rules are strictly set and you're only allowed to wear up to 2 sizes down. But when Seko-san showed up with a very tight-looking bust, suspicion was raised. Although there were cries of protest, there were no referees to begin with, and in the end, everyone violated all the rules, turning the event into an outrageous molestation zone. Even before Mom could remove it, it was bursting with bullets. Pang, bang, boom. Next week's event will be the intense love-staring contest. In this incredibly bittersweet game, both participants confess I like you to each other at close range, and the first one to look away from embarrassment loses. I, who have never lost a staring contest, will undoubtedly win, but if I can't resist and attack with a kiss or something, apparently, that's considered losing. What's with those rules? No one's going to pull such reckless moves. Q ha 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 ha. But seriously, who comes up with these regularly scheduled mysterious competitions? Every single time, Yukito wins. Currently, a 10-time champion, the Eternal Nine Slayer is none other than me, Yukito Kokonoe. So, let's begin the Kokonoe family exciting home plan meeting. Mom and Nei-san applaud enthusiastically. I am the master of ceremonies. Various materials and a whiteboard are set up in the living room. I've been thinking a lot lately. What can I leave behind as a parent? That guy was trash, but I also made you suffer. I couldn't create any beautiful memories. I couldn't do anything as a proper parent. I'm sorry. I'm gently embraced. Even if I, a delinquent debt, am leading a life without inconvenience, it's not Mom's fault. The fault lies with my very existence that should apologize. Someday, you will leave my side. I want to create a place where you can come back and feel relieved. Whenever you're troubled or in pain. Anytime. Because I'll be there. Because I'll always wish for your happiness there. I feel terrible with so much overflowing affection. I'm an idiot for thinking that I'm estranged from Mom. Like that old man, I've continued to make Mom unhappy. It's a bit tasteless for the apartment to be our home, don't you think? Wiping her teary eyes, Mom smiles mischievously. Well, saying I'll return to my parents' place is a classic, isn't it? Home. I see. Mom is trying to create a home for my sister and me. Even so, I can't imagine Yuri-san going back to our mother after a fight with her husband. If anything, it's more likely that Yuri-san would make her husband cry and leave home, isn't it? 2-hour endurance French kiss. Okay, I didn't say anything about that. I'm subjected to torture beyond measure. The Geneva Conventions don't apply here. Breathing difficulties are inevitable. Moo. Yuri. Mom, unable to bear the sight of my sister's outburst, calls her out. I'll follow you for the rest of my life, Mom. Make it 1 hour. I've got other things to take care of later. Can you stop forming a line? My sister muttered something like it can't be helped. Hey, what's going on? Leaving the French kissing for behind. What about this apartment? Right. I can use it as a down payment or as a residence for Yuri or Yukito when you get together with someone else in the future. I can use it as an office when I go out on my own, and there's no mortgage anyway. I'll figure out what to do with it. It's not like you are going to move out anytime soon. This apartment wasn't rented, Mom bought it newly constructed. It's a 3 LDK, so everyone has their own room, and it's quite spacious. There's no outstanding loan debt either. Despite Mom being career-driven, buying it outright should have been tough. That's where that old man comes in. According to Mom, the furious grandparents and the parents of a woman named Tsubaki, whom the old man mentioned, paid an enormous amount in compensation. Of course, the old man had to pay a hefty sum too. That became the capital for buying the apartment. That's why it's still relatively new with considerable asset value. While there's major renovation ahead, considering inflation, selling it should fetch a price similar to the purchase. Then it's okay for me and the Yukito to live together in a new house. Let's have a sordid sex life together. Won't happening. That's not good. It'll feel only like I'm the only one left out. Living with Yuri, or even having multiple children's rooms, wouldn't be enough. Anyway, let's decide about the house rather than the apartment. I'm sorry, I got sidetracked. First, does Mom have any preference between pre-built houses or custom-made homes? Writing down the pros and cons of each on the whiteboard. Pre-built houses are homes sold in a ready-to-move-in condition. Once the contract is done, you can move in immediately. It's characterized by no waiting period and lower prices. However, there's no room for preferences regarding home performance or layout. On the other hand, custom-made homes are built from scratch. It's more complex, time-consuming, and expensive, but it allows complete customization for an ideal home. It's the essence of a standalone house's delight. I think a custom-made home would be nice. I've always admired it, and if you two have any requests, please let me know. Mother chose the thorny path. The hurdles are piling up. There are a lot of decisions to make. I propose the first idea that comes to mind. This is the perfect timing. Given the rising security awareness these days, wouldn't it be necessary to have locks on our rooms? It's a suggestion from a security standpoint. I can't dismiss it outright. Ha 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 ha. I'll do it if I can. Thank you for a response that doesn't have a shred of believability. Seems like the possibility of it coming true is extremely low. Their security awareness is akin to a middle-aged manager who pastes their PC passwords on the display. I like spacious baths and might want a size where 2 people can enter together. I check the materials from major housing companies and construction firms based on my sister's request. Are you planning to live with a boyfriend or are you considering bathing with a baby or caregiving? It's obvious I'll be with you! Exclamation mark. I see. It might cost more for utilities, but if we can stretch our legs, it's refreshing. I'd like a spacious bath where we can bathe together. Are you planning to remarry? Mum, you're still at an age where having a third child is perfectly fine. What are you talking about? I'll be bathing with you! Exclamation mark. I deliberately refrained from retorting as I'm getting tired of being surprised. My patience is made of steel. I see. When unit baths become larger than 1 tatami mat, there are various standards like 1624. For custom-made baths, both materials and size are completely tailored. I inadvertently groan. The bathroom alone is profound. I wonder how much time it'll take to decide everything from the toilet, kitchen, living room, bedroom, exterior walls, plumbing, insulation, landscaping. I have no idea. However, I'm Yukito Kokonoe, a man who doesn't tolerate defective homes. I plan to prioritize functionality over design, and during construction, I intend to regularly provide the workers with canned coffee and ice cream. Right. How about making one area of the bathroom a magic mirror? After all, even you might want to peek at me while I'm bathing, right? Like I'd ever want that. I couldn't help but retort against my sister's proposal, which I couldn't understand at all. Do you want to peek, or do you not want to peek? But deep down, you actually want to peek. I want to peek, you naughty boy. Look forward to it. Yes, I lost. It's my loss. Mom looks astonished while sipping barley tea. It's been quite hot lately, you guys. Seriously. Also, on the first floor, I'd like a living room and a Japanese-style room. Having a walk-in closet for storage would be convenient, I think. As for the second floor, Seka might also live there, so we'd need 4 rooms. It would be nice to have an attic too. To realize Mom's dreamy plan, I roughly sketch out a floor plan. The main bedroom will be yours. I'm impressed by your intent to occupy it again, assuming a size of 8 tatami mats or more. How about a garden? It might be useful for a gardening or barbecues, but maintaining it, like weeding, might be troublesome. For a house for a family of 4, I would want a house of about 100 square meters. If the house is more than 200 square meters, the property tax will increase, so it seems best to have a house less than 200 square meters. Securing parking spaces and having spacious bathrooms, living rooms, and bedrooms would be preferable if it's larger than 40 square meters. However, this poses an extremely critical issue. Setting aside the price, finding a piece of land seems quite difficult. Upon investigation, in rural areas, it's easy to find land around 200 square meters and at an affordable price, but around here, there are many plots below 100 square meters, and they're quite expensive. It's understandable that urban areas have many condominiums. First things first, we need to secure land. Perhaps I should consult with a company as well. Naturally, I'm getting fired up. This is a serious mission. I am the current head of the Kokonoe family. Until now, I've continuously made Mom cry, so repaying her love would mean fulfilling her aspirations. That, in essence, is what I should accomplish to make amends and fulfill my responsibility. Mom has already prepared this apartment for us. She created the place we should be in. So, it's my duty to create our future home. It's a mission I should undertake. I firmly place my hands on Mom's shoulders. Oops, what's wrong, Yukito? I'll build our home. 5 generations ago, the former head of the Kokonoe family, Garashi Obura, left the family precept, a family is the pillar of the house. So, until then, Mom and Nei-san should think about the ideal plan. Our ancestors were sophisticated, weren't they? After a quick calculation, it turns out I'll need around 200 million yen for land and construction combined. At the very least, it would be 50 million. If I choose suburban land, the cost would significantly decrease, so that's something to consider in the future. I won't compromise at all. I'll make sure to realize the ideal home that fulfills all of Mom's, Nei-san's, and incidentally, Seka's wishes. That's what it means to be a capable man. Leave it to me, as the head of the Kokonoe family. Hey, there was a system for the head of the house in our family. Yuri seemed impressed by an odd aspect. I've been having some unexciting days lately, so my life needs to be this challenging to settle down. I won't let Mom, the great saint, carry a housing loan for 35 years. Hey, what's wrong? Come at me. Floating interest rates. Ah, why are you so? She hugged me again. I've been thinking for months that she's going to get tired of me by now. Mom, what's wrong? This isn't the usual pattern. Hey, I was first. Don't cut in the line. While my consciousness started to fade due to lack of oxygen, I was thinking about fundraising. So, at the ripe old age of 16, I've racked up a 2 billion yen debt. Quite the laugh for a salaryman whose lifetime earnings amount to 3 billion yen. Those are some powerful words. Unai-chan. Hori-chan, clad in a one-piece outfit, widened her eyes, exclaiming, "Amazing." In this area, being sisters, there's a certain resemblances. I'd like to earn that by the time I'm 20. Is it normal to earn that much from there, Unai-chan? Haste is key. Plans for my own home are already in motion. I can't afford to dawdle until I come of age. This is a perfect opportunity. The wood shock that began a few years ago is gradually subsiding. However, The iron shock has an uncertain end, and there are concerns that housing prices will continue to rise. As they say, haste makes waste, and it's true for a house. Anna-chan, thanks for today. I'll cherish this glass. With a beaming smile, Hori-chan shaded the glass from the sun, causing it to gleam in 7 colors. Just a few hours ago, Hori-chan contacted me with a request before heading to the Edo Kiriko experience. I decided to invite her to join the Edo Kiriko experience. It seems Hori-chan enjoyed it too, as she gazed at the glass with deep emotion. It must be quite moving to see something she made herself. On our way back after purchasing Edo Kiriko as souvenirs for the family, I decided to hear Hori-chan's request during a break at the shopping mall's food court. How's Hinagi? She's busy with some revisions or work. Looks tired, her hair's a mess, and she's mumbling until late every day. The current Ani-chan looks super ugly. Unintentionally sharp-tongued. That's Hori-chan. Until recently, Hinagi was cut off by Hori, and their relationship was at its worst. Perhaps some of that lingering grudge remains. Right. Ani-chan, can you come over later? If Ani-chan sees Ani-chan like this, Ani-chan will spout out every bodily fluid and die on the spot. Let's give her the coup de grace. As much as I'd like to see that, I might have to pass because Akane-san scares me. I feel sorry for the discontented Hori-chan, but all I can do is hope for reconciliation with her little sister. While Hori-chan said, "It's a secret," she showed me a current photo of Hinagi. I decided to keep quiet for Hinagi's honor. I held firm. Thank you again, Ani-chan. Ani-chan has become much brighter than before. She's even laughing at home now. Mom and Dad are relieved. If it weren't for you, she'd still be withdrawn. But it's all her own fault. I wonder, Hinagi is strong. At least much stronger than me. I concentrated my thoughts wholeheartedly. I polished my feelings to the extreme, like rubbing a stone until it's worn down. All I did was put the brakes on that precarious situation. Hinagi was trying to abandon everything. She was chasing after me, focusing solely on me. But that wasn't happiness. Come to think of it, I recently heard a story about a foolish man who threw everything away but still couldn't attain what he wanted. You suggested that Ani-chan start writing novels, right, Ani-chan? I somehow feel like I understand what you're thinking. Ani-chan is. Hori-chan didn't speak further. It's been like that for a long time. Hori-chan is a sensitive and emotionally perceptive child. The truth is, the answer has long been clear. I'm not running away from it. Encouraging Hinagi to write novels and dispatching Shiori to the women's basketball have the same essence. It's because that's the only thing I can do, to divert the unwavering and sometimes dangerously single-minded attention of these girls elsewhere. They accepted those suggestions, perhaps sensing that somewhere deep in their hearts, it's my response to their confessions, passing on feelings to the ball received from their confession. I cannot respond to their feelings, at least not with my current self. However, even after declining their confession, our relationship isn't simple enough for everything to end there. Even after declining, they never give up. It's like a stalemate, a situation that doesn't progress. So, a different path and a new possibility were necessary. I can't do anything. I'm powerless, and whether to accept the answer is up to them. No, that's not true. That's not true at all. There are so many things only you can do, Ani-chan. That's why everything around you is always lively, and we find it dazzling. They want to get closer, even just a little, and chase after you. Because, Ani-chan, you're someone they can rely on. Hori-chan's trust weighs heavily. I don't understand. Not even the slightest hint. What should I do? What can I do? The response to the confession that has already been presented. If declining changes the relationship, then it's natural. If they end up with someone else, I'll wholeheartedly support them. But what if they never give up? Is there a solution there? A complex, entangled problem that seems unsolvable. Will the day come when it's resolved? Lost in thought, Hori-chan opens her mouth, as if she's made up her mind. Ani-chan, please, help my friend. Chapter 2, Midsummer Intruder. Misaki Himeyama's point of view. Melting away, the daily life that was supposed to be frozen, the everyday I thought wouldn't change. I had given up, dreams unfulfilled, wishes unanswered. Though my time was supposed to have remained cold and frozen, emotions gradually waned, and I found myself smiling less and the morning less. I lost sight of the future and had been living aimlessly for so long. I had accepted the fact that it would probably continue that way. Yet, just one encounter. No. A reunion. A heat, gushing forth, slowly melting me, accelerating the days that had stagnated. Rapid climate change during an ice age. The Dansgaardeshgar event. Dansgaardeshgar events are rapid climate fluctuations that occurred 25 times during the last glacial period. As if such violent changes were happening in my life. A simmering heat. Did the reunion with him bring a change to me? If so, this heat must have been something dormant inside me. Something I had confined. I had thought I abandoned and discarded it. But I was wrong. I still had it in me. Like the CO2 trapped underwater, such heat lingered within me. It smoldered. I had been patiently waiting in the depths of my heart for the day the ice would melt. Thick ice is melting. The ice age is coming to an end. Is it okay for me to dream just once more? To pursue a wish? The time of thawing. I, who was supposed to be at a standstill, gigagi, with a creaking, rusty sound. The clock's hands began to move. Long time hasn't it been, Misaki? Are you well? Yes, I'm fine, though Mikiya-san seems a bit tired, literally as seen. The first words were not about the joy of reunion but concern for his health. Perhaps that's because we've both aged. Everything is different from the time we lived so recklessly. Lost in the length of time that has passed, I find myself lost in reminiscence. I welcome him in from the entrance. I thought I would never meet him again. Feeling uncomfortable that such a person is right in front of me. My long-lost ex-fiancé, Mikiya Anabara, looked busy or somewhat worn out. The face in my memory seemed to be more vigorous and lively, but I'll accept that he too has had various experiences. I didn't intend to ask everything, but now that we've met again, memories of the days I spent with him are reviving. A proprietor. The present president of the Anabara Inn. Back then, he was still an apprentice, the son of the proprietress, yet he's already married, presumably to the current proprietress. I wonder if his mother is considered the head proprietress now. I might have been called that as well. It's hard to even imagine now. There might have been such a future, but a future I couldn't grasp. Regardless, it's already over. The connection with him has long been severed. I thought we'd never meet again. That's harsh. He gave a wry smile. A considerable amount of time had passed. There are lingering feelings of regret, things left undone, as well as feelings that have been properly sorted out. The emotions I held for Mikiya had now become quite neutral, neither fluttering nor irking. Especially not holding any special emotions. But, it surprised me, receiving a message from you. I just wanted to see you. Hearing such unbelievable words, I gazed directly into his eyes. An ambiguous answer that doesn't seem entirely true or false. I'm not naive enough to take it at face value. Didn't you think about how I feel? I did, but still, I wanted to see you. That's why I came here. I can sense the tension in his taut expression. He must have struggled in his own way. A few days ago, he called me. He wanted to meet and talk. He said that. How ridiculous. If it had been a little while ago, I would have never thought of meeting him. Anger, sorrow, and even the joyful memories have turned into a sepia-toned past. Now, I'm just curious why he, who abandoned me, suddenly wanted to meet. I hesitated for a bit, but I decided to meet him. And just a while ago, he suddenly messaged, "Can we meet since I'm nearby?" Ideally, meeting outside would have been better, but I had plans, so I couldn't go out, thus deciding to meet at home. Mikiya's timing is really off. So, what's this about? I have plans today. I can't spare much time. Is that so? My bad. I've been really busy. Contacted you wanting to meet, but I couldn't find time. I happened to be nearby for something, so I thought I'd take a moment to see if we could meet. With a wry smile, he sips the coffee. I brewed it a bit stronger, suiting his taste. It tastes familiar. Your taste buds haven't changed. Back then, we often brewed coffee like this. Memories of the time spent together resurface. Though Mikiya's words didn't constitute an answer, there was no point in pointing that out. I resigned myself and steered the conversation. Just indulging a bit in memories. How's your mother? She's doing great. Despite being the president now, she's being pushed hard every day. She hasn't changed. That's reassuring. The conversation continues, winding aimlessly. Neither of us really wants to discuss such matters. Nevertheless, there's an odd necessity for it. Being an adult is such a hassle, one can't live without pretense. I don't particularly want to exchange recent updates, but it's a formality. Even though it's been crushed. These were once people who might have become family. Meeting like this makes it hard to remain indifferent. Are you living here alone? It's a single-person apartment. Naturally. That's true, huh? His eyes land on a mug placed at the corner of the table. That was prepared for the original visitor I was expecting later. Since Mikiya's visit was an unexpected irregularity, there wasn't time to tidy up. What's this? He reaches out for it. Instantly, I raise my voice in alarm. Don't touch that. I'm bewildered by the volume of my own voice. He flinches and returns the mug to the table. Sorry. Are you meeting your boyfriend later? You said you were single last time. That's why I thought I could come. No, that's not it. See that cardboard box over there? A computer arrived today. I'm not good with machines, so I asked a friend to set it up for me. Ah, I see. That's a relief. He seems taken aback by my abruptness, trying to piece his words together while glancing at me. A friend. I said it, but I couldn't imagine he would think of me that way. Besides, our ages are too different. So what kind of relationship is this? Really? No matter how much I think about it, there's no answer. The current state where Mikiya and Yukito have forgotten about me. Our present relationship is ultimately nothing but a pretense. Pretending, boasting, deceiving, being ignorant neighbors. Then, suddenly, Mikiya's words strike me as odd. Why relieved? Why would you feel relieved, Mikiya? It's none of your concern. Moreover, does your wife know that you're meeting me like this? She wouldn't be pleased. Mikiya Unabara is married. After he left me, he was introduced to a woman through the proprietress and their matchmaker, someone he married. They've had children and everything is smooth sailing. No concerns about an heir. I don't resent it, but a home, children, work, everything I wanted. He is it all. That's why I could say I decided to meet Mikiya like this. Everything has ended in the past. Nothing will change now. However, that's only my perspective. From his wife's point of view, her husband meeting his former fiancé wouldn't be something to celebrate. She might suspect an affair. As a woman, I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. I don't know what he's here for, but once his business is done, I find myself wishing he'd leave soon. But then, the next thing he said was beyond my imagination. She and I divorced 3 years ago. We had problems until the end with my mother. The kids stayed with her. I was an idiot. If that's the case, what was I doing with you? Eh? Mikiya Unabara fixes his gaze directly on me. With remorse, with regret, he forced out those words. Misaki, can't we start over again? Yukito's point of view. I pride myself on being a healthy high schooler. But even during summer vacation, would a healthy high schooler really visit a lady of leisure in broad daylight? No, they wouldn't. Ah, but then again, Himeyama-san is unmarried, so she's not a madam, she's a mademoiselle. Phew, that was close. Carelessness in these matters might touch upon the scales of female anger. If that happens, I'd be the one taking heavy damage with her heart attack power. She'd only be confused afterward. Not really. After all, for me, Himeyama-san is an X-rated archenemy. I'm just at the maximum R rating, literally in a different league, and ever since we met, it's been a series of continuous defeats, a complete losing battle. Moreover, the encounter rate is way too high. At one point, I thought about writing the number of consecutive losses on my thigh, but I'm a healthy high schooler, so I'll refrain from that. Yuri-san isn't healthy, so she wrote it with a permanent marker. Despite being embarking on such a hazardous zone, today is a casual visit because, apparently, the computer I ordered arrived today. Even though Himeyama-san asked me, I was the one who chose the build to order and placed the order. If I'm asked to do the setup work, it's my responsibility to see it through to the end. Whenever I go, she always treats me to cakes and cookies, so I thought it'd be rude not to bring anything today. Hence I brought Mizu Yokan, watery sweet bean jelly. It's delicious, isn't it, Mizu Yokan? One of my few hobbies is exploring sweets, but lately, because of summer vacation and my growing interest, I've been devoted to making sweets. This is also due to the fact that with my mother taking over the cooking due to telecommuting, I've become idle. But, anyway, as usual, the sunlight outside is dazzling. Just a little outing and sweat starts to seep. Luckily, it's close by, and the apartment where Himeyama-san lives is just a stone's throw away. No matter how hot it is, as part of my training, I never use the elevator and always use the stairs. That's me, Yukito Kokonoe. Although, with the sweat pouring, I wipe it off with antiperspirant sheets and catch my breath. Crap. I should have done the workout later. Who's the idiot who's all sweaty before visiting someone's house? Even though Himeyama-san is already a difficult opponent with zero physical distance, she has now acquired the JK style too. I won't succumb to temptation. Oh, with determination, I arrive at Himeyama-san's door, catch my breath, and press the doorbell. Himeyama's point of view. Upon hearing those words, all that came to mind was sheer disbelief. Why would she say that? Start over. What exactly? Our relationship? Now, after diverging paths, and then meeting again, all within a few minutes, what could possibly be redone? I wasn't young enough to easily nod along with those words. Even if two people love each other, there are things that cannot be overcome. I've tasted that feeling of helplessness more than enough. Unlike being a couple, when it comes to marriage, it goes beyond just the relationship between the two. When becoming a family, qualifications for that role are questioned. It was only natural, and I lacked the qualifications. I never thought you would say such things now. I'm sorry, but I'm serious. If you don't have someone right now, could you consider it? Once again, being together, just the two of us. Something echoed in the hollowness. Despite his passionate words, a discomfort lingered, overwhelming any joy or happiness. He didn't seem to be lying. If he's already divorced and the relationship has been settled, he's free to choose whoever he wants to be with. Was I chosen as that someone? Why? Because he loves me? But, that's precisely why I can't believe him. Why? The same words that floated in my mind spilled out naturally from my mouth. Because I love you. Because I couldn't forget about you, Misaki. Then why? I was about to raise my voice, but I held back. I had already sorted out my feelings long ago. Nevertheless, why was my heart so turbulent now? I had accepted it. It was a future I had given up on. Comparing the two is impossible. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but think of that child who fought alone, opposing everything, getting wounded, yet persistently pushing forward. Even with its heart cut to pieces by that blade. Ordinary people can't behave like that. People are increasingly bound by something precious, something they can't throw away. There's a fear of losing, but there is a boy like that. Even if he can't fight alone, perhaps, if they were together, they could have overcome it. Even so, we chose the path of parting. I believed it was the best choice. We didn't fight. We followed the surroundings, and accommodated ourselves. Yet that's not it. This time, it'll be fine. Even Mom is. His mom cares about me? Impossible. I instinctively felt an unnaturalness. His mother didn't approve of me. She opposed our marriage, and I couldn't overturn that. I couldn't provide an heir. It was a fatal flaw. I was defective and hopeless. So, it's strange. Even if he gets a divorce, he should be able to find another partner. His mother wouldn't be concerned about me, someone incapable of having children. Yet, why? My thoughts returned to that point. Come to think of it, Kaihara Yukan has switched to focusing on inbound demand to increase profits. Foreign visitors to Japan exceeded 30 million, and tourist destinations were overflowing with foreigners. With expectations of further increase, the Japan Tourism Agency set a goal to surpass 40 million visitors, riding high on this trend. However, the world changes in an instant. Travel between countries became restricted. Entry regulations were imposed, and international travel came to a halt. This situation should have significantly impacted ryokan, traditional Japanese inns. Is the inn business secure? Moreover, once you've tilted toward catering to inbound tourists, there's a risk of Japanese people moving away. While it's entirely reasonable for cultural differences to lead to segregation, establishments leaning heavily toward inbound tourism not only receive benefits but also carry risks. Why yeah, it's quite challenging, but gradually, the demand is starting to return. Given a little more time, we can recover. We're taking steps. We've even requested loans from banks. Despite such circumstances, had he come this far to reconcile with me? The sense of unnaturalness accelerated, and I became aware of that discomfort. It can't be. Mikiya-san, did your mother tell you to come here? No. It's not that. I didn't. Were you planning to use me? I know firsthand the value of power. In that sense, I might have been privileged from the past. Many people approached me with some kind of agenda. Perhaps that's why I became sensitive to such matters. It's a shame, because you weren't that kind of person. I'm not lying when I say I still like you. I just wanted a little help. But it's not me you wanted, isn't it? No. I truly care about Misaki. Doorbell rings. Interrupting Mikiya's words, the doorbell rang. Sorry. I'm a bit tied up right now. Are you receiving visitors? Should I come another day? No. It's okay. It's over now. Himeyama-san welcomed me in with a slightly sad smile. There were men's shoes at the entrance. She is having visitors. But are they acquaintances? Or perhaps it was religious solicitation or an insurance salesperson. Come to think of it, the other day, there was an old man wandering in front of the apartment. And Himeyama-san lives alone. It's better to be cautious, especially in recent times. And you are? Upon entering, there was a man sitting on the living room sofa. There was an air of seriousness about him. It didn't seem like a comfortable situation. There was also a tension between Himeyama-san and the man. This is awkward. What's going on here? Without understanding the situation, I gave the least suspicious response. I'm from the town's electrical services. Electrical services? I'm here for setting up a PC. Why did you change your way of speaking, Yukito-kun? I thought it sounded more like a town's electrician. Well, it doesn't. Ah, I see. Then I'll stop. Whether it sounded like it or not, the man seemed to accept my words. I see, you're the one Misaki mentioned for the electrical work? I'm the electrician. Sorry for the interruption. I'm okay with coming back later. It's okay, Yukito-kun. I want to start using it soon too. Sorry for making you come, Mikiya-san. Will you leave now? Yeah, but Misaki, I'm serious. Seriously about you and Mikiya-san. Please stop. Himeyama-san's sharp voice interrupted him. Seemingly surprised by her sternness, the man stood up and headed towards the entrance. I'll come again, Misaki, but Mikiya-san understands, right? We're already done. The two were discussing something at the entrance. It wasn't an argument, but the atmosphere was unsettling. I couldn't interject without causing further disturbance, so I glanced around and noticed a pair of familiar-looking mugs on the table. They seemed quite intimate, and there was only one implication behind them. Aha, I see. This is a love affair scene, isn't it? No, that's not it. Why did I have to intrude into such a situation? I hope I don't get silenced as a witness. I'd rather stay away from soap opera-like scenarios. I just want to go home. Himeyama-san returned, but as soon as she noticed my gaze, she became flustered. Don't get the wrong idea. These weren't for Mikiya-san, it's just that. It's okay. I understand without everyone having to say it. I'll tell you this because you seem clueless. It's true. Mikiya-san coming today was a coincidence, and what's here was prepared for you, Yukito-kun. I'm pretty perceptive, so don't worry. Don't say you're perceptive. Do you understand? I can understand the guilty feeling, but I don't think cheating is a good thing. While thinking about that, I began tearing open the packaging to start the work. BTO stands for Build to Order, which falls somewhere between ready-made and custom-made products. You just need to customize the parts as needed, no need to assemble. So, in about an hour, not only the PC setup but also the installation of peripheral devices like printers would be completed. By the way, it's an all-in-one model with a scanner. Himeyama-san doesn't skimp on initial investments. She's as generous as she is accommodating. That should be about it for now. Are you okay with using it? Thank you. I've used a computer many times, so I'm fine. Himeyama-san poured coffee into a mug for me. She added plenty of milk and sugar to suit my taste. As I sat down on the sofa, she naturally took the seat beside me. I can't escape. A professional skillfully blocking my escape route was right there. Nevertheless, it's quite sophisticated. I've been thinking of trying harder myself. I see. Yeah, I didn't delve deeper. There are things that people don't want to talk about. Come to think of it, she mentioned starting work as a cram school tutor. Himeyama-san would surely become a fantastic teacher who's very popular among students. At least, I'd attend. However, I felt like I had to say this no matter what. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but it might be better to stop the affair. It seems you still don't understand, Yukito-kun. Her smiling face was somewhat creepy. However, if I don't speak out now, she'll be the one hurt in the end. Since Himeyama-san has helped me before, I have to say it even if it means she might dislike me. Cheating leads to unhappiness. That's not what this is about. Himeyama-san. I turned abruptly, grabbed both of Himeyama-san's hands in mine, joining them as if we were a couple, and pushed her onto the sofa. She let out a surprised sound, but I couldn't afford to care. I don't want you to be unhappy, Himeyama-san. Why yes, I get it. I get it. Please don't make my heart race any faster. I won't be able to control it. I'll deal with Mikiya-san properly. Thank you. Did I manage to save Himeyama-san from the soap opera world? Cheating or infidelity isn't good. I know that no one will be happy. If you continue such a relationship, it will eventually fall apart. Both parties will end up in a situation that's irreparable. So, even if it hurts now, it's necessary to stop. No matter how much pain it brings. I was looking straight into Himeyama-san's eyes, but for some reason, her cheeks were tinged with red. I never thought you'd care about me. Your forcefulness is lovely. Slowly, Himeyama-san's hand wraps around my back. Her lips, adorned with lipstick, glisten with a glossy sheen. Wait, something seems off about this, doesn't it? Himeyama's point of view. My face still felt hot, and my heart continued to race. Even though he had left, I had no energy to do anything and just slumped onto the sofa. Words echoed in my mind. I don't want you to be unhappy, he had said. I'd resigned myself to this, to giving up on dreams and romance. I hadn't achieved anything, and I felt I didn't deserve to. It became routine, and I lived life in lethargy, without motivation. Is it okay for me to desire happiness or want something more? It wasn't anyone else but him who said those words to me. If that was the case, it was a vow I wouldn't break. I had thought it was too late. No, it wasn't too late yet. It scared me. Since that day, standing in front of others as an educator became frightening. The gazes fixed on me seemed to disallow my presence. My legs trembled, my voice faltered, and my mind went blank. In such a state, becoming a teacher seemed impossible. I stood up and retrieved a small box from the closet. Inside was the letter I couldn't deliver that day. Can you give me one more chance? It was time to confess. I couldn't keep hiding. Whatever he might say, I'd accept it all and move forward. I needed to settle the past, overcome it, and reach for happiness. If I don't reach out, I will never grasp anything. My once stagnant time seemed to be stirring again. Yukito's point of view. I'm dealing with another difficult situation. Hori-chan's request, financial issues, romance, and quests. Why do I always find myself in such troublesome problems? Quite troublesome indeed. I thought Hori-chan's friend might be a classmate, but she's a first-year middle school girl living in Kyoto whom they met on social media. She seems troubled by family matters, and it appears to be quite serious. Hori-chan kept posting on social media. Mayane-chan's amazing. And somehow they became close. I firmly told her to stop posting, but I think she called her Kikyo-chan or something. It feels like I've heard that name somewhere recently, but maybe not. Gujia. This girl does that old-fashioned blur that even reaction comedians rarely do. Sheikado's screaming like a madman, and somehow her nose got caught by a stag beetle. Whoa, amazing. It's a Hirata stag beetle. A Hirata stag beetle. You did it. And no time to identify it. Help me, help me. I had to rescue the stag beetle pinching her nose. Let's put it back in its case. The forest at night was far from silent. My handheld light only illuminated a few meters ahead. Amidst the thick darkness, I could hear the cries and breaths of countless animals and insects. If an underage person were wandering around at this hour, it'd be subject to guidance, but this mountain apparently belongs to Shikado's grandfather. The only ones coming in here are probably just illegal waste dumpers. At school, Shikado firmly establishes her position as an introverted girl, but in reality, she's a tomboy. Late at night, her parents, worried about her enthusiastically heading out for insect collecting, desperately asked me to accompany her for just one day. A nighttime forest is quite dangerous, and it's reasonable for her parents to worry. Although bears aren't likely to appear, there are wild animals. The risk of getting lost, or even twisting an ankle. They considered me suitable to accompany her because I've had quite a few misadventures in life. By the way, Shikado's parents are waiting in the car parked near the entrance. Despite being extremely averse to insects, they're kind enough to indulge their daughter's whims. Being their only child, it's understandable that they dote on her. Surrounded by ambient noises, Shikado is collecting traps she set up during the day. By hanging fermented fruits on trees and leaving them, insects gather. However, one cannot choose their favorites, and it's a dreadful sight with moths and even centipedes. Despite the swarming insects, Shikado, without any fear, was searching for the stag beetle she wanted. When she found it and was grinning, it seems it pinched her nose. Quite amusing. Hi, my nose, it is open, right? Reluctantly enduring severe pain, Shikado with teary eyes and gasping breath asks, "It is good. Now you can have a nose piercing." "No way. After summer break, I might join the extroverts." "I'm scared. I'll die." Claiming to catch male bees, saying they don't have stingers, and catching them in midair like shadow boxing, Shikado is far scarier than an extrovert, I think. Hi, it's an honor. I wasn't complimenting you. Isn't that too wild? Despite that, Shikado is now wearing the fluffy cap I gave her. I impulsively made it when my frustration exploded while sewing a wedding dress due to its high difficulty level. I initially intended to give it to my mom or sister, but it looked terrible on them, so I gave it to Shikado. Now my summer vacation homework is secured. Are you a grade schooler? Shikado claims that her dream for the future is to display a life-size Nile crocodile model in her room. If encountered at night, it would be terrifying enough to make one soil themselves. It was very fun being with someone. Having friends, especially a boy. Hi, if you don't mind, could you call me by my name too? Fumu. That's right. Anya Shikado. It's a cool name that you only see in creative works. Name. Okay, then how about Dark Knight? Hi. That's incredibly lame and unimaginative. I finished collecting all the set traps. As a bonus, I also caught a rhinoceros beetle. It's safe to say the goal has been more than achieved. Apart from that, I've captured various other things, intending to use them as pet feed. Is that so? Wait. Shikado Darkness Knight. Darkness, Shikado D. It's a perfect nickname. Perfect for the 5 senses and includes the darkness night element. I'm the 4th one? Shikado. What happened to A, B, and C? Yukito. I finished collecting all the traps. Additionally, I caught a rhinoceros beetle. I'd say the goal is more than accomplished. I've captured various other insects, which she plans to use as pet feed. Thank you for accompanying me today. It's dangerous to be alone, so don't be too reckless. I want to express my gratitude. I'm thinking, what would be good for Mom and Dad too? If there's anything troubling you, I'll help with anything. Though it's just a little. I'm powerless. Hi. I don't care. You can always call on me for this. Hi, gee God. The warmth, the big heart. Shikado prays in broken sentences. I'm usually always in trouble and burdened with problems. First and foremost, I'm short on cash. Short on cash? Hi. If it's a small amount, I can lend you money. I don't spend much allowance. A sad trait of an introvert. I don't go out to have fun. How much do you need? 2 billion. That's an insane scale. I can't comprehend it. Shikado prayed for me. I like that about her. I need to think of a way to raise money. Why yeah. Wait a moment. Hi. A token of friendship. Shikado takes something from her pouch. A token of friendship. If you carry this, your luck with money will improve. I'll give it to you. Lizard skin? I collected it when a lizard shed its skin. Peeling it off feels good. I have plenty. Thanks, Shaka D. Oh ha, it's like D. It's hard to call me. It's Kanto. Slump. The Feng Shui is well known that the skin of the reptile is good for money. I'll graciously accept it. After all, the target amount is 2 billion. Sometimes I just have to rely on luck. That the intricate ones you always make might sell for a lot. A high price. Do you have an idea? Shikado opened her mouth with sparkling eyes. Sculptor section. Phew. Excuse me. What? Nothing. Pretending not to hear the seductive and charming voice, I continued working diligently. Not a single dot was missing on the smooth, fine skin. As the cool hand ran along the skin and a breath was gently exhaled, the body twitched involuntarily. It seemed ticklish, causing a squirming motion that lifted the skirt. While trying to avoid staring directly at the exposed bare legs, my current position didn't allow for it. A few more minutes passed. Concentrating intently. There. Oh, Sorry for your gasps, but I'm done. You're quite the technician. Good thing. The meaning was so profound. I'd feel like I'd lose if I asked what was good. Good thing. Why did you say it twice? The second time, whispered into my ear. Yuri-san is an angel, and that voice carried a divine aura. Mid-morning, during summer vacation. To say what Yuri-san and I were doing at home is definitely not something to be disclosed. I'll repeat, it's definitely not something to be disclosed. Beautiful. You're really skillful. It's easy. Thanks. Finishing the top coat on each toe meticulously, from the big toe onwards, the deep purple, like dragon bile, shone brightly. What exactly was I doing? I was doing my sister's pedicure. Having finished my summer homework early, I thought about learning something new. One of those things was nail art. I hadn't studied enough to get a formal qualification, but it was enough for family members. While marveling at Yuri-san's beautiful feet, I decided to praise my own work. By the way, I wanted to ask. What? Why did you bother changing into a skirt? It's called a service. You said you didn't need money. And if I don't do something like this, then what? Do you like it? Archangel Aeril, I appreciate your kind gesture. It's fine. Your gaze felt good. What are you saying? On purpose. I was so nervous when doing the toenails and glimpsing into the skirt. It was unusual for my sister, who doesn't usually wear skirts at home, but apparently, she did it intentionally. Thank you very much. But seriously, studying nail art? I thought you were just kidding. Really? I mean, obviously. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. What a thing to say. Well, Mom would be pleased, right? Maybe you should do it for her when you come back? Of course. Looking at the clock, it was past 12. There might be a need to hurry a bit. Actually, I have plans for later. I was invited by the refreshing handsome guy. I'm going out for a bit. Sure. Take care. Be wary of strange women. When you come back, I'll give you a very pleasant thank you. Not necessary. Yay. After tidying up in a rush, the younger brother swiftly left the house. Left alone. In the house, Yuri murmured heavily while watching her brother's departing figure. Studying. Always doing everything alone. That is why you. Section. Under the blazing sun, that refreshing handsome guy waiting at the station's rotary was also dazzling. Seems like he's being hit on by a group of girls. Are you the queen bee scattering pheromones around? My eyes are blinded. Quite a statement for a first meeting. If you were here, you should have helped. I was in trouble. By the way, why do you look like some midday IT company employee? Is there something odd? It's an orthodox casual style with a jacket and pants. But it's midsummer, so it's hot. By the way, the refreshing handsome guy was in quite a relaxed outfit with a t-shirt and jeans. Anyway, semi-formal attire works in any situation, doesn't it? Are you an idiot? I just invited you to hang out. You should have said that first. I'll gouge your eyes out with a sculpting knife. What did you think I was here for? Just bickering back and forth under the summer sun is draining my energy. Let's just move. Right. We met up at the station and quickly took refuge inside the facility. What kind of games do you usually play, Yukito? Right. I've complained about the crane game setting where you can't win prizes, and other than that. No. I was stupid to ask. You're realizing that just now? A loner like me wouldn't normally play with friends. It's awkward to answer that. Let's just take it easy. But well, it's hot, and I'd rather not stay outside. How about going to my place? It's close by. Huh? Me, at the refreshing handsome guy's house? That's just like a regular high school student. All right, let's go. You suddenly got really enthusiastic. What happened? Oh, wait a second. Hey, where are you going? If I'm going to someone's home, I need to have the necessary things. After accomplishing my purpose, I headed to the refreshing handsome guy's house. As he mentioned, it was indeed nearby, about a 10-minute walk from the station. A splendid gate, the majestic single-family house proudly displayed the nameplate Miho. It's exactly as I imagined. This is why the protagonist, don't suddenly curse. I don't get what you're saying. As I opened the front door, an incredibly beautiful older sister came out from inside. Surprising, right? This beautiful sister is actually the refreshing handsome guy's mother. We had greeted each other once during a school visit before, and she seemed to like me quite a bit. Ko-chan, weren't you going out to play? Mum, it's hot, so I thought we'd play at home. Is that so? Hello, Yukito-kun, but why are you dressed like a salesperson? Seeing her puzzled expression, I decided it was necessary to introduce myself again. I'm Yukito Kokonoe. I don't have a business card, but please have this. How polite of you. A business card? Listen to him with a grain of salt. Maybe about 20% of what he says is enough. The rude refreshing handsome guy. I handed over the pastries I bought at the station to his mother. Normally you don't have a business card. Idiot. They say appearances are 90% of it, right? First impressions matter. But, honestly, isn't that discrimination? Why suddenly bring up such a socially conscious question? During our first meeting, you looked so young that I mistook you for his older sister. You're quite good at this. Besides, wasn't it expensive? I feel bad. You really don't need to mind. No. It's just a small gesture. Please accept it. Is that so? Fufu, then shall we eat it together? I'll get it ready, so wait a bit. Saying so, the beautiful sister, or mother, went back inside. Hey, why did you bother preparing something like that? It's impolite to come empty-handed. But, I also like hand bras. Nobody goes through this much trouble just to visit a friend's house. Friends? Don't tell me you're going to say something lonely like we're not friends. Yaz. Oi. Kidding. He shook my shoulders playfully. Right, the refreshing handsome guy's a friend. Well, shall we play some games or something? Sounds like a student. We are students, after all. We climbed the stairs and, immediately to the right, entered the refreshing handsome guy's room. It was refreshing. Besides the bed, there was a 32-inch TV and a desktop computer. There were NBA posters on the walls, manga and novels lined up on the bookshelf, reflecting his personality. Quite intriguing. Quite different from my room. Don't you have posters of your mum? If I had those, it would be too scary. What's with that suspicious thing? Wait, is that about you? Hey, don't misunderstand. I also have a poster of my sister. Currently, there's a B1-sized poster, maiden service edition. The maid mother, wearing fashionable glasses, continued to be called cute and lovely, saying, "I'll quit my job and become your personal maid," causing chaos in the Kokonoe family. The direction of the misunderstanding is extremely wrong. The refreshing handsome guy started up a handheld console placed on the dock. Click. Come to think of it, I remembered visiting the Shakado's forest just the other day. Yukito. It's here. So it's this one. Is that so? Then our friendship ends here. Indeed, it's a friendship-breaking game, but let's say 3 years for now. Remember the fiscal year in March. Why are you so serious? The game the refreshing handsome guy chose was a nationwide railway game famous for breaking friendships. It's a party game where the objective is to obstruct the opponent and reach the destination first. In this game, my older sister is the strong one. What? You have an older sister, Kuki. She's a university student, though. She's usually out, but she always beats me up. You're struggling too. Somehow, I'm starting to feel a sense of closeness to you. So, the refreshing handsome guy also has a sister. Unexpectedly, such conversations were rare, making it refreshing. You're lucky. Yuri is kind. I don't know anyone else as wonderful as her. Is your vision cloudy? Just the other day, her panties. Hey, wait, what about her panties? It's sad and interesting that the refreshing handsome guy also gets curious, quite like a high schooler in his teens. They were green. Don't say that. I did want to know, but that's not something you say aloud. Well, I guess I should be glad she was wearing them. What happened? I'm curious, so please don't leave it hanging like that. Shut up. Roll the dice quickly. You're already stirring up trouble. And so, our friendship was shattered to pieces. Happy New Year. Yukito, don't steal my card. I don't have yours. Ha 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 ha. You're too good at provoking. Go over there. Don't rub it in my face. I've transformed into a king. You fool. I want you to stop selling properties. Now's my chance to run away. See you. You're a hellish handsome guy, not refreshing at all. It's the villain's end. Don't just go around killing people. Even though our friendship was shattered, the game was intense. It wasn't a one-on-one, it was a 4-player match with CPUs involved, which was perhaps a good thing. After the party game, we engaged in a fighting game to settle the score, but I was relentlessly attacked at the edge of the screen and lost. I don't want to see my tiny character anymore. Could it be that he dislikes me? I couldn't help but feel an intention to absolutely destroy Yukito Kokonoe with the precision of the Dragon Punch command. The refreshing handsome guy was quite sly in the game. I'll quietly make a note of it in my mind. Speaking of which, Yukito, was Kamishiro okay with that? With what? As we played the game, the hellish handsome guy casually started talking about Shiori. Was it when she decided to become a dancer without being asked, or when she increased the exposure of her outfit just because she was a dancer, or maybe when she got shocked because the size of her feet was 2 sizes larger when making sneakers? I didn't expect Kamishiro to join the girls' basketball team so easily. The hellish, now the refreshing handsome guy, put down the controller and looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, the thing. I did suggest it, but it was her decision. I didn't force Shiori into the girls' basketball team. Sorry about that. What's up all of a sudden? Your facial voltage dropped drastically. Well, I also reflected on it. When I reunited with you, I wanted to play basketball with you, but that was something I wanted. It was just my wish. I realized I had been imposing my ego. Kamishiro and maybe even Suzurikawa realized that. Meeting you made me realize I've been prioritizing only what I wanted. That's why maybe Kamishiro accepted the girls' basketball club so easily. I don't understand Shiori's feelings, but she needed a different path. She should look at the wider world. There are people who need Shiori, people who care about her, and there should be a world that she can create with those people. The same goes for Hinagi. Yukito, what do you want to do? Where are your desires? Kuki seems to have a very sincere personality. It's almost juvenile. So, this time, I'll go along with what you want to do. Anything is fine. Anything. It's not fair to just impose what I want on you because we're friends. He can casually say such embarrassing lines. It's a rare and genuine talent of this straightforward guy. What I want to do, huh? Don't you have something? I'm troubled by being asked something so suddenly, but I'll try to think about it. Right. I'm short on cash, so I need to make some money. Huh? Don't we make quite a bit? I stopped getting allowance. Indeed, we earn an exceptional income for high school students, but it falls far short of the target amount. How much do you mean by short on cash? I'm willing to help. 2 billion. That's beyond unrealistic. Is that an amount to be short on? Is that a trend now? Both at Shakado and with the refreshing handsome guy, their reactions are hilarious. Naturally, when money runs out, so does our relationship. I won't borrow money from others. Let me explain the background. I was quite enthusiastic about coming to the refreshing handsome guy's house because I wanted to use it as a reference for my own custom-built house. I was discreetly checking the layout and such. You're still an outlandish guy. Why build a house in high school? And wasn't that your mother's idea, not something you wanted to do? My mother's wishes are my wishes. Same goes for my sister. Living a life of filial piety. Living a life of sisterly unhappiness. It's a cursed life. At least this is my way of making amends. Because I can't do much else besides fulfilling my family's wishes with all my might. Not someone else. Don't you have something you want to do, Yukito? Me? The refreshing handsome guy looks somehow anxious. I can't quite understand the intention behind the question. I can't think of anything in particular. There's plenty I should do, but nothing I want to do. Looking back, doing something for someone else seems natural, and there's nothing for me. An empty vessel, light and shadow. I'm always in the shadow, without relationships with others. I don't even understand myself. But that's fine. In that sense, I might be unmistakably an introvert. Hey, Yukito. I think you should live more freely, while everyone else tells me to exercise restraint. Like Sayuri-sensei and others. True, but I shouldn't be lecturing Tristy-san about life. Ultimately, I'm also lost within. No, perhaps this is the specific pursuit of self-discovery typical of youth. Speaking of which, I had one too. The only thing I wished for. I liked Hinagi. That's why I was planning to confess. It was a desire I held, something only I wanted. Since that day, I've had nothing. I've been living with nothing. Even now, I can't recall the feelings I had back then. Surely, they've cooled off. Not towards Hinagi. I've come to understand it's the unreasonable world itself. That's just how it is. Yet, I am fortunate. That's why I never forget to be grateful, to the kind family who didn't abandon me, to those who tried to help. To all of them. By the way, isn't that advisor completely lacking in motivation? Oops. I can't let the fresh handsome guy cloud up any further. He's shining just the right amount. I decided to forcibly change the topic. In the midst of various sports clubs at the Shoyo High School, the expectations for the basketball club led by the passionate upperclassmen were at their lowest. If I were to describe it in terms of the four heavenly kings, it's the weakest. At best, it could be seen as a gathering of casual players. Despite gaining significant achievements through training, it remains a small and weak sports club. Confusion reigns in this situation, especially for the advisor, Ando-sensei, who appears to lack any enthusiasm. Despite being the advisor, he completely avoids us. Particularly, he won't even make eye contact with me. Even if I tell Ando-sensei that I want to play basketball, he'd just say, "I see, I'm busy, so do as you like. I will leave it to you." He rarely shows up at club activities. I can't feel even a shred of enthusiasm. But even before that, when the club members suddenly increased, they seemed slightly displeased with someone. Was he originally forced into being the reluctant advisor? The darkness of being a working adult was somewhat visible. It's depressing. Can't something be done about this upcoming event, Yukito? I never thought rival units would show up. I completely agree, even though my facial spectrum is gloomy. Reincarnated into the basketball club, known as a bars, unexpectedly got quite lively. Now, it's about creating a short drama. However, just as the curse is broken and they reconcile with the former enemies turned allies, they're confronted by assassins from another world. It's an utterly mysterious plot. The chosen assassins include Hyakuma-senpai and the Glasses-senpai. Then, to add to the chaos, there's the involvement of Goddess-senpai, Holy Saint, and more. Additionally, there's a promotional event planned, and we're being dragged into it. Of all things, they're making us do something resembling a fulfilled, active life. I want to cry. As part of the Lucky Charm goods, we're planning to release a Goddess-senpai Majestic Bromide. You'll seriously get a scolding from Soma-senpai. While having a conversation during a break after 3 o'clock, there's a knock on the door, and the fresh handsome guy's mum, fair-skinned, arrives, bringing snacks and drinks. "Would you like some snacks? Enjoy yourselves." "Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mum." With a gentle smile, the fresh handsome guy's mum, radiant, leaves. How traditional, serving warabimuki. My mom knows I like Japanese sweets, so she often buys them for me. They're delicious. but I feel bad receiving this kind of consideration. I didn't expect you to care about such things. I'm a coward who's good at gauging reactions. Don't be so transparently deceitful. While eating warabamaki with the fresh handsome guy, an idea strikes me. Just as Crane and Turtle were helped, it's time for me, Yukito Kokonoe, to return the favor. Being at home at this time, does it mean your mom is a homemaker? Yeah, what about it? Foo. You're thinking of something sneaky again, aren't you? A kind person to a devil, makeup to a beauty. I'm going to see your mum. Wait, what are you planning to do to my mum? During the open house, the fresh handsome guy seemed unusually uncomfortable. Apparently, it's embarrassing to meet his mother at school. For me, meeting mom at school is such an exciting thing. Just meeting Yuri-san during break time makes me happy. It's completely unrelated to me, but high school is the epitome of adolescence. I've heard stories about someone feeling awkward when their mom found an erotic book. I wonder what's embarrassing about that. Just wait, fresh handsome guy. I'll mediate your relationship with your mom. Is this okay? Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you for your cooperation. As we head downstairs to the living room, the fresh handsome guy's mom, Chisa-san, takes a seat. First, let's clean your face with a steam towel. It's a brand new towel just opened, so don't worry. I usually don't do this because I'm busy with laundry, dishes, and other chores. Is that so? Then let's keep it simple rather than extravagant. Preparing a warm towel is easy. Dampen it in water, wring it out, then heat it in the microwave. Borrowing an electronic oven, waiting for about 30 seconds. Once the towel is hot, cool it slightly and gently wipe between the fingers and fingertips. Chisa-san's hands are smooth without any roughness. After wiping, the next step is applying a thin layer of hand cream. Your hands are very beautiful. Really? To be told that by one of Ku-chan's friends, it's embarrassing. Blushing, Chisa-san smiles like a young girl. Why are you hitting on my mother? A bewildered yet handsome guy, sitting next to me, interjects. Yeah, even someone like the handsome guy doesn't get it. Listen, Kuki, it's not just about doing this mechanically. Sincerity is important. It's meaningless if the other person doesn't feel good getting cleaned up, right? Why is this guy suddenly making sense? Fufu. Ku-chan, you'll understand one day too. Don't be fooled by this guy. What happened to you, Yukito? You cause disturbances and commotion in school every day. Your statements are off the wall. Why are you suddenly acting like a decent human being? Where's the Yukito I know? Kuki. Yeah, isn't my reputation terrible? Yukito Beta. Thank goodness. It's the usual Yukito. Yukito, are you aiming to become a nail artist? No, not at all. You even suddenly went to the cosmetics section before. It surprised me. I wanted to buy colors that would suit my mother. Hey, you are surprisingly good at this. But Yukito, why did you suddenly start doing this? It was on a hot day like today. What's with that setup? A flashback? Power papa. I'm tired of studying. Let's go to the library. Throwing the textbook onto the desk. After finishing all the preparations, there's nothing more to do. I've covered all the material in the textbook. It's summer vacation. With plenty of free time, I put effort into studying, but doing the same thing repeatedly is getting dull. Are you going somewhere? As I step out of my room, Yuri-san, who was relaxing in the living room, calls out to me. I thought I might explore new horizons at the library. Maybe I'll come too. My sister looks contemplative, but she accidentally catches her nail on the sofa. Ouch. My nail just chipped. Are you okay? Just a small chip. I have an idea. If you're free, why not study nails? Nail? Just kidding. Don't worry about it. I just thought it might be useful. Well, be careful out there. Don't get close to any weird girls. I'm going to trim my nails. Yuri-san lightly kisses my cheek and heads back to her room. In my mind, Yuri-san's words echoed. Nail, useful. Power papa. That's it. Is that all? I was free. That's a good enough reason. Why did you make it seem like it was some nostalgic memory? If my mother and sister think I have value because of this, then it's easy. It's my policy not to go against what they say. Yukito. For some reason, Chisa-san's voice seemed a little darker for a moment. If it makes them happy, then it's fine. In reality, I've caused them so much worry that I can't repay it with something like this. I don't go against my mother and sister's words. That's my policy. All dry now. Let's start applying. Thank you so much today. I never expected Ku-chan's friend to do something like this for me. Come visit again, okay? You're always welcome. It's my thanks, so please don't worry about it. Well then, I'll head home. Take care, Kuki. Yeah. Remember to be careful on your way back. Let's go swimming at the pool next time. Swimming? Night pool. Ah. My memory. What's wrong, Yukito? Just recalling an embarrassing memory. As expected, it caused a stir on social media. I kind of want to know what happened, but it's probably not good. Then, I'll be heading off. Chisa called out to her son, who was standing at the entrance looking at his best friend's back as he left. He's a strange child that I can't leave alone. Everyone says that. It was an unexpectedly enjoyable time for Chisa, the friend her son often talks about. When they met briefly during the school observation, they didn't have much conversation. But now she understands. He's a very kind and charming boy. But it's a bit poignant. Ku-chan, you seemed happy. I feel like I saw you in that state for the first time. Do you think so? You haven't really brought friends over often, have you? Well, he's just... yeah, he's an irresistible guy. Fufu, you two are alike. Feeling a little embarrassed at being seen through, Kuki turns away, but Chisa watches her son's behavior with a smile. She believes their parent-child relationship is good, but it's been a while since she had such an easy conversation with her adolescent son. Despite the usual difficulties in dealing with this age, the current atmosphere is very pleasant. She was grateful that he left behind such kindness. Chisa held out her hand as she squinted into the dazzling glare of the setting sun. Is that something that makes you happy? I suppose so. Wouldn't that be true for any woman? I think I understand why Yukito always complains about his lack of success with women. Is that so? It didn't seem that way at all. He seemed like someone who'd attract attention. He brought it upon himself. With a wry smile, Kuki and Chisa return indoors. It was dinner time. It was about time for the rest of the family to return. Would my husband notice? If he did, how would he react? With these thoughts in mind, Chisa headed towards the kitchen. What's that, Mum? Oh, it's nothing, Hikari-chan. The usually punctual elder daughter, Hikari, keenly noticed the unusual sight during dinner time. It's rare to see you doing nails. Is something up? Wait, don't tell me. Mom, are you having an affair? Exclamation mark. Even the composed movements of my usually calm and collected father momentarily stopped. Noticed by Kuki. What should I do? Right, Ku-chan. What are you trying to evade? Ku, do you know something? Amid Kuki's probing, when I looked, father was pressing mother for answers. You didn't notice? How sad. I did. So, what's this sudden change? I wonder if that's true. Sorry, perhaps I have been neglecting you a bit lately. Fufu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so flustered? Well, that's the usually quiet dinner table of the Miho family has somehow turned into a lively battlefield. That guy causes a commotion whether he's present or not. He threw a little complaint toward his absent friend who seemed to always stir things up, but Hikari's curiosity continued. Come clean. A friend came over today. He has recently learned how to do nails, so he wanted to try it on Mum. Who's that person? Is he aiming to be a nail artist? Not exactly, but it's not something that requires an explanation. So, Mom cheated with that person? She didn't. For some reason, my sister stubbornly suspected infidelity, leaving me scratching my head. Enough. Can't you be clearer? Come on. Let's just get back to eating. While he thought his curious sister would find it interesting, it'd be double trouble for him, who's already struggling to deal with her. He couldn't afford to let them meet. Trying to divert the conversation, he forcefully brought it to an end. Sounds intriguing. I might want to meet him. Okay, that's enough of this conversation. Next time, bring them when I'm around. I didn't even ask to hear about it. It's not someone you would care about. He is plain, unremarkable. An introvert. And what was it? He often said. Right, he used to be a loner. He is not Ku's friend. Well, He is, but it's rare for Ku to bring friends home. There weren't any during middle school. Ku might look bright on the surface, but surprisingly, he is easygoing and don't care about much. I want to meet him, but it's odd to call him over. I might visit when the time is right, but more importantly, Ku, you've been up to some interesting things, hiding him from me. Saying so, Hikari pulled out a magazine. On the cover was the familiar sight of a masked character resembling a rabbit, crossing his arms like a ramen shop owner, striking a pose. When did Ku start getting interested in cosplay? And with such cute ones, it just happened naturally. I wasn't trying to hide anything. Could it be this person? There was no guilt involved, yet Kuki seemed flustered as if his weakness had been exposed. It seems like I hit the mark. Quite amusing, isn't it? Sorry, Yukito. I might not be able to stop it. Feeling uncomfortable sweat trickling down his back, Kuki decided to quickly take a bath and forget about it. Section Chu Fu N. Well, something wrong? It's just that I'm just thinking that you react exactly the same way as Nei-san. We're family after all. Genetics are amazing. It's bedtime, and I'm doing my mum's nails in my room, but she in her underwear. Honestly, this sight is too much for the eyes. It's not even about glimpses, it's dynamism. I've given up on everything and decided to just look openly and proudly. No reservations. I'm soaking it all in, like a laser. The skincare is perfect, so the skin looks beautiful too. Staring at me like that makes me embarrassed. Maybe. Good. At least some reasonable sense of joy remained. Internally crying a river. I wish Yuri would learn some modesty from Mum. By the way, when I asked why she's okay with this, she said, my clothes might get dirty, right? A very reasonable answer. However, I wondered if it was necessary to undress that much. But since I couldn't come up with a rebuttal, I accepted it. How's this? As I finish painting her toenails, she takes a satisfied breath. I tried a bit of a gradient, and it seems to have turned out well. Always stacking up that skill experience. Very beautiful. Thank you. She's speaking with passion in her words. I wonder if she's happy. I chose sky blue for Mom, who likes the color blue. The translucent hue suits her very well. When she's working, she can't use too flashy colors, but with increased work from home and her workplace soon entering the summer break, a bit of stylishness won't be a problem. About the trip I mentioned before, I've decided, it's Kyoto. I've only been there once before. On a very cold day when it was snowing, the snow at Kiyomizudira was beautiful, so much that I felt like I could jump off at any moment. I remember feeling really awful about something back then. At that time, maybe Seko-san was hugging me because I was anxious. This time, it'll be us together. Okay? Not to boast, but I've never been on a school trip before. When I was in elementary school, the destination for the school trip was Kyoto, but I didn't go. Maybe Mom is worried about that. Or perhaps she's jealous of Seka. But no matter the reason, because it's my first time joining a family trip, there's a subtle excitement. I'll need to make a travel itinerary. It's ryokan, and it seems like I can get the most luxurious room. Chapter 3, Struggle in the Hot Water. Himeyama's point of view. This happened in the past. I opened the classroom door with trembling hands. What awaited wasn't a welcome but rather disdain. I knew it was coming. I was prepared. Maybe it's a bit better that no insults are being hurled at me. Hesitant to step in. My legs falter, but I can't just stand still. I enter the classroom, keeping my head down, avoiding eye contact with the students. Their gazes make me tremble. A colossal wave of malice surges. I, just a mere intern teacher, won't be respected. Just a few days ago, there was warmth towards me, even some fondness from the students. Now it feels like a distant past. The ideals I held dear, the vision of my future, all shattered. I stand here on the podium, too ashamed to even be called a teacher. I'm not needed by anyone, not desired by anyone. How can someone like me guide children? Instead, I might end up hurting them, cornering them, facing retribution. There's a vast difference in sensitivity between adults and children. Wounds inflicted on the heart last a lifetime. The wounds I'm feeling right now pale in comparison to what he must have gone through. I have no right to complain about this situation. That's why standing here feels like punishment. Escape isn't an option. He never ran away. He faced it all, even if it meant turning everyone against him, just to prove his righteousness. What a resilient heart he had. Without even being able to see the children's expressions, I start writing on the blackboard. I feel something hit my back. It's the sensation of a fallen, finely shredded eraser. My grip tightens on the chalk, and it snaps. It shatters, and white dust dances in the air. My heart, like this chalk, easily breaks. He left without acknowledging the apology letter, without even glancing at me. And in that moment, I gave up on my dreams. Such profound disappointment in myself for feeling so lost and shattered. I'm a ludicrous and pitiful woman, the worst kind of educator. Just a harmful adult, planting malice, leaving only hatred behind. Laughter echoes. Whether it's a hallucination or real, it doesn't matter. I'll just accept it willingly. I can't block my ears. But I couldn't face it either. It's all your fault. If only you weren't here. I wish you had never come. Disappear, 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 die, 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 die. Is it a curse? No. This is the true wish of the students. Their genuine desire. I bite my lip. I promised myself I wouldn't cry, but I can't hold back the overflowing tears. If I turn around now, I'll be killed. If that's the price for forgiveness, if that's what makes it easier, I find myself almost wanting to cling to that thought. It's infuriating how cowardly I am. Those children I once loved are now terrified of me, and all I can do is tremble in fear. Coward. The word stabbed through from behind. I didn't mishear the voice. It's him. Blaming me, tarnishing my honor, taking away my place, trying to drag me into a swamp of malice. No matter how much I'm resented, I can't even make excuses. Not even his mother believed him. I wonder, did he despair at that moment? The friendships he had built in this class, the bonds he had nurtured with his family, and the bonds he had formed with them, all were destroyed and crushed by me after only a week of meeting him. How grave a sin that is. I can't even begin to imagine. Unable to bear it any longer, feeling like giving up everything, I turn around impulsively. He was just looking at me with those lifeless, transparent eyes. Words fail me. I forget how to breathe, struggling even to inhale. I reach out, seeking salvation. And then I lose consciousness. My sight fades to black. Static noises rush, and consciousness returns. Right, this is the obstetrics department. My first childbirth. Extreme nervousness and excitement. I feel proud of what I've accomplished. My baby, finally in my arms. For 10 months, I've been nothing but happy. Every day felt like an eternity. I never knew there could be such joyful and anticipated moments. Every day, changes in my body. My growing belly. The movements of life. Experiencing a miracle akin to a mystery. Despite it being my own body. I've become a mother, haven't I? Words naturally spill out. I'm enveloped in relief. Overwhelming emotions. I wasn't flawed. Instinct understands this feeling as motherhood. My chest twinges. The nourishment for the baby. Wrapped in fulfillment and accomplishment. Even after losing my dreams, hope still remains within me. I'm urged by an impulse to hold this baby soon. There's a phenomenon called imprinting where a chick regards the first being it sees as a parent. I want to be that person for my baby because it's so dear to me. If I touch their existence, I should be able to give them all the affection and love more than anyone else in this world. Why is no one here? Scanning the room frantically, but there's no one in the hospital room except me. No welcoming voices. Moreover, not a single family member, not even the spouse who should have eagerly awaited this moment, is here. I can't even remember my spouse's face. The sterile white walls exacerbate my anxiety terribly. There was only loneliness there. The door to the hospital room opens. A newborn held by a nurse. I take the baby in my arms, feeling a flutter of excitement and nervousness. It's just a reddish-black lump. I can feel its heartbeat. It's alive, but it's like a monster. A failed creation born from a flawed product. Its eerie, squirming, and grotesque eyes recognize me. What is this? No, No. Letting out an almost primal scream of agony, I lose consciousness once more. Section. I had a nostalgic dream. It's been a while since I've had one. I sit up in bed. My skin feels uncomfortable, drenched in sweat. The recurring nightmares have always left a bitter aftertaste, deeply dampening my mood. The me in my dreams seems more normal. Ironic, isn't it? At least in the dream, I was able to marry and have children. That alone makes the dream version of me far more normal than my current state. I smile ironically. That expression reflected in the mirror disgusted me. I didn't want to see this face, whose judgment. Oh right, the reason I haven't been tormented by nightmares is because of the reunion with Yukito-kun. Until then, I used to have recurring nightmares. They paralyzed me. The career I aspired to, the dream of having a family through marriage, all lost. At this rate, I'll just be a spinster stuck in a kid's room, won't I? Yukito-kun, a worn-out, lackluster woman. The passage of time inversely relates to its density. Spending a year filled with meaningful and fulfilling content makes it feel long, but idling away time makes it pass by in the blink of an eye. It's been years since I made any new memories. I clung on to faded recollections, living through them. A societal dropout who experienced failure and kept stagnating. A living corpse. You must. I reach out to the reflection in the mirror. Misaki, myself, that is, asks the question. You gave me the courage to stand up. I can't keep living like this forever. I take a shower to wash away the sweat, holding my trembling body, trying to wash away the fear. It's okay to be happy, right? It's the chance Yukito-kun gave me. It'll be fine. I haven't committed adultery, but it was Yukito-kun who said it. He was worried about me. He didn't want me to be unhappy. He said it was okay for me to be happy. If that's the case, it's forgiveness. It's what I've been seeking more than anything. Something I can only say to him, something only he can grant me. The reason I've had this nightmare after such a long time is that it will be the last. Revealing everything, I'll walk through life on my own 2 feet once more. I'll reclaim my future. I dry my body with a towel, blow dry my hair. From a box with a lock, I take out a faded letter. The letter I couldn't deliver. I couldn't throw it away. Not ever. Suzuka-sensei's face has become so calm and gentle, as if a burden has been lifted. She carried the same darkness as me, but she, after that, continued facing the children, standing up without running away. A very strong and admirable woman. I can't mimic her determination or passion. Still, believing there's something I can do, I'll move forward. I don't have to believe in myself, but I've decided to believe in his words only. Towards the direction pointed by that hand. Yukito's point of view. I carefully fold the finished letter and return it into the envelope. The feelings penned down in the letter remained locked away, never to be opened. For years and years, those feelings left unexpressed on that day hadn't faded away. And within that prison of that moment, Himeyama-san, remained confined. When Sanjoji-sensei mentioned it, I somehow realized. But I chose not to address it because Himeyama-san seemed to avoid it. If she was actant friendly because it was our first meeting, then that was fine by me. Now that I think about it, there's a faint resemblance. Memories long forgotten, just one of the many mundane episodes from the past, but it haunted her like a curse. She regretted the depth of her own wrongdoing. While it was commonplace for me, it wasn't for Himeyama-san. I'm sorry. I bow my head. That's all I can do. The vast amount of time she wasted, the days devoted to her dreams, the hopes she harbored, the ideals she upheld, every bit of it was trampled by me. I twisted Himeyama-san's future. There was no excuse I could offer. Stop, Yukito-kun. I'm the one who should apologize. I thought things could remain like this. I believed that if I could get along with you without realizing, I'd be content. But I can't move forward like this. Himeyama-san bows deeply. A hazy memory. That day, I didn't accept the letter she extended to me. There wasn't any significant reason. I didn't care about the contents of the letter, and it wouldn't change anything. After all, she was leaving the school. I had no interest whatsoever, but it was different. The letter held Himeyama-san's feelings. Either way, it didn't matter. Like a judge delivering a verdict, whether to forgive or to condemn was my choice. but what was needed was an answer. However, I put it on hold without even accepting it. I plunged it into uncertainty. If I had accepted it, Himeyama-san's future would undoubtedly have changed. By discarding that, I was nothing more than a DV jerk, binding Himeyama-san to the past. If I had accepted it, Himeyama-san, you would have fulfilled your dream and by now, you'd have become a teacher, right? That's not true. At that time, I was ultimately destined to fail in some other way. The gap between reality and ideals couldn't be bridged, and I hurt someone. Unfortunately, it ended up being you, Yukito-kun. I, in my immaturity, wasn't qualified to teach children. However, if you hadn't met me, this wouldn't have happened. I'm glad I could meet you again. I consider it more fortunate than anything else. This is the future I chose. So please don't say that. There's no need for you, Yukito-kun, to worry. Is that so? I'm truly sorry. I couldn't believe in you at that time. If I had been more certain, surely no one would have been hurt. So, let's put an end to this gloomy talk here. Himeyama-san tries to change the mood by behaving cheerfully. The connection we had in the past. I had doubts about Himeyama-san's excessively high favorability from the start, but the reason was never something to rejoice about. However, Himeyama-san is trying to overcome it. There was a respectable adult there. I was called by Himeyama-san to a rental meeting room. I was summoned because she wanted to practice before working as a tutoring instructor. What should I do? The class content is for elementary school students, so it might be boring for you, Yukito-kun, but I'd like you to play the role of a student. That attitude, it's nostalgic, it's a bit sentimental, isn't it? I couldn't let go. I'm sure there was regret, but I felt like I wanted to start over from here again. While saying that, I could see Himeyama-san's hand trembling slightly as she stood in front of the whiteboard. Fear or nervousness? It could be both. Himeyama-san is trying to regain her composure in front of me, the cause of that situation, in the same naive suit she wore that day. If that's the case, what I can do is, thinking that way, trying to ease the tension, dispel the fear. I joked around as usual. Looks like you're bursting at the seams, huh? Assertive to the point of almost bursting. If there was a teacher like this, the PTA would be furious. You fufafu. Do you mean to say I've gained weight? I guess it can't be helped. It's been a long time. My figure has changed, and yet, I'm forcing myself to wear this just for today. I don't know where to look. Ara, you're a troubled student, huh? Shall we begin then? The atmosphere lightens up, and I silently attend Himeyama-san's class. It's a simple basic content, but occasional reviews like this can be enjoyable. Moreover, due to changes in the curriculum, there are many interesting topics. As I concentrate, I notice an indescribable expression on Himeyama-san's face. Hey, Yukito-kun. Yes? It's wonderful to have such a serious student, but when you're too serious and quiet, it makes me anxious. And being too smooth doesn't help with practice either. I see. That makes sense. It's a natural thought. Not everyone is reserved, as she'll be dealing with different types of students. There might be some with troublesome personalities. This isn't helpful for Himeyama-san's practice. What's necessary here is acting ability. I understand. Then let me try something. Student skit. Annoying student. Why are you suddenly talking about comedy? Yeah, sensei. Do you have a boyfriend? Single now? Wanna grab some tea? Oh, do people not say that anymore? Gee, tell me your 3 sizes. Gee, the quick change in character is impressive. Seriously, what's the point of studying? You won't ever use factoring once you're out in the world. I wanna be a rapper in the future. Check it out. You're really annoying, Yukito-kun. Yo, I've turned into an annoying elementary school kid. The world is harsh. Sometimes you might encounter troublesome students. If you can't handle situations like this, it'll be worrisome in the future. Fufafu. Right. If you really want to know about me, maybe today's a special day for health and physical education class. The theme is the female body. Fufafu. Huh? If you'd asked, I'd have told you anytime. No, hold on a second. What? Well then, let's have a secret private lesson. It was a trap. Yukito's intelligence seemed to increase. Yukito's stamina seemed to decrease. Yukito's trajectory seemed to increase. What's a trajectory? Do you know what this is? No touching. Yukito's motivation plummeted. This is hell. There's no room for carelessness here. I secretly learned various things during health and physical education. I can't say what, but it was impressive. I'm getting worried in a different way now. Don't worry, Yukito-kun. The students at the institute are elementary school kids. It's too early for health and physical education. Whispered softly in my ear, it's just for you. No sense of relief there. By the way, when will you start teaching? In 3 days. It's a small private institute, but it's got a good reputation. 3 days. I thought of peeking in out of concern, but unfortunately, that day clashes with a family trip. I wanted to celebrate Himeyama-san's debut, but I have plans that day. I'm sorry. Let's have a grand party once it's done. A party? Now that I think about it, I've been heavily reliant on Himeyama-san. Always treated to cakes and fruits, and even their family entertains me. It feels awkward to keep receiving. How about celebrating the start of their job just for a little while, like this? I don't want you to see my face right now, gently embraced from behind. Whether it's sweat or tears, I can feel it against my back. I don't know how much resolve Himeyama-san had when making the decision. I never understand others, but just having someone by your side, comforting you, is something I know brings relief. Because that's how it was for me. Will you celebrate? Yes. Will you grant my request? Yes, if I can. Kiss me? Endurance kisses are a bit. That's too much breathlessness. If it's not an endurance kiss, it's uncharted territory. Shall we experience it together? If I answer this, does it lead to a different route? The door slammed open. In walked Sanjoji-sensei. Misaki-san, long time no see. Wait. What on earth are you two doing? Secret private lesson. Ghahi. This is completely inappropriate. After that, Sanjoji-sensei lectured us severely, but it seems Himeyama-san and Sanjoji-sensei have become close friends now. I heard she came to support Himeyama-san's return as a tutoring instructor. Sanjoji-sensei will join us in celebrating the job commencement. Come to think of it, not just Himeyama-san, but I caused immense trouble for Sanjoji-sensei as well. And that's not all. I always seem to cause trouble for those around me. It's almost as if my existence brings about misfortune. I've had enough of this simple game. Let's stop. I uninstalled the smartphone app game I was playing to kill time. I couldn't keep doing this. Seriously? A game about collecting regional heroines from all over the country? Another canon again? I'm done. Canon is a common mistake in game difficulty adjustments. On the surface, it seems like a valid argument, as creators want players to thoroughly enjoy what they've made. However, in reality, it often turns out to be an unjustifiable or excessive element that imposes unnecessary stress and hassle. As a result, it becomes an unpopular pattern of failure. The prevalence of such troublesome adjustments is quite problematic. Simple is better, isn't it? I casually put away my smartphone in my pocket. When I looked up, an incredibly beautiful older sister was glaring at me with a bitter expression. That's a 45-degree glare right there. Hi. She's trying to shoot me dead with her eye power. Why aren't you touching? I'd appreciate it if you could explain a bit more. We're here already? Come on, let's go. Mom urged me to get off, and my sister put her feet, which had been on my lap, back on the floor. We were on a train. A bullet train. It's so fast. Today is the long-awaited exciting family trip. Mom and my sister sat side by side in the 4-seat row, facing me. And next to me was our luggage. That's fine, but for some reason, as soon as the train started moving, my sister, sitting directly in front of me, took her off her shoes and put her feet on my lap. Am I a chopstick rest? She's an archangel. My contributions are never enough. Not a footrest, but a footstool. Silently ignoring it, even though I felt somehow dissatisfied. I put them there because I thought you'd want to touch. How do you perceive me? Fufu, Yuri, you know, is shy. I've never heard such a story at school. It's just for you. My mum, who was laughing cheerfully, let me in on the secret, unexpectedly. A new fact was revealed. Foolishly, I asked my sister, "Is that so?" "That's right. I didn't know that." "Indeed. Why do you assume I want to touch?" "Huh? I wanted to rub, you know." "Just be honest with yourself." "Yes." "You too, stop fooling around and get off quickly." Pushed by my mum, I was helpless against the Archangel's noble heart, beyond my reach. After passing through the ticket gate, it was a snowy area. Well, not exactly. It was sunny as a typical summer day, but the fresh air and the unfamiliar scenery painted an entirely different experience from my usual life. I feel the atmosphere as soon as we left the station. "How much further from here?" My mum and sister were chatting back and forth. "This time, it's a 2-night, 3-day hot spring trip." Since my mom unexpectedly got a long vacation, we decided to plan various things to make the most of it. Personally, I've got a lot on my plate to do. Although staying at Rikon is exciting, for now, it's about relaxing in the hot springs and relieving the usual stress. I want my mom to refresh herself. While observing from a distance, I spotted the typical luridly colored soft serve ice cream that's often found in tourist spots and promptly went to buy it. I should buy 3, one for each of us. The station area was bustling with crowds, understandable since it was the summer vacation period. I glimpsed other travelers similar to us, and there was an overflowing liveliness all around. As I returned near my mum and sister, somehow they formed a group of two. Two cool-looking university students were chatting with them in a friendly manner. Is that, perhaps they're trying to hit on them? In this short time, it's impressive. Both my mom and sister are beautiful. When they stand together, they look like a pair of beautiful sisters. Come to think of it, these encounters during trips might be the essence of traveling. Considering my mom is single, she might unexpectedly find a good partner. I've never been on a family trip before, so I wouldn't know, but my mom and sister seem quite experienced in this regard. Should I not interfere? You never know where a fateful encounter might be waiting. As I pondered while licking the soft serve ice cream, my mom had a polite smile on her face, but my sister seemed openly displeased. "Fumu. I bought them." "Where were you, Yukito?" "I went to buy these." "Here you go." I handed out the soft serve ice creams I held in both hands. I had already finished mine. "Wait, are you her boyfriend?" Two college-like guys suddenly intervened and were surprised. Her chopstick rests. What?" "Yes, boyfriend. It's none of your business. Let's go, Yukito." "Sorry, but kids like you aren't my type." "Hey, wait a minute." My mum and sister pushed me to walk. Being squeezed on both sides made me feel like I was being escorted. Even dissected Amma might have felt like this. "We were worried about where you went. You always disappear as soon as we look away. I saw this soft serve ice cream that looked bad for your body and impulsively bought it. I bought it with the usual touristy attention, but it didn't taste so good." "Too bad. It's you, Yukito. If we dragged this on, it would have caused a scene. I'm glad those two are fine." "I don't want our family trip to be ruined. You're acting like I'm going to do something. Don't do anything dangerous, okay?" My mom looked worried, and my sister appeared bewildered. They seemed to have nailed down a point. I'm not trusted at all. Well, even I wouldn't just suddenly cause a scene like that. Honestly, I'm a bit too used to handling these kinds of troubles smoothly, so I can't really explain myself. I'm reflecting on it. People who don't reflect on it say that. Well, let's enjoy ourselves. After waiting a few minutes at the bus stop, the bus arrives. True to its reputation as a tourist spot, the buses come frequently here. As I glance out of the bus window, the suburban scenery seems somewhat uniform. Rows of large stores like electronics shops, shopping malls, and drugstores pass by periodically. It's like a glimpse into the shadow of a car-centric society. Shopping districts seem destined to decline, but after a while, the scenery starts to change, unveiling its unique patterns. "We've arrived," my mum murmurs softly. In front of us stands an old-fashioned yet stunning inn. The surroundings are filled with a quaintness that feels somewhat out of time. After getting off the bus, we walked through the charming hot spring town for a few minutes. And there we were, finally arriving at our destination, the Keiharu Inn. "Look, Yuri. It's lovely, isn't it? And the room even has an open-air bath." It's quite a breathtaking view. The scent of tatami is delightful. Upon reaching the assigned room, we promptly set down our luggage and explored the spacious interior. The Japanese-style room, accommodating up to 6 people, boasts 10 and 6 mat rooms, coupled with the luxury of having an outdoor bath. We've got an amazing room. And it wasn't even that expensive. Oh, really? Is there a specific reason for that? My sister shoots me an inquiring look. I understand. I, Yukito Kokonoe, do my homework on everything. Apparently, the Kaihara Inn has redirected its focus to cater more to foreign tourists, anticipating an increase in inbound demand. A significant number of staff members can speak foreign languages. Throughout the inn, there are numerous signs in English and other foreign languages. Even the bathing etiquette in the hot spring is written in English. While it exudes the old-fashioned charm of traditional hot springs, the inn feels surprisingly global. Such an odd imbalance has its allure. However, for Japanese customers, a hot spring filled with foreign language might seem lacking in ambience and emotion. Yet, with the current halt in international travel, they have no choice but to pivot toward domestic customers. However, after catering to the international market for so long, a sudden change in approach seems challenging, and they're struggling with it. That sums up the lengthy explanation. That's quite something. Well, the room is fantastic, and the hot spring is faultless, right? Indeed, it might slightly spoil the atmosphere, but let's not mind and just relax. We sit on the cushions, taking a moment to breathe, sipping tea slowly. The public bath is great, but the room's bath is also quite spacious and looks like we could all fit. Don't you think so? For some reason, Mom winks, but I'm unable to grasp her true intentions. I just respond neutrally. Maybe she plans to bathe with my sister? Yeah, probably. They must be looking forward to the bath. Women really do love baths. Leisurely checking the effects. It seems hot springs are effective not only for relieving fatigue and warming up but also for neuralgia, muscle pain, and insomnia. Hot springs are incredible. Shall we take a commemorative photo first? My sister takes out her smartphone. Carrying a DSLR would be too heavy for a trip. It would just be a burden, and its utility would be limited. I'll teach you a pose that's trending among high school girls lately. You're acting just like a typical high school girl. Yuri-san. Ha? I'm mad now. If you keep that attitude, I won't go easy on you. Following Yuri's instructions, I strike various poses. Then, from behind, hold me close to you as if you were hugging me, and grab my breast with one hand. The other hand goes here, and you don't run away. Then you smile your vile smile. What's with this outfit? I have a feeling it's unethical. What's that? It's a pose like the cover of an erotic doujinshi magazine that's all the rage among high school girls these days. It's a sign of a serious breach in public morals. The reason is that I am against the wall and I can't run away. The position of the hand is especially bad. Well then, take a picture, mother. I didn't know that pose was so popular among young girls. Maybe I'll have my picture taken too, Mom, who has no doubts whatsoever. How pure is she? But be careful of scams and such. Okay? I don't know, more and more people are confessing to me again lately, and I think I should destroy their brains. Absolutely. It's strictly confidential. I wonder if I should wreck some brains, considering there's been an increase in confessions lately. Absolutely. It's strictly confidential. I wonder if Mizuguchi-senpai, who was determined to confess again, is doing well. What's wrong? Don't you want others to see me like this? I'm fine with that. Yes. Yuri's in such a good mood. I'll protect senpai's mind. Okay, it's my turn next. I'll show off to my subordinates. Let's not. In the end, we also took photos with Mum. I wonder if she intends to destroy her subordinates' mind too. It's still early, so why don't we go to the hot spring resort area? With such a suggestion from Mum, we set off for the hot spring town, and surprisingly, we didn't encounter any troubles at all. The only notable thing was 3 black cats crossing our path successively. Could it be that my luck is improving? We spent a meaningful time and returned to the inn like this. This atmosphere feels nostalgic somehow. It's retro and has a certain charm. It's quiet and gives off the vibe of a rundown arcade, doesn't it? Even though Yuri-san, The honest one, made such a statement. She wasn't entirely wrong. The game corner inside the inn exuded an old-fashioned aura. It was still late afternoon, and we explored the inn while wearing yukatas. Besides us, there was nobody else around. The not-so-large game corner had everything from classic video game consoles to games where you hit drums or crocodiles, and even a crane game. Oh, there's a photo booth too. The three of us squeezed in for a photo booth session, capturing memories of the trip. You're good at these, right? Give it a try. Understood. Allow me to showcase my skills. I confidently inserted a 100 yen coin, but this game was about collapsing a tower of stacked snacks in the front and pushing them toward the exit. No skills were required. It was quite futile. That was disappointing. It's all right. You won a lot. We don't often get to eat snacks like these. When was the last time I had ramen? It's delicious. With cheerful smiles, Mom and I enjoyed the ramen we'd won together. I'm good at the crane game. Back in elementary school, when Hinagi-chan, who was catastrophically bad at these games, was struggling to win a prize, I couldn't bear it and took over. After all, we couldn't waste our allowances. So, as the crane game master, there was no prize I couldn't get. Is that true? Could it be? Hey, please, Yukito. Could you get this? Sure. But do you really want this prize that badly? Yuri-san seemed shocked for some reason. At first glance, it was just a regular crane game. There was a prize inside a transparent capsule, but you couldn't tell what it was at a glance. You can choose the capsule according to your taste. And please get one for Mom too. Oh, is there one for me? Fufu. I'm looking forward to it. While having that conversation in the background, I carefully maneuvered the crane. I looked down at the capsules below, calculating my moves. Even though she mentioned preferences, I aimed for the ones that seemed easier to grab. The crane descended and weakly grabbed a capsule. Despite its weak grip, I managed to lift it without much difficulty. I got two, including one for Mum. Thank you. This pattern suits your taste. It feels like cloth. But is this a handkerchief? Huh? What are you talking about? It's a panty crane. A panty crane? Don't tell me those pink stripes and black lace are. I rushed to check the enclosure and sure enough, it is listed as a panty crane. What a surprise. I never thought I'd run into that legendary panty crane in a place like this. That's absurd. This devil's crane was supposed to be regulated and extinct. Then it dawned on me. This was nothing more than a worn-out game corner in an old inn. There's a clear distinction in the entertainment business control law between game centers and game corners. Just because something is illegal as a prize in a game center doesn't necessarily make it so in a game corner. In a game center, crane game prizes have an upper limit price set at 1,000 yen. However, the probability machines with expensive game consoles and the like as prizes that are commonly seen around town never seem to decrease. That's the reason. Nevertheless, just because it's not illegal doesn't mean it's not a guaranteed loss to play. Goodness, isn't this a bit too flashy for Mum? Well, it's okay. I'll put it mine on for you when we get out of the hot spring. I think it's about time to put a stop to Yuri's extravagance. Let's have sensible Mom give a word of advice to the jubilant sister. It's a bit too much for me, but once in a while is okay. By the way, there used to be adult magazine vending machines back in the day. It might be interesting to give this as a souvenir to Hiragi. She likes these things. Could you grab one more for me? Even Mum is quite jubilant. Huh? Unable to help it, I got about 10 as souvenirs. I'll give some to Himeyama-san and the others. Also to Yamada, Sanjoji-sensei, Mayo-san, and Tristy. I'm in a jubilant mood too. Shall we break a sweat before the hot spring? Come on, let's start the Kokonoe family air hockey showdown. You seem strong, so you'll be on the same team as me and Mum. Cuss. Well, then, I can't afford to lose. Yuri-san was ready in front of the table. Mom seemed enthusiastic too. When it comes to air hockey, it's that familiar thing from the game center. It's a simple sport where you use a mallet on a table with air blowing out, hitting the puck into the opponent's goal. Once, I had an infamous experience where I won 15 times in a row at the game center, and then my opponents disappeared. forcing me to retire. My skills shouldn't have rusted yet. Yuri-san and Mom formed the doubles team. They were formidable opponents. Why are you suddenly so moved? It just feels so wholesome. For the first time in this Kokono family series, I can genuinely enjoy myself. HMPH. We'll see about that. Did you just spit it out? As I froze at that straightforward remark, the puck was ejected, and the game began. But if it's air hockey, I have an edge. Sorry, but I'll have to win. I tightened my grip on the mallet. Let the fair competition begin. Take that. With a resounding smash, Yuri-san earnestly intercepted. Moo. You've got to cut it a little slack already. Mom, take care of it. Leave it to me, Yuri. Go for it. Mom unleashed the smash. In that moment, due to the intense movement, bare legs jumped out from the loosely worn yukata. Inadvertently, my gaze fixated on those captivating thighs. A momentary stiffness. With a clank, the puck was sucked into the goal. We did it, Mom. Genuinely delighted. It's my fault for having impure thoughts. I need to pull myself together. This time, I'll make the move. Yuri sends the puck flying with the mallet, launching an attack from a diagonal angle. However, at that moment, due to intense movement, there's a risk of revealing more than intended. Since it's before bathing, both Mum and Nei-san weren't wearing bras. A split second of tension, time stretches, extreme concentration. Their zone vision slows down. I see it. The clunk, and the puck gets sucked into the goal. You fell for it. You're really honest. So cute. No way. There's no way I can win against this. After that, I kept losing to repeated glimpses. I couldn't concentrate with the constant teasing. Because I saw it, right? There's no way I could win against that. Now, we won the first round, but what's your move? You pitiful loser. I want a rematch, please. You're still stuck in that loser mentality. Even if I'm covered in humiliation, I won't give up the fight. I'll definitely win. Shall we have another match? It'll be good exercise. Both Nei-san and Mom are eager. I need to come up with a solution quickly. If I can't win against the teasing, a direct clash would be overwhelmingly disadvantageous. So, I'll have to win with a serve. This time, I won't lose to temptation. I can see right through your thoughts. As I prepare for a single decisive strike, Nei-san and Mom lean forward drastically. Their bodies cover the goal with large G and H. A sealed gap. If I unleash a full-powered smash now, it's certain to hit G and H and be blocked. Impossible. Not just an ironclad guard, but a guard with iron breasts? That's not fair. First time in Japan. I can only be horrified by the novel tactics of air hockey. You're a sweet kid, but that's your weakness. You can't do terrible things like that, right? She is proud of her victory. Now that I lost the match and even my serve had been taken care of, I had nothing left to play for. What's going on? Smash that strong, hard thing into my hole and insert it. Come on, insert it quickly. Mom, when things like this happen, please encourage me and encourage me. Me too? Don't make it hurt too much, okay? I explored all possibilities, but I couldn't find a way to attack the guard of iron breasts. Checkmate. Maybe I was wrong to think I could win. Dejected with a gulp, I played the puck without any effort as it was. Katsun, Poyon, Pum. Without a chance, it was bounced off by my sister's G. It was an impregnable fortress. No, it's a milk fortress. Katsun Poyon, Katsun Poyon, Katsun Poyon, Katsun Poyon, Katsun Poyon, Katsun Poyon. Do you really want to make me feel that good? Huh? You're having so much fun that you're getting carried away. I'll make you feel as good as you want later. Suck it as much as you want. What? I don't want there to be any misunderstandings, so I'm going to check to be sure. Just in case. Just in case. Huh? That's obvious. Shizu Geto Art. I'll beat the punching machine with a bang and set the record for first place. Phew. That's about it. What are you doing? You want my mum, not me? Too rough around the edges? A mild-mannered Yankee with strong hometown pride. The intimidation was too much. Yuri's boiling point was too low. Too emotionally unstable and scary. I think it's time to stop Nei-san's outburst. Mum. This is the second suggestion today. It's been since you were a baby. But if you still want to kiss me, then I guess I'm okay with it. Doria. I hit the punching machine again. I exceeded my record of 30 seconds ago. It's DV. DV, domestic violence. You were a DV husband, not DV and not my husband. While refuting unjust accusations, I deflect the attacks with a mallet. Bang. Boing. Oh no. In my yukata, just when I thought my mother's age was going to pop me, the puck slips inside her yukata. It's like it's gone down my backside. I can't reach it. Can someone get it for me? Mom is in trouble. I was already a loser, so I had no choice but to follow the winner. So, I decided to put my hand inside the yukata and fished around in it. Let's see. Is this it? Squeeze. That's wrong. Not there. If you go a little further back with your hands, I'm jealous. I'll see you later, okay? Not good. This family. Are you serious? If you were serious, you wouldn't be traveling with us. They stared at each other. The thoughts that were going through their minds were the same. This is no good. I agree. Let's not get too deep into it. All the while, I search for the pad that has been tucked inside Mom's yukata. Her body is on fire, probably because she has moved around a certain amount, and her skin is steaming and sweaty. I search for the pad without worrying about the heat. I am sweating to a certain extent. It would feel great to soak in the water bath at this point. As I was thinking about this, for some reason, my mother was looking very glazed over. I got it, Mum. What is it? What's wrong? You're so good at fondling. You have gold fingers. For some reason, I was praised. The title of Goldfinger is not a title I am proud of. Section. I'm in a good hot spring. There aren't many people in the large bathhouse. Surrounded by stones, an open-air bath with a magnificent view. As I soak in different hot springs one after another, I'm leisurely enjoying this paradise-like feeling. Unexpectedly, the hot spring town turned out to be a mate town. I snacked here and there, worrying it might affect dinner, but the air hockey was intense and meaningful, and soaking in the hot springs like this, my stomach naturally started to growl. I'll buy some hot spring manju as a souvenir for the refreshing handsome guys. Mom, Yuri-san, will surely be delighted. Counting again. There are quite a few people I'm buying souvenirs for. Seems like without realizing it, I've become quite popular. My smartphone contacts, which were once single digits, have exploded to 3 digits. I can't possibly call myself a loner now. Is this okay? Not to worry about it? It's probably something I shouldn't bother myself about. Just have to go with the flow. In the changing surroundings, I too am being asked to change, but strangely, I didn't mind. Stretching out in the spacious bathroom, I relax my body, massaging areas that were once injured. Even though they've healed well, it's easy for those spots to become habitually damaged. If I get injured again, I'll worry my family once more. That's something I absolutely want to avoid. It became a daily routine for prevention of a relapse. During my hospital stay, with plenty of free time, I studied everything from yoga, Pilates, chiropractic care, to acupuncture points for injury prevention. As a result, I've become adept at self-care and maintaining my body. It was knowledge I learned out of necessity. I spent quite some time stretching earnestly. However, women tend to take longer baths. They're probably still enjoying the hot springs, but they seem to have fun. I was worried if Mom and Yuri-san would enjoy themselves with me tagging along on this family trip, but it seems like my concerns were needless. It's a precious trip. I don't want anyone to feel bad. Oops. If I stay here, I might get dizzy. I'll come back later for another dip. With a feeling of reluctance, I leave the hot spring behind. I enjoyed some coffee milk after getting out of the bath. Little did I know at that moment that this would mark the beginning of hell. Section. Tada. Can you guess what this is? Returning from the hot spring, my visibly cheerful mom showed me a small bottle she took out of her bag. Massage oil. Yes, you always give massages, right? It feels a bit awkward to ask while we're on a trip, but I'd like you to use this for a massage today. That's fine, but, is it okay? Thank you. I'm glad I asked. Mom in her yukata looked enchanted. The small bottle sparkled mysteriously. I couldn't quite comprehend it and replied instinctively. The bottle was labeled as almond oil, known for its moisturizing and anti-aging effects on the skin. Indeed, I regularly gave massages to Mom and Nasan. Originally, it was because Mom suffered from shoulder stiffness, and during my hospital stay, I studied various techniques to alleviate such symptoms. As someone who couldn't offer much else to my family, I had no choice but to accept. Well, there wasn't really a choice. Oil? How am I supposed to use that? I can't do it over the yukata. Of course, that's obvious. My sister agreed entirely naturally. Yeah, right. That's impossible. Fufu. That's just common sense, isn't it? I wonder if this will work. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Mom laid out a double towel to prevent the futon from getting wet. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Why are you trying to take off your yukata? Fufu. Why? You can't apply it over your clothes, can you? Answering as if that's reasonable. In an attempt to reason with Mother's folly, I turned around for help, only to find Yuri-san, who had long discarded her yukata and was about to remove her underwear. Beauty of grandeur. Come on, hurry up. Underwear. Why are you trying to take off your underwear? Why? Because it'll get all sticky. Are you stupid? Ah yeah, I'm stupid. Don't answer as if that's reasonable. And finally, when she was completely undressed, she laid down on the futon. Okay, go ahead. Impossible, 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 impossible. Why? It's not right. You're really energetic today. It's driving me crazy. While I say I give massages, it's always over clothes. Just rubbing shoulders, loosening shoulder blades, all over pajamas. But this, it's entirely different. What's going on with these people? Have they gone crazy? This is madness. Why are you so okay with this? We're family, so there's no need to worry. But I can't help worrying. Mom's openness was beyond the limit. It's not embarrassing? Are you foolish? Ah yeah, I'm foolish. I want to scream at you, but I can't even look straight. Wait, am I really going to do this? I thought you might like it, so I tried shaving down there. How is it? Your spirit of adventure is something else. Huh? You like it, don't you? Did you really think I'd say I like it? What tool do you use to till soil or dig up weeds? Oh, but this isn't the time for a quiz. Well, what I trimmed wasn't exactly weeds. Anisan, you're in top form. While it might be a way to rid the body of impurities during a massage, this feels more like a ban on sanity rather than a ban on impurities. I have no choice. I have to be honest about this. It might be a fatal blow for me, but I can't sit idly by. If I say this, I might be seen as disgusting and be completely ignored from now on. I'll definitely face criticism. But in this desperate situation, this seems to be the only way out. It's too late to care about being disliked. My likability is already rock's bottom. If I can just tell them how I truly feel, perhaps Mom and the others will come to their senses. I have to communicate my true feelings honestly, without any deceit. I feel really awkward about this. What's wrong? Say it. Come on, just say it. It's fine if they dislike me, but I might even get kicked out of the house. But I still have to say it. This is just too strange. I can't endure this irrationality. Even my strong mental state has its limits, like an iron bond. Careful not to look too directly, I gathered my courage and spoke up. Because I can't help but see it in a sexual way, this kind of thing is a bit. Shin. The air froze. Silence dominated the room. It's over. Goodbye, me. I finally said it. I didn't want an ending like this. It was a long-awaited family trip, my first experience of its kind. I wanted it to end on a happy note. Nobody wanted such a bad ending. How did it come to this? I glanced hesitantly. The two were looking at me with surprise. I didn't know what they were feeling, but they might start scolding or cursing at me. At least for now, it might be best for me to leave this place. Unable to endure silence, the two finally spoke. Yukito, to think you'd see it that way. Is it okay for me to still find you charming? Why are you saying weird things? Oh, this is hopeless. I cried. Well, not really, but you get the idea. Presence, soldier, battle, person, everyone, camp, line, presence, front. After the hellish massage time, It was dinner time. I earnestly recited the 9-syllable mantra to rid myself of impure thoughts. Overdoing it almost brought me to a state of emptiness, but the soft feeling in my hands pulled me back to reality. It seems I still have a lot to learn. Strangely enough, I felt more exhausted than before entering the hot spring. I was mentally drained and fatigued to an extreme extent, but Mom and my sister, with their radiant skin, seemed unaffected. The effects of the oil massage were remarkably visible. Is this the modern-day disparity? It felt really good. Thank you. I'll ask again next time. Be more careful next time and don't avert your eyes. Do you two have no mercy? As it was a Japanese inn, dinner consisted of fresh seafood and local delicacies. Seasonal mountain vegetables, regional beef, elaborate dishes like tempura and sashimi crowded the table. Amid savoring the food, time passed peacefully. My sister and I couldn't drink alcohol as we were underage, but Mom, slightly tipsy, was in even higher spirits. Her yukata, adjusted half-heartedly, seemed ready to slip off at any moment. I saw. It's nothing. Even though I've seen it so many times before, I'm not a man who learns from his mistakes. Delicious. I'm glad we came, Yuri. Yeah. It seemed like both Mom and my sister were quite pleased. That's good. That's good. Me? If the two of them are happy, that's enough for me. I sacrificed a considerable part of my mental state. After all, I always dreamt of taking a family trip like this. Mom continued with a deep sense of emotion. Even such a simple thing had never materialized until now. Our family relationship was somewhat warped and broken because we couldn't before. That's right. You never came along. I'm sorry. I hesitated to say it here because I didn't want to make them feel uncomfortable. I still don't have an answer. But maybe feeling a bit sad and a bit happy was because of Mom's complex expression, as if containing both. You also didn't go on the middle school field trip. No, that was, Yuri. Let's leave the past. Because we're having fun now, I think it'll be even more enjoyable from now on. Is that so? Yeah, you're right. We're just a family of 3. Only 3 in a world with billions of people. I cherish you both more than anything. I always want to be together. Please believe me. Maybe I don't have the right to say such things, but still. Suddenly, my sister and Mom hugged me together. I'm happy being together like this with just the 3 of us. A faint scent of alcohol. It felt like I'd taken quite a detour. I couldn't find the right words to respond. I couldn't even remember when we started drifting apart. Before I knew it, that's how it became. It was beyond my control, but I understood that they cherished this moment as something precious. So, for now, just for now, in my dizzying mind, I'll accept it without thinking too much. Sorry. I can't wait till after the meal. I just couldn't hold it in. Mom changed the somber tone by bringing up a new topic. Right. There's something else I wanted to do on our vacation. Vacation? Something you can only do during the holidays? My sister asked curiously. With a broad smile, clapping her hands lightly, Mom replied, you see, I want to go off-Paco. Note: off-Paco refers to an offline meetup for the purpose of sex. I suddenly feel a chill. Even though it's summer. That's odd. Am I sensing some strange aura? We're spending time together like this. Is it okay? Mom tilting her head was cute. No, that's not the situation. An off-Paco isn't something you do just because it's a holiday. Is that so? Iragi said during a break at work that young people nowadays like having affairs. Do you also want to? Whether I want to or not, I can only give a clear answer. As an honest person, I inadvertently gave an honest response. Truly pitiful. Is that so? Then let's do it. Let's not do it. Definitely not. Should I go and punch that subordinate? I can't lose to young people. What are you competing in? Speaking of Iragi, she's a subordinate of Mom whom I've only met once before. What kind of conversation are they having at work? And that's completely wrong usage. Don't teach Mom weird things. Wait a minute, Mom. It was my sister who threw a lifeline to save the situation. That's right. Off-Paco is bad. It's not just bad, it's breaking a taboo. To be honest, I had already exceeded my limit earlier. My reason is in a state of crisis game. I could be banned, and I can't hold it any longer. In many ways, I knew my sister was an archangel. A halo of light shone out of her. The gentle heart and mind of Uriel shines on the earth in all directions. This is already a monthly fee, a subscription service where you receive the benefit of your sister's kindness by charging a certain amount each month. As long as it helps me out of this predicament, I'll pay whatever it takes, even an offering. You can count me in. 2. Impossible. Fallen angel. Archangel Uriel had become the fallen angel Uriel. I am completely fallen. It can't be! Exclamation mark. There was no hope for this world. I couldn't believe that my sister had fallen. Oh, that's right. I just saw a mandragora growing wild. I'm going to go get rid of it. Wait a minute. You think I'm going to let you go? Let me go. I can't do it. The escape route is blocked like a foe chasing down adventurers who have invaded the labyrinth. Give up and go off, Paco. Hi. I'm drunk. Yuri exhales sweetly. Bad status. Inebriated. You haven't had a drop of alcohol. Huh? I can't just follow your lead on this one. Don't think I'm going to be obedient forever. I will not give in to threats. Like a princess knight, I will refuse with a noble spirit. You want to have off Paco with me, right? Yes. Then shall we go to the futon? I'm sorry, I lied. I was just responding on the spur of the moment. That's all. No excuses. You need a rubber. I'm not very good at it. If you want, you can do without. That kind of carelessness can lead to catastrophe. As Himeyama-san said in health and physical education class. That was embarrassing. You don't have to show your shyness here. I'm being dragged away. Where in those slender arms do you have that kind of strength? But I know what off is. But what does Paco mean? Mom was murmuring something too late in the day in a carefree manner. Zaziz. I was on the verge of taking the adult path. Can't afford to be that sophisticated. Escaping from the hellish room, I made my way to the lounge, dropped onto the sofa to catch my breath, quenching my thirst with a cola from the vending machine. Exhausted. Should I head to the hot springs? My fatigue hasn't just vanished. It's ballooned. Mom and Nay-san are acting strangely too. Or is this normal for a family trip? I've never joined in before, so I wouldn't know. If so, family trips seem pretty brutal. Family trips are scary. Are you alright? Thrown onto the sofa, a male voice approaches me, not the troubling voice of a woman. Relieved it's not a voice that might cause trouble. I sit up. You seem quite tired. Are you okay? No. It's just Mandrake. Mandrake? Never mind. Please forget I said anything. A middle-aged man, maybe an employee. I'm sorry for the trouble. He gazes at me with concern, then his expression gradually shifts to surprise. Wait, aren't you from the electrical store in town? Excuse me? I'm sorry, there must be a mistake. Sorry about that. Is the timing all right for you? Yes. It's already late, and I'm just going to sleep. Luckily, I have plenty of time. But right now, returning to the room straightforwardly is not an option. I'm served tea and sweets in the room I've been guided to. Sweet bean paste. I'm currently in the staff area where customers aren't supposed to be. Yet at this time, it's only me and the man who brought me here. Wait, who? Do you need something from me? Not exactly, but hey, do you remember anything? You don't mean a childhood friend who promised to go to Koshien with me, do you? That's totally different. Our ages don't match at all. An imaginary friend. But you're right in front of me. Well, I've never played baseball either. Then why choose Koshien? Then who are you? Even if he's surprised by my reaction, I have absolutely no recollection. True, I've had more acquaintances suddenly appear, but this one is way beyond my understanding. We met at Misaki's house, remember? You introduced yourself as an electrician. An electrician? I'm a student. Could you be mistaken? You introduced yourself that way. Misaki. Himeyama's house. We met there. Maybe there was no conversation, so you might not remember. With that, it jogged my memory. Ah, I remember now. That person from back then, the affair partner. It's not an affair. I don't intend to meddle in someone's love life, but I feel the need to speak reasonably. I'm sorry for saying something so rude to an adult, but Imeyama-san is also sad. It's better to end the affair. Even celebrities are being forced out recently. That's why I'm saying it's not an affair. Did Misaki say something after I left? You seemed pretty close with her. Come to think of it, she did mention something about doing it properly. It's a vague memory, but I think she said something like that. Doing it properly. What does that mean? From her perspective, I deserve her resentment. Anyway, you seem quite close to Misaki. Actually, we're more like arch-enemies. I'm curious about what kind of relationship that is. He sighs once, and then the man introduces himself again. Turns out, he's the president. His name is Mikiya Unabara, the president of Unabara. He seems a bit younger than Himeyama-san but slightly older in age. He has a demeanor of a young president, but there's a hint of weariness somewhere. Well, I just recognized your face and got curious. That's all. The president stammers a bit, then abruptly asks a question. What do you think about this inn? It's lovely with its universal design. The hot springs are very comforting. You know some difficult words. Thanks. I can't speak ill of it in front of the person. I'll write it on a travel review site after I get home. I don't want to be identified. I'd prefer if you could refrain from that. It can be disheartening for us in the same industry. The dark side of the internet society. I think it's your darkness. Well, never mind. Did you feel any discomfort within the facilities? Discomfort? Apart from many foreign language signs, not particularly. That's the issue. The president starts talking assertively. I wonder why I'm being consulted for this, but for the sake of the sweet bean paste, I'll listen seriously. This tastes really good. I see. So, it's not an affair. You should have said that from the beginning. I was worried about what might happen if Imeyama-san faced criticism or something. Nobody said that, I think. Well, that's why this inn is in trouble now. In reality, there aren't many guests, right? President Anabara seems to have officially divorced, so it's not an affair. Ah, I see. That's what it was. Good. That resolves it, doesn't it? I'd prefer if you don't try to abruptly end the conversation. I can't help it if you tell me that. That's true, but I thought since you're close to Misaki, she seemed to trust you. Would you mind cooperating? I've already fulfilled my obligation for the sweet bean paste. I'll flatly refuse. It's impossible. I can't ask Himeyama-san for that, and ultimately, what are you? Do you genuinely want to be with Himeyama-san, or do you just want to use her? I want to be with her, like in the old days. But you discarded her, didn't you? I didn't discard her. At that time, there was no other choice. The words uttered with a bitter, troubled expression were filled with regret. I don't know the details, but Imeyama-san's connections are incredibly powerful. If they become allies, they'd wield considerable influence. That's precisely why I can't just casually use those connections. The shift of this inn to target foreigners was your mother's decision, right? Yeah. I didn't ignore these risks. But I was naive. Didn't manage the risks properly. Was parting ways with Himeyama-san also because of your mother's insistence? If I could confidently say otherwise, it might have been different. What kind of scenes are reflected in those nostalgic eyes? All I understand is that the past cannot be changed. I apologize for intruding on such personal matters, but if you regret it so much, why didn't you protect her? I was young and went along with everything. I was immature. So, now, could you protect everything even if it meant making enemies? Sometimes one can only choose one side. Everyone faces such choices. This person prioritized his mother and the position of the inn over his fiancée. The greater the burden, the harder it is to let go. Weighing it on a scale, there was no choice but to make that decision. It's inevitable. No matter how much one regrets it, it cannot be condemned. I think relying on it now is wrong. However, if you really wish for it, you must be prepared to fight with everything this time, or else, I'm sure nothing will get through. Is that so? It's impossible for me to say something to Himeyama-san. In fact, if news of me discussing such things were to be leaked, I'd probably be intensely scolded and never get to see her again. That would be troublesome. Even without the inn, I still have feelings for her. In that case, please reconsider your thoughts once more. Of course, going about it this indirectly, Himeyama-san will undoubtedly get angry. I've already fulfilled my obligation for the favor. Flatly refusing, the inn's situation, their relationship, the world of adults, regardless. I'm an outsider. I cannot get deeply involved. It's a matter for the president and Himeyama-san to resolve. Let's take a stroll. I decided to leave the lounge and head outside. Despite the lively atmosphere earlier in the hot spring town, at this hour, people were sparse. Yet, there lingered an air of excitement, a characteristic scene of a hot spring town. In a country that promotes tourism, nighttime economy is a pressing issue. However, addressing such demands immediately is challenging due to the current shortage of personnel. While wandering, I got intensely hissed at by a cat. It was quietly shocking. I wonder if my mother and Nasan have cooled down by now? If they haven't, it's going to be troublesome. I can't sleep like this. Staying up late is the enemy of a trip. There was a convenience store down the street. I deeply appreciate the convenience of 24-hour operation. Usually, these types of stores have locally themed products. It builds up some excitement due to their novelty. Thinking of getting some snacks, I headed toward it when, carried by the wind, I heard a faint but distinct voice. Kishua? Could it really be a mandrake? I can't just dismiss these things. With a sense of excitement at a potential unexpected discovery, I approached the source of the voice, where a woman was crouching. Was it a seizure or something? She seemed to be in great discomfort. All men are trash. All of them. There's no decent guy around. I'm telling you. It's not that I can't get married. I just won't. Got it? You idiot. Oh no. This person's in trouble. She's spouting curses. There's a faint smell of alcohol teasing the nasal cavity. Should I call an ambulance? I put back my phone that I had in hand. I thought for a moment, then quickly reached a conclusion. Let's just pretend I didn't see this. A piercing gaze ran all over my body. You're ignoring me, suffering like this. That's why men are the worst. Shut up, drunkard. I'm not drunk. What kind of education are kids getting these days? My sister taught me to run when I meet weird women like you. That's the great teaching from my sister. I've blindly followed it so far, but my trust in it has wavered. However, I completely agree with the part about staying away. The person in front of me seems like nothing but trouble. Well, I have something to do. Wait. She stood up and came towards me, her eyes fixed. She reeked of alcohol. I don't know why she was drunk and collapsed here, but it's none of my business, right? Why do I always get involved in troublesome situations like this? It's an eternal mystery. The tipsy stranger was surprisingly tall, a bit taller than me, which added an odd sense of intimidation. It's quite a horror show. Why is she getting closer step by step? Kids shouldn't wander around at this time. Do you actually believe your own words have any credibility? You're noisy. Ugh, I feel sick. Up you ha. She grabbed my shoulder tightly and sprayed vomit all over my face. Ha ha, I see. She's a yokai, a vomit-spewing creature? No one in their right mind would vomit on someone they just met. The smell of sour stomach acid filled the air. I don't see any solid bits, thankfully. But the situation was extremely dire. Of course, my clothes were covered in vomit too. Ugh, I feel. Ugh. The creature squatted again. Without saying anything, I went straight to the convenience store. The cashier looked at me unpleasantly. Their piercing gaze hurts. Well, that's to be expected. If a customer covered in vomit suddenly walks in, it's shocking. You're not at fault. I'm the one at fault. No, I'm not. It's the yokai's fault. It's all the monster's doing. I bought what I needed and returned to the monster. She was still there, in the same state. I hoped it was an illusion, but it was real. Completely unfair. Here, drink this. I handed her liver hydrolysate tablets and water. Why, these are sleeping pills. You're underestimating me. If you mess with me, I'll have you arrested. She firmly refused. I snapped. Shut you up and drink it. You damn woman. Go bo 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 bo. I shoved a plastic bottle into her mouth, with pills, too. Go 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 go. Pfu. Wait. I can't. Go bo bo bo. Drink. Drink it all up. Come on, drink it. I showed no mercy. The 500 milliliters of water quickly disappeared. What an incredible absorption rate. The bottle emptied. Before me stood a weakened yokai. The yokai glared at me with resentment. Just you wait. I'll remember this. Don't hang around here. Go back and behave yourself. Either way, we won't meet again, so there's no point in worrying. This is the last time I will watch the yokai. I'd like to say that I am crazy, but I have no connection to Okayama. Plus, being covered in vomit is disgusting, so I want to get back and take a bath quickly. As I tried to return to the inn, someone grabbed my leg from behind. Their actions were even more yokai-like. Wait, I want to go back soon. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Who do you think I am? Yokai-faced vomiting woman. What part of me looks like a yokai? Even though I seem No, it's leaking. In that case, You're not getting away. The yokai sluggishly crawls closer. It was like watching a complete horror scene. If it weren't for my incredibly strong mental fortitude, being immune to horror, I'd be in big trouble. Hurry. Carry me to the room. It's your fault, you know. Could this be possession by a spirit? It's that thing you often hear about ghosts. Have I been possessed by a yokai? Unfortunately, I don't have any exorcism skills. What should I do? No good. I can't hold it. If that happens, my life is over. Isn't it already quite over? Shut up. Hurry up and carry me. Even if you say that, I don't know where the yokai's dwelling is. It's not too far. Hurry, we can make it. The yokai that had attached itself to my back whispers softly in my ear. Seriously? The yokai's dwelling was at the same Unabara-yukan where we were staying. Ahahaha. Faster, faster. Hurry. Oh, I'm starting to feel sick. Don't vomit. Don't you dare vomit. Stop it. It feels like it's coming out from both ends. Keep both ends tightly closed. Who's being loose? I'm still. Jaya. It's warm and smelly. Don't vomit on my back. Racing back on the path with the yokai on my back. It seems like it's vomiting from my back. I should have ignored the yokai. I think I've had more than enough of a terrible experience. I just went out for a walk. Why did this happen? Returning to the inn, the receptionist stares with shock, but I don't have time for that. I dash straight to the room the yokai mentioned. The room I am looking for is close. It's a close call. What? Hey, what do you mean by close call? The yokai mutters seriously. Yeah, the key. No. I try to open the door with the fumbled key, but the yokai's struggles make it difficult. Behave yourself. I'll leave you behind. I was relieved when I saw the room. That was a mistake. Being careless is the enemy. What are you talking about? A somewhat warm sensation is transmitted through my back. No way. Did it burst? Siu. Don't pretend to be asleep. Haha. That was a terrible experience. You finally came back. What happened to you? You won. Ani-chan. There. I'll comfort you in bed. Come here. Darn it. It's not going well here either. I threw the yokai into the room and crawled back with a tired body. All's well that ends well. But it's the worst ending. Whether the yokai is alone or not, there's no one in the room. It sleeps with a satisfied expression, ignorant of our presence. I can't change its clothes, and there's nothing I can do. I had to leave it lying there. All I gained was fatigue and clothes soaked in filth. I need to wash them, otherwise, the smell will be unbearable. What really happened? It smells weird. I'm well aware. Fortunately, it seems this inn has a coin laundry. I'll go wash them later. Mom fell asleep. She was waiting for you. It seems she's tired from work and house chores. My mother is peacefully snoring. I'm always grateful for her care, sending my thoughts of thanks. Sorry, I was planning to come back earlier, but I got possessed by a yokai. A yokai? I'll take a bath. Having a hot spring in the room is nice. It's still summer, but getting sweaty at this hour isn't ideal. I'm exhausted. I've never been this tired even during club activities. Muscles I don't usually use are stiff. I immerse myself in the hot spring and take a deep breath. Is this what a family trip is like? It's my first experience, but family trips seem quite challenging. I never thought it would be this tough. Honestly, I can't relax at all. Unexpected things keep happening one after another. I'll wash your back. The voice's owner is undoubtedly my sister. Yes, unexpected things keep happening like this. It seems even now I won't get a moment of peace. My name is Yukito Kokonoe and I am Japanese. My sister, Yuri Kokonoe, and is also Japanese. Things I've always taken for granted might be different after all. As the establishment of the Kamakura shogunate changed from 1192 to 1185, common sense can always be overturned by a single trigger. I wonder if the teacher who once proudly said, "Let's make a great country," the Kamakura shogunate, turned bright red or maybe even blue in the face. I continue to question the common sense of the world. It seems there's no rest for a man like me, Yukito Kokonoe. I can't help but suspect that perhaps Japanese communication isn't working between us. I've had instances where my words didn't quite get through before. However, even if communication isn't working well, my sister is a woman. Would it be reasonable for her, even as my sister, to deliberately enter a bath knowing a man is inside? No, it wouldn't be, sarcastically. But wait a moment. Then, I realized one possibility. This was also a result of questioning common sense. Could it be that Yuri-san isn't my sister but my brother? It's sister. My deductions seem to have returned to the starting point. "Come here, I'll wash your head," I tried asking straightforwardly, as escapism had reached its limit. Even though it's a room bath, it doesn't mean it's a mixed bath. It's a mixed bath. I don't think it was described that way. It's a mixed bath. Then at least with a towel. Even though it's a mixed bath, seems like I'm not getting through. "Huh? Aren't you happy?" "Yes." Sobbing, my sister, who had come in boldly nude, sits on a chair and taps her knees. She seems to want me to come over. The importance of gestures remains constant. I was getting used to this cross-cultural communication with my sister. I'm a man who absorbs things like a sponge, especially in the bath. "By the way, what happened to you earlier? You smelled weird." "I was attacked by a yokai-faced vomiting woman." "What's that? I can sense yokai aura." "Even if you tell me that." She washes my head vigorously. "Honestly, I'm grateful. I need to keep my focus on the conversation. Otherwise, I might accidentally see something I shouldn't. But truthfully, I'm looking." Even when she was giving me a massage, I was looking. It's too late to change now. The usual battle between the angel and demon in my mind always ends with the demon winning. Jahahi. It might be time for me to awaken to a state of calm clarity. But there's no sign of it. I had a pretty rough time just stepping outside, but the yokai was safely subdued in the room, so it should be fine. I've learned from Seko-san that involving oneself with drunks never ends well. Seko-san gets tipsy with just a little alcohol, but when she does, I'm sure to be affected. Why? When I explain the journey with the yokai to my sister, her serious expression becomes even more severe. Haven't I always told you not to get involved with weird women? It's seared into my memory. Especially now. I'm trembling with delight. I'm an exception because of special handling. As a bonus, she washes my back too. I might not be able to do this all alone, so it's quite a valuable experience. Even though similar things happen occasionally at home. Wait a moment. Her hand, that's eek. Well, I can wash myself in the front. What have you been learning all this while? That is true. So, it's not an issue. There's definitely something wrong here. After gnawing at my nerves and being thoroughly washed all over. Shiku. It feels nice, doesn't it? Why is it hard for you to nod in agreement? I soak in the bathtub. My fatigue has reached its peak. I don't want to leave like this. The potent spring melts away the tension in my body. It's perfect for recovering from fatigue, but whether this exhaustion was originally something I should bear remains a mystery. Is the family trip enjoyable? My sister, soaking beside me, murmurs quietly. I've come to realize the severity of a family trip. That's just you. Enjoyable. Was it enjoyable for me? It was just a single day, but looking back, it was undoubtedly tough. Yet, soaking in this hot spring feels wonderful. If I look up, the moon shines in the pitch black sky. I turn my gaze towards my sister. Her eyes are as sharp as ever, but the corners seem slightly downturned, softening her gaze a bit. Come to think of it, Mom and my sister seem to be having a lot of fun. It felt like they were really enjoying themselves. If that's the case, then the family trip is a success. My opinion doesn't matter there. If everyone is having a good time, that's all that matters, and all I can do is do whatever I can for that purpose. I'll put in all my effort to ensure they have fun. Lost in these thoughts, I realize my sister has moved directly in front of me, her eyes are peering at me, as if probing for something, not letting me escape. There's something I wanted to ask. What is it? Why didn't you go on the school trip? The school trip? Come to think of it, my sister mentioned something like that a bit during dinner too. Well, there isn't really a deep reason for it. That's it. It's strange that there isn't a profound reason. Yet you didn't go. Why? I trace back my memories. I didn't go on the junior high school trip. I had forgotten even making that choice, and I wouldn't have remembered if it hadn't been brought up. There wasn't anything special about it. Slowly, the memory returns. It's really trivial. If I had to say, it was because it seemed best. There was no other reason. As the date of the school trip approached, the homeroom teacher advised me, make sure not to cause any trouble. Later, the grade chief said the same thing, but it was only natural for teachers to say that I had caused enough trouble, and the school trip was a significant event for the teachers too. The stress they faced was immeasurable. It would have put a strain on their nerves too. I'm filled with a sense of remorse. Even if it's coming from me, I'd say I have bad luck. It made me think, if I hadn't gone, there wouldn't have been any trouble. I could have avoided causing any extra burden, and the teachers wouldn't have had to worry unnecessarily. It was a win-win situation. I was confident that they would be pleased, but for some reason, her attitude suddenly changed, and she insisted that I participate. Suddenly, she apologized, and I was left perplexed. Even if someone tells me later that I'll regret it, without any particular attachment to the school trip, if not going would let everyone else enjoy it, it seemed the most reasonable decision. No one suffered any losses, only gains. In fact, even now, I don't regret it, and considering it was fading from my memory, it wasn't a wrong choice. Honestly, it's such a boring episode that it's not even worth mentioning now. Lost in my thoughts, my gaze wandered aimlessly through the void. As I finished my journey throughout memories, I returned to consciousness. "Nei-san?" Tears overflowed in my sister's eyes. Her hand touched her forehead. "Why are you like this? Are you forbidden from feeling happiness, Yukito? Don't you think there might be someone wishing for your happiness just like you wishes for someone else, Yukito?" Her emotions collided, raw feelings unafraid of being hurt. Yet, I didn't sense the cold resolve she had when she pushed me away that time. I couldn't understand. What was she saying? Why was she upset? But it felt warm. Was it from the hot springs effect or my sister's body heat? A slight click, as if something fell into place. Suddenly, I understood. Right now, I must be being scolded. I had never been scolded by mom or my sister before. So, if I did something wrong, who would teach me? Someone who takes it so seriously, so desperately. My sister was angry at me, who was utterly hopeless. And then, I finally realized, this was what family meant. Why do you study, exercise, do house chores? For whom? The moonlight illuminated my sister. The fleeting silhouette reflected was sacred, akin to Artemis from mythology. Just pure beauty. Unable to comprehend the intent behind her question, I gave an obvious answer. Well, for myself, maybe. Really? I couldn't discern what my sister was implying. Come to think of it, I've never really understood anything before. My sister is thoughtful. It's impossible for someone like me to fathom what lies in her heart. Is there anything else? Well, yes, truly. But at some point, you stop trusting anyone. No, maybe it's different. You stop needing anyone. You don't expect anything from anyone and don't ask for anything. That's why you try to do everything yourself. That's what makes you lonely. Thinking about it, that might be true. But there's something I don't understand. Is that a problem? Every time you sought something, everyone betrayed you entirely. Then you started to think that was natural, that it was normal. I know it's too late to say something like this now, but I can't stand it anymore. I didn't want to see my sister's sad face. Come to think of it, her smiles lately were awkward at best. She tried to show the results of her efforts, and those smiles were a comfort to me. I thought I finally got them back. Those smiles, but now. You remember when I asked you before, right? What will you do after graduation? You didn't give a specific answer, but you're always studying so diligently. Why? Is there something you want to aim for in the future? To avoid causing trouble. Even with the nails. You learned and practiced something I casually mentioned. I'm grateful for that. Thank you, always. But why? Because it's the only thing I can do. That's just how it is. Whether at school or at home, I've been a constant bother to my family. Especially for my sister, who goes to the same school. The unpleasant things I caused her wouldn't have been resolved with just 1 or 2 instances. That's why I wanted to repay that favor. Neither I nor Mum think you're a bother. But even if I say that, I know it won't reach you. Because the truth is, frustrated, she grimaced and clenched her fist, striking the water's surface. But I want you to notice. Even though you don't expect anything from anyone, you try to answer someone's needs. Don't you think that's unfair? She approached me. The distance closed, her chest almost in front of my eyes. Large. Her hand gently lifted my bangs and rested against my forehead. The scar won't disappear. I'm sorry for showing you something unpleasant. As long as you keep forgiving me, I won't forgive myself. Her fingers traced the scar ever so delicately, as if touching something fragile, about 2 centimeters long along my hairline. It was the scar I got when I fell from the playground equipment. It's usually hidden by my hair. Hinagi probably doesn't know about it. It's not noticeable, so it's okay. That's not it. Because you're like that. Listen, Yukito, I'm okay with whatever happens to me because of you. It doesn't matter what it is. Can I touch your breast? Sure. My apologies, I misspoke. It was an immediate response. Obviously, that wasn't the intention. I just blurted it out. But, well, what can I do? It's right there. I've been trying to divert my gaze somehow since earlier, but I can't look away. It's captivating. Because it's a chest. Is this what they call its charm? I'm scared of your dedication. Always giving without expecting anything in return. If you keep doing that, someday, you'll end up hating everything, won't you? With her hand still on the scar, she leans forward. Her eyes are moist. A deep, obsidian-like black. We're in the hot spring. I hardly feel any weight. It's improper to discuss a woman's weight, so let's leave it. But I can directly feel the warmth from her body, heated up. Hey, tell me the truth about that day. What happened afterward? When you were gone. It's not something that can be forgiven. It's not resolved by apologizing, but it's always been a question. When the call came, where were you? Even if I were to dig through the muck of my deepest memories seeking answers, nothing would change. It's all in the past. She regrets it. She still regrets it. My sister has suffered enough. There's no need for more. However, even so, why, despite that, could it be that you were taken away by someone? Yuri's point of view, the suspicion that I've been carrying all along. Only my brother knows about it. Even if that were true, it wouldn't lessen the weight of the guilt I carried, but perhaps, it might increase it. With another sin I committed out of sheer terror, I couldn't even touch upon it. Officially, there's no sign of any incident, mainly because my brother himself denied that possibility. At that time, my brother replied as follows, seamlessly, as if he had it all prepared. He was playing alone, fell from the playground equipment, and got lost on his way home. There's no mention of me. He kept silent about it completely. He defended the me who was supposed to kill him. So, only the family knows the truth. But even I didn't know something. What happened after I pushed him that day? The blank 6 days. I tried to kill my brother, and then he was gone. He suffered severe injuries and disappeared, and it took nearly a week to reunite with him. He was alive, but the cost was far too high, a scar that would last a lifetime. He stopped smiling and stopped calling me Ne-san. My brother was found in the neighboring town. Our town is relatively large, and even calling it a neighboring town, it's not a distance a severely injured child could walk, and where he was found was definitely not a place where a child would be alone. So, why was he there? I wanted to believe that nothing had happened. In fact, my brother says nothing happened. Yet, I couldn't stop doubting. Perhaps it's just my paranoia. Perhaps what I'm seeing is just an illusion fueled by my desire for punishment. But I couldn't shake it off. My brother doesn't lie. He's a very honest and sweet child. But that only applies to himself. For someone else, to protect someone, my brother lies calmly. He conceals the truth and covers everything with fiction. As a result, no matter how much he hurts himself, my brother doesn't care. He's relentlessly self-punishing and doesn't shy away from sacrificing himself. I only recently realized this about him. That's why the doubt that I had tried to extinguish, something that shouldn't exist, once again resurfaced in my mind. Whether he might have actually been taken away by someone. While gazing at the moon absent-mindedly on the veranda, I sip tea. My sister quietly breathes in her sleep. She must be tired. Despite the challenging experiences, each memory remains unforgettable. You're awake, Mum? Rubbing my eyes, I find my mother sitting across from me. She pours tea and hands it over. Thank you. Did I wake you up? I'm sorry. No. Just felt a bit thirsty. Invited by her gentle gaze, I weave my words. I got severely scolded by Ne-san earlier, and oddly, it made me feel elated. By Yuri? Did something happen? And you seemed serious when you got scolded. It was a fresh experience, you know? I narrate the entire incident to my mother, who tilts her head in wonder. I see. That child did that? It's good to be scolded. It helps me understand when I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I can correct it. I'm foolish, so unless someone tells me, I won't understand. I believe that's communication. I can't rely on intuition alone. I have to change too. This family trip was already a meaningful experience. I owe a lot to my sister. Even though I should be the one doing it, I always end up being helped by Yuri-san. My mother smiled dryly and gazed outside the window. Yuri and I are worried too. Worried? My mother pondered how to convey her thoughts and continued slowly. You have always been an independent child. Well, I caused that. And you had no choice. You woke up on your own, prepared your breakfast, eventually excelled in studies and chores perfectly, and I was no longer necessary. I didn't know if that was a bad thing, but my mother seemed so lonely. You became more and more independent, so strong that no one could rival you, and because of that, you sacrificed everything, expended all of yourself. Every time you learned something new, both Yuri and I became less necessary. That's not right. Ne-san just told me that this would make me lonely. You might think you shouldn't cause trouble, but that's not true. Both Yuri and I want to be troubled by you. We want you to lean on us, to need us. Gang, like a bolt from the blue. I was shaken by my mother's words. This was what I had been avoiding all this time. If that's the case, then what I've been doing. But, you're my precious son. My mother's hand traced my cheek. Delicate and fleeting. Those fingertips, don't misunderstand. I'm grateful to you. You always act thinking of us, but just as much as you think that way for us, we want to do the same for you. She stands up and gazes at the dark night sky. Her figure was ethereal. I don't want to leap from being a child to an adult all at once. It might be selfish of me, but I still want to be needed by you. Just a little while longer. Please let me be the dependent child. Even though I've only just become a high school student, I'm trying to achieve financial independence. Even when it comes to building a home, you try to take on my role. It's appreciated, but it makes me so lonely. Mom didn't cry. The smile was wistful and contained a hint of resignation. Mom and sis didn't come on this family trip just to see this kind of expression on my face. I want you to let me be your mother. What am I supposed to do? I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I decided to ask an honest question. Do you want to be more spoiled? After thinking about it for a little while, my mother made such a request. Mom, I love you. Something feels off. Even though I didn't know what to do when told to depend more, I just tried hugging her for the time being. I love you too. She kisses me lightly on the cheek. I didn't feel comfortable with it, but it seemed to be the right thing for her to do. I don't care what it takes. I want to be desired by her. It's not a nuisance. Things I wanted my mom to do for me. There were many in the past, but those couldn't come true. Then today come to think of it, Ani-chan used to be so smooth. Understood. Let's handle that later, okay? I just accidentally slipped up. I love how honest you are. It's not good that Yukito Kokonoe, always blurts everything out. I'll reflect on it. I'm not lonely. Yukito? I was trying to quickly complete a quest on my own without bothering Mom or Nasan, but I just got scolded for it. I was told it causes anxiety. So, is it okay to rely on them? Is it okay to inconvenience them? Mom, I have a request. That man is lying. That man lying? So, you're— Stop it. Don't go. Her expression changes drastically, sadness seeping through. She approaches me, as if clinging desperately. He said something to you? I won't give in. I won't hand you over to such a man who suddenly appeared. I don't want to. Please, don't abandon me. I hold my emotional mother, trying to calm her down. It's okay. It's not like that. But it's something I have to resolve. Even if he threatened with changing guardianship, I'm 16. An age where my own will should be respected. That man should have understood that much. Still, he felt compelled to threaten. The visible anxiety and forceful methods. We shouldn't resort to sacrificing someone. You should just leave that man alone. You don't need to worry about that scum. Mom, tearfully trying to hold me back, looks painfully pale. I myself, being dragged into trouble, feel the same way. I explain the situation to Mum, who might misunderstand that I might go to that man. I don't want anything to do with such a man, even if there's a blood relation. I can't see him as anything but a stranger. However, that man has a family too, loves his children just like Mom does, and I can't just ignore it either. I, Yukito Kokonoe, am a man who values my family. If my stepsister asks for help, I have no choice but to lend a hand. Maybe, Mom, the man intended to take me in, but I don't want that. I'm different from him. A reversal of thinking. So, if that's the case, I'll be the one to take over. Yokai's point of view. I lift my heavy eyelids. It seems I forgot to close the curtains. Sunlight is streaming in. My head is pounding relentlessly. I scrunch my face in response to the unbearable headache and slowly emerge from my drowsiness. Where am I, exactly? I can't even recall that much. A noticeable decline in cognitive function. I recognize the symptoms. I've had similar experiences before. It's embarrassing to admit. It's a hangover. Gradually, my consciousness awakens. It's a bright summer day. I'm covered in night sweats, feeling the dampness on my back. I had finished the task at hand and took a break by coming to a hot spring to relax. It's a solo trip, a hobby of mine. If I were with someone, I couldn't indulge a bit and let loose, but being alone allows me to do so without hesitation. That's the charm of solo traveling. I leisurely soak in the hot spring, enjoy a lavish meal, and indulge in alcohol. My excitement must have peaked. The local sake I was looking forward to was smooth and easy to drink, and I ended up having too much. The alcohol content was unexpectedly high, and it seems I got deeply intoxicated. I rummage through my pockets and find my smartphone. It feels cold and rigid. Did I fall asleep with my phone still in my pocket? Looking around, I recognize the room. It's the room I am staying in. But why am I here? I remember going to the convenience store last night. Beyond that, my memories are hazy. A nauseating sensation. I jolt up at the worst possible thought. I start patting my body. I'm wearing the same clothes I went out in at night. The uncomfortably wet shorts are particularly unpleasant. I shake off the dull ache and desperately try to think. I touch my lower abdomen. There doesn't seem to be anything unusual. I breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps the worst-case scenario was avoided. There don't seem to be any signs of anything else happening. But upon closer inspection, my clothes are soiled with vomit, and my underwear is in no condition to be worn. I'm starting to understand the chilly sensation of my shorts. Despite my age, this is not something to laugh about. Thankfully, there's no one else around, perhaps because it was an easy-going solo trip. This might be why I messed up this badly. Still, no matter how drunk I was, I wouldn't have fallen asleep in such a dreadful state. Yukatas were provided. I should have at least changed if I were going to sleep. I staggered to stand up. It's more like I'm laid on top of the futon than sleeping in it. It's as if I was carried by someone. Does this mean that? Unpleasant thoughts begin to swell. Come to think of it, I feel like I was with someone yesterday. Once I begin to recall it, the memories start flooding back. There's no way the person would know about the inn I'm staying in, And especially, knowing my room, there's no way except if I told someone. It's unthinkable for hotels or inns to leak information to a third party. If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising if I'm perceived as the one who initiated it. I didn't think I had pent-up frustration, but it's not uncommon to accumulate it naturally. Even if it's common, it doesn't change the fact that I was careless. I scold myself internally, but that won't change the reality. I thoroughly check my body again. At least I didn't engage in such acts. Right? Was I undressed? The underwear remains the same, and the smell is intense. I can only hope the other person didn't feel inclined that way. Gradually, my confidence wanes. Considering the state of intoxication, it wouldn't be strange if it happened without my knowledge. If that were the case, it's a possibility. Thankfully, it's a safe period. But that's no consolation. There are plenty of such cases. Frankly, the recent case I was handling was somewhat similar. However, that was forcibly being made to drink alcohol, and if I had invited the other person myself while drunk, there would be no excuses whatsoever. There's no doubt it was complete consent. A shiver runs down my spine. It's a blatant mess. If I were this oblivious, it wouldn't be easy to notice. There's no way to confirm anything, even if I wasn't directly involved in something. Suddenly, I notice a plastic bag on the table. Inside are hangover relief supplements and an empty mineral water bottle available at convenience stores. I intended to buy these yesterday. However, I have no memory of purchasing them. Did that person take care of me? I wonder. Could a stranger do such a thing? Nursing someone without expecting anything in return and just leaving afterward. I know very well that such convenient individuals don't exist. In this line of work, you become familiar with people's ugliness. In a cynical perspective, maybe this was prepared as a kind of alibi. I consider several possibilities. Maybe I was undressed and photographed, or, if someone noticed me, they could bring it to a tabloid for a little money. While an average person would be treated simply as a victim, if it involves even a slightly famous person's leak, it's often consumed as entertainment. I'm not trying to act important, but daily discussions about leaked conversations or photos are never lacking. Of course, I ensure such individuals receive their just desserts, and I'm accustomed to dealing with them. However, I can't remain calm when I'm the target myself. I was too careless. It's an irreversible blunder. If images were leaked, while deletion requests might not be difficult, they would always remain in someone's possession, and the truth would never disappear. It would likely change how others see me. For me, this would be too great a price, affecting my career significantly. The vacation I was looking forward to has turned into the worst-case scenario. Depending on the situation, I might cause trouble for my office and many people. I change into clean clothes and underwear with a heavy heart. Anyway, I'll try to soak in the hot spring and clear my mind. I'll think about it later. There's no end to imagining the worst-case scenarios. Perhaps nothing really happened, and even if something did, if it doesn't come to light as a one-night affair, there shouldn't be any problem afterward. At least for now, I had to accept it that way. Dragging my heavy feet, I left the room. The enjoyment of public baths by commoners began in the Edo period. One famous legend is about Minamoto no Yoshitsune, who, along with his retainer Yoritomo, was pursued by the Hai clan and fled from Hiraizumi in the north of Japan to Hokkaido, and ultimately escaped to Mongolia. This is the renowned tale known as the Yoshitsune's Journey North legend. During their escape, they came across a house after crossing the Akabane Pass, where Yoshitsune had a bath made for himself. Since then, the family of that house started using Furo, bath, as their surname, and the place came to be called Furo as well. What I'm trying to convey is that even while on the run, the Japanese have always loved baths. The Kokonoe family, now relaxed and enjoying the hot spring since early in the day, but Mom and Nae-san haven't come out yet. They seem to be planning to make the most of it until they're satisfied. It's a rare trip, and there's no urgent reason to rush. I think it's fine to take it easy. I waited leisurely at the entrance, sipping my coffee milk. Nae-san's inquiries became ambiguous, and there's no convenient truth. Everything is a thing of the distant past. There's no point in digging it up now. I don't even understand what that was all about or why it happened, but if things had stayed the way they were, maybe I could have achieved the goal I wanted to achieve back then, the wish to disappear. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. That day, I had two choices. However, it's impossible now. I can't choose one side. Maybe that means I've become weaker. But I misunderstood something. I thought hot springs were meant for healing physical tiredness and refreshing oneself. But while my physical fatigue is relieved, mental exhaustion continues to accumulate. I haven't rested since arriving at the inn. Yesterday, after talking with Mom late at night, we decided to take a bath together. Mom seemed to want to bathe and wash me herself out of kindness. However, the task was taken by Nei-san, which left Mom in a bad mood. Afterward, I ended up being thoroughly washed, leaving me feeling like a high schooler being taken care of too much. My skin is shining bright. Too much washing. Suddenly, a vaguely familiar woman approaches. Could it be the yokai? I wonder if she came to soak in the hot spring. I cautiously asked. Are you feeling alright? Are you talking to me? Yes. Seems like you got pretty drunk yesterday. Wait a second. Your face, it kind of rings a bell. Maybe she forgot. I've never experienced it myself, but hearing about losing memories due to drinking too much is pretty common. I'll have to be careful when I'm of age. I couldn't change your clothes. Though I couldn't exactly do that. Change my clothes? What did you do to me yesterday? What I did? Weren't you the one? I knew it. It was me who did this. She approached me in a fluster. Unlike last night, there was intelligence in her eyes. She seemed to be in her late 20s to early 30s. You gave me a really hard time. You better reflect on what happened. Wait. You're not underage, are you? I am, but what about it? What have I done? Hey, did I invite you yesterday? After forcefully detaining me, you don't remember anything? She suddenly collapsed to her knees. She mumbled about Youth Protection and Development Ordinance. As long as it doesn't get out, and if there's no evidence. What's going on? Your phone. Give it to me. Huh? Why? I don't remember, but I feel bad. But I can't afford to be exposed to anything. Did you, by any chance, take any pictures? No, I didn't. Sorry. I can't trust you. Show me your phone. I'm telling you I didn't do anything like that. I don't trust that. Show me. She was pushing aggressively to make me comply. She was clearly panicking over something troublesome. I reluctantly handed over my phone. She grabbed it and started operating it without permission. It's not locked. You're careless. But why are there no photos? Huh? Nothing at all? You don't have any images? From the start, did you send anything to a computer or something? Why would I need to lie about that? Why? Because the only image I had saved was on a USB drive for safekeeping. You never know what's out there in the world. The arrival of an internet-connected society brings along increased risks. For me, Yukito Kokonoe, a man who never overlooks risk management, keeping things offline and isolated helps avoid unforeseen circumstances. I'd be in trouble if something happened. Dealing with it wouldn't be difficult, but I also have a position to maintain. Once again, the phone slipped from the woman's hand as she approached. There was a sharp crack as the screen mercilessly shattered. In the era of smartphones, the toughness of reinforced glass wasn't as sturdy as expected. I am sorry. I'll compensate for it. Despite not using it often, it was the first time I'd seen a phone screen break. Even though I didn't break it, I picked it up and checked. The touch panel seemed to work fine, but the screen was extremely difficult to see. Now I've joined the club of those with shattered screens. Yukito, who's that person? A familiar voice came from behind. Mom and Nei-san came out from the hot spring. She's the yokai-faced, puke-inducing, incontinent old woman. Yokai-faced? Come to think of it, weren't you saying something like that yesterday? You were. Mommy. There. I'll hold you. What a mistake. After causing so much trouble last night without even saying thank you, and suddenly being harassed today, and then my phone screen gets broken. Even someone as calm as me can't help but get a bit snippy. The impression of the yokai-faced, puke-inducing, incontinent BBA couldn't be worse. I explained the whole ordeal to my mom and Nei-san. I told them about being vomited on in the face and peed on the back. Her face went from pale blue to ghostly white. Ha ha, serves her right. In the midst of this, my sister's gaze turned dangerously cold. Even though I said I didn't do anything, no one believes me, and now my phone's broken. That's why I always tell you to be careful around weird women. That's the way of the world. Got it? Understood? If you understand, say it. Your beloved Ani-chan. Yes. Ignoring whatever she's saying and just giving a straightforward answer. I have to reflect on this. Dogs bark when they walk, and I encounter trouble wherever I go. I need to remember this. Should have just ignored her. By the way, what have you been doing to my little brother? Huh? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, and I'll make sure to compensate for it. I never expected you were with your family. You kind of remind me of someone! Exclamation mark. Do you know her? Not that, but unlike my sister, who was oozing hostility, my mum seemed pensive. Suddenly, her expression brightened. I remember. I saw her in a magazine. Definitely. Yes, she's the legal world's goddess. This yokai-faced, puke-inducing, incontinent BBA is a goddess. Mom, what do you mean by that? My sister follows up. But a goddess? What's going on? She's a rising star lawyer. She's frequently featured in magazines. And although it might be an outdated term, she's like a Madonna in the legal field. A surprising fact emerged. They're giving this weirdo a piercing look. A lawyer? This yokai-faced, puke-inducing, incontinent BBA? I can't see that. From a yokai to a goddess. A lawyer? A goddess? Reincarnation? No. A goddess sensei. It suddenly struck me. I see. Abbreviated to Magase. Stop it. Yes. Because I don't want to anger her, I'll leave it at that. Ah. I remembered. Her name is Kyon Kozukata. As my mom mentioned that name, a call came through the cracked phone. While the up-and-coming lawyer sweats profusely, I checked the caller. What's the matter, sensei? The caller, Sanjoji-sensei, sounded urgent, delivering shocking news. Himeyama-san collapsed. Are you okay, Himeyama-san? Yukito-kun? Himeyama-san sitting on the bed looked fragile and notably graceful. Thank goodness. It's been almost 3 hours since receiving the news. The sun was setting, casting a glow in the room. While I had heard that she collapsed, seeing her conscious brought relief, and I sank to the ground, feeling drained of energy. I'm sorry for being late. I tried to hurry as much as I could. Please don't apologize. You were worried about me too. Her expression held an undeniable sense of regret and apology. I heard briefly from Sanjoji-sensei about what happened. Himeyama-san had been teaching at a prep school. However, she suddenly collapsed there and was rushed to a major hospital in the city. This Yukito Kokonoe has no shortage of hospital experiences. When I caused a big fuss and was carried into the hospital 3 times a year, I received stern lectures from Dr. Izai, the attending physician, and Nurse Kuro-kan. Each time I was discharged, I'd be warned, do no come back again. In a sense, I became a famous regular at this hospital, a familiar place for me. However, I've been a bit out of touch recently. When I showed up at the reception, Kuro-kan was summoned, and I was nearly dragged in for tests. It was challenging to clear up the misunderstanding, but once I explained the situation, they immediately directed me to Himeyama-san's room. I'll bring a souvenir next time. Is it just Himeyama-san here? Looking around a bit, everything was neatly arranged, and there was no sign of anyone else. Just until a while ago, Suzuka-sensei was here too. And Grandpa came to visit. You don't have to worry so much. But, to think you'd come all this way, Yukito-kun. It seems I was the last visitor. Though late, I rushed here. I feel guilty for ditching our family trip midway, disappointing both Mum and Ne-san. If I go back now, it's going to be night. They were both worried, but we've planned to make up for it by going to the pool later. However, that's not my concern right now. You'll be discharged today, right? Kuro-kan-san mentioned that it wasn't life-threatening. However, yeah, after changing, I just need to leave. It seemed to be more psychological than physical. Himeyama-san smiled weakly, but I couldn't be happy. I remember when we had that private lesson. Her body was tensed, and her hands were trembling. If it's psychological and if it was caused by me, taking medicine and resting seems to calm down, so please don't worry too much. Okay, but it might be impossible for me to continue teaching at the cram school. I've caused trouble for the children as well. Trouble? For some reason, those words stuck with me. The twilight was gradually shrouding Himeyama-san's expression. While staring at the setting sun through the window, she spoke quietly, resignedly. I thought I'd overcome it. I wanted to stand up again after meeting you. When she turned around, she smiled, her usual gentle smile. Even though you helped me so much, I'm sorry. She bowed her head slightly. Her beautiful purple eyes reflected the twilight, turning into shades of deep purple. Such a sad smile. She isn't really smiling. It's a fake smile. I didn't want to see Himeyama-san's face like that. Don't you have to go home? You can't stay too long anyway. Himeyama-san behaves brightly as if to change the gloomy atmosphere. Just a false cheerfulness. Before entering the hospital room, I caught a glimpse of Himeyama-san's expression for a moment, and it was the face I dislike. I've always made her wear that kind of face. To my family, to childhood acquaintances, to classmates. Come to think of it, since meeting Himeyama-san again, she has always been smiling. At least in front of me. Never angry, troubled, or sad. Although she's shown such expressions before, the Himeyama-san in my memory is a woman who suits a smiling face. From the moment I met Himeyama-san again, she was always smiling. There were times when she was angry, troubled, or sad, but even then, the Himeyama-san in my memory is a woman who suits a smiling face. She finishes preparing to leave. If I let her go like this, I'll surely regret it. I'm here now, entrusted with her thoughts from those who worry about her. I ran here, so I'm a bit thirsty. Can I drink this? Sure, go ahead. What's wrong, Yukito-kun? I pick up the canned coffee that was untouched and placed on the table, probably a forgotten item from a visitor or a gift, and sit next to Himeyama-san, at the usual distance with Himeyama-san. Himeyama-san's body tenses slightly. The tension is felt. Oh, I see, I realize suddenly. Himeyama-san is usually very close. However, it takes courage to be that close. It's a distance that, stepping beyond an appropriate level of closeness, touches the other person, a distance not allowed between strangers. A distance meant for family, or a person one trusts to the point of feeling it's okay to be killed by them, a distance to expose oneself defenselessly, a distance. I understand that by trying to get closer to her. Yukito-kun, were you that worried about me? Of course, isn't that the kind of relationship we have, Himeyama-san? How do we look to others, I wonder? Will they call it something like a sugar mama relationship? Isn't it more like a high school boy and a suspicious high school girl? Ara, didn't you dislike loose socks? Weren't they equipped with weights or something, and when you take them off, it releases some kind of power? Fufu. Wanna try? I'll wait for you after changing next time. Why don't I ever learn anything? The bulldozer of digging one's own grave in anger. That's me, Yukito Kokonoe. Boo-hoo. I open the pull tab and take a sip of the coffee, making a bitter face. It's bitter. It's black. Do you not like it, Yukito-kun? I have a sweet tooth, so I guess black was a bit early for me. Even though you seem mature, you're still a high schooler in that regard, Yukito-kun. Those words overlay with what my mother and sister have said. Yeah, I'm still a kid. Ah, I'm sorry. I treated you like a child and made you feel bad. Didn't I? I gently grasp Himeyama-san's hand, which was flustered, and entwine our fingers. I got a good scolding from my mother and sister yesterday. Those people who love you, Uka-san and the others? They told me I'm not yet an adult. They said not to try to do everything alone. That's. Seeing that she was contemplating, I continued. I always believed I shouldn't trouble my family. In reality, I've caused nothing but trouble, but at least I've always tried to handle things on my own so I can overcome it. At that time too, I tried to resolve the misunderstanding alone. Exclamation mark. I keep holding onto the hand that tries to pull back strongly, so she won't escape. I thought it was okay like that. After all, the issue was resolved. Yukito-kun, interrupting Himeyama-san's words. Resolution. Whose resolution was it, after all? But that was the limit, and no one was happy afterward. Not Sanjoji-sensei, not Himeyama-san, not my classmates, not even me. I spent all that time alone afterward. I don't regret being a loner in class. Hinagi, my childhood friend, was there, and that was enough. That kind of approach was wrong. I think that now. I should have discussed it and overcome it together, even if it caused trouble for my mother or my sister. I realized that when I was scolded, it seems it's okay to bother the person you like. I realized my mistake because she got angry. Indeed, my sister is an archangel. I should make an offering. Himeyama-san, do you like me? Although I internally recoil from the self-centered host-like statement, Himeyama-san, the endlessly likable older sister figure, responds without any discomfort. Yeah, I like you, Yukito-kun. If that's the case, as the scenery gradually becomes tinged with dawn, I turn my entire body towards Himeyama-san. Himeyama-san, please cause trouble for me. Stop it, Yukito-kun. I peer into her eyes, tears overflow, seemingly about to fall any second. Don't bear it alone. That decision will make you unhappy, Himeyama-san. I don't have the right. I'll trap you, hurt your dignity, and steal your future. I embrace her from behind. It's the usual scent of Himeyama-san, a calming scent. Please, that day, I didn't accept the letter from you, Himeyama-san. I even refused to apologize. I abandoned your plea for help mercilessly. So, one more time. If I had accepted Himeyama-san's letter back then, at least it would have helped her sort out her feelings. But I didn't even accept it. It was me who couldn't move Himeyama-san forward. I caused stagnation. How much time did she spend because of me, trying to atone? I wasted her precious time in her 20s, like a precious gem. Cracks start appearing in the smile Himeyama-san was wearing. Reach out your hand. Rely on me. Confusion, conflict, evident in her eyes, wondering whether she should accept my words. I simply wait silently, waiting for her to reach out, believing in me. From the day we met again until today, the time we've spent together has meant something. It's trust. All for this moment, to rescue her from the frozen depths of hell. Faintly, Himeyama-san's lips quiver. A cold and chilling lament. Is it okay? A fragile voice. Himeyama-san's heart was screaming. It reached my ears, for sure. A strong yet fragile person who endured suffering while smiling. The kindest person more than anyone else. Can you save me from this place? It's peeling away. The smile that Himeyama-san had plastered on, like makeup. The true face behind the smile. Thawing emotions were seeping out. Yes. Himeyama-san's tears dampened the t-shirt. A far more beautiful thing compared to vomit. I'm scared. Even though I know the way children look at me, the mocking voices, it shouldn't be like that, but I can't speak. My body won't move, breathing is hard. I hate it, remaining pitiful and miserable. To just give up. Let's cause a ruckus around here. Everyone will gladly help. I have my limits in what I can do alone, and there's no need for that either. Cooperation is necessary. By Himeyama-san seeking help from me like this, I shouldn't think of it as a bother. This is what my mother and sister were saying. I, in my self-righteousness, didn't realize. Will you promise me? Shall we pinky promise? Our pinkies entwined. Not letting go. A firm vow. If you lie. Yeah. A choked sob. Himeyama-san fears voicing what lies beyond. Rejecting the thought. Even if it's a word game. The possibility of breaking the promise. Himeyama-san, I won't lie. I'll definitely do something. The person I once condemned as a liar. Even after we reunited, she continued to be deceived. But there was no need for that anymore. Our relationship had changed like this. In my arms, Himeyama-san let out tears. The long accumulated grief. There's no need to gather the fragments of a peeled away smile. From now on, it's about being able to have a genuine smile. The tear, harboring an intense heat, turned into a muddy stream, melting the thick ice that covered Himeyama-san's heart. For the first time, I felt like I touched Himeyama-san's heart. She is afraid of the human eye. Section. I was summoned by Himeyama's grandfather, Rishu-san, in the parking lot of the hospital, and listened to him talk about things I didn't know about Himeyama-san in the past. I guess I should say that she can no longer stand in front of people. She always liked children, even aimed to become a nursery teacher after giving up on the path of a teacher. However, The same thing happened during her internship. Fortunately, a colleague was nearby at the time, so it didn't turn into a serious matter. There was the gentle figure of a worried grandfather for his granddaughter. Perhaps she felt conflicted and embarrassed about the current situation. It seems she realized it was impossible for her. That child couldn't become anyone. Lately, I thought she was regaining some brightness and finally moving forward, but it doesn't seem so. I see. I also personally apologized to the academy. However, the owner of the academy would be surprised if Rishu-san suddenly came to apologize. Despite being retired, he was a heavyweight in the political world, having been involved in national politics and holding key positions in the party. People might have seen his face on TV, newspapers, or the internet, and if they knew he was Misaki Himeyama's grandfather, it would be difficult to fire her immediately. A week, maybe two if you managed to stick with it any longer than that, and she would be in trouble, and I don't think she would want to do it herself. If Himeyama couldn't continue as an instructor due to her health, retirement would become inevitable. Even if it was acceptable this time due to health issues, the question remained whether she'd be able to continue teaching in the future. That was the issue at hand. Therefore, they needed to somehow resolve Himeyama's problem within a week, or at least within 2 weeks at a minimum. This was a tough challenge. Unlike external factors, when it came to psychological issues, unlike a quest a person might bring, it wasn't a situation where an immediate and perfect solution could be provided. Power and money are powerless things. No matter how much you have, if you can't save a single cherished granddaughter. What have I been doing all this time? Politics can always save the masses, but it can never save an individual. It's a bitter lesson. That's why I called upon you. Rishu-san bowed his head. The driver didn't shift his gaze towards the back seat. I beg you. I want you to save that child. I can only rely on you. Misaki started smiling so much after meeting you. It must be somewhere in her heart. If there's anything I can do, I'll lend my strength. If there's anything you need, I'll provide it. There will be abundant gratitude. So, please, it's okay. I promised I would do something about it. Besides, you said earlier that you are powerless, but there must be things you can't do without power or money. There are many things I can't do. It's not a waste of time. So let's work together. Himeyama-san is loved like this. I was worried about what to do, but if Rishu-san is willing to help, it's like having the strength of 100 people. The available choices multiply significantly. That's the power of Rishu-san, an incredibly refreshing and influential man. I want it. Perhaps Misaki's judgment was accurate after all. I felt a strange, eerie glint in Rishu-san's eyes. It's a bit spooky. By the way, how many students were in the academy? It's a small privately run academy, so there were about 5 students at that time. 5 students. I see. Those children must have been surprised when their instructor suddenly collapsed. Their parents would be discussing it, and I'll handle their follow-up. But having a small number of students is good news. Is there something wrong? Have you come up with something? Let's go with a Spartan approach. If 5 went down, then the next step is tenfold. The law of scaling up from small to large is an unchanging rule. Rishu-san, I may be an influencer with a large following, and speaking of influencers, there's only one thing to do. Oh? A giveaway campaign. With a poker face, I raised my index finger. Himeyama's point of view. I let the hot shower run over my entire body, meticulously calming my mind. Once I returned home, I didn't feel like doing anything right away. It took me a few hours to finally start moving. When I was in the hospital room, I was sinking into the depths of despair. But now my heart was racing. It was beating uncontrollably, as if trying to burst out. Could it be that I knew what this feeling was, but I was scared to acknowledge it, so I looked away. When was the last time I cried so much? Trying to remember, I quickly realized. It was that day when he couldn't accept the letter I had for him. I cried until morning, but the difference now was the warmth glowing in my chest. I embraced my body. It felt as though I had washed away the pent-up emotions along with my tears, leaving my heart feeling lighter. Because Yukito-kun promised me that he would definitely save me. I clung desperately, shamelessly crying and exposing my pathetic side. Even so, I grabbed onto that hand. Exiting the bathroom, I dried my body and blow-dried my hair. I couldn't calm down unless I did something. I felt like I might be swallowed by the feelings I shouldn't realize. At that moment, my phone rang. Mikiya-san? Puzzled by an unexpected caller, I picked up the phone. Misaki, I heard you collapsed. Are you okay? I heard you've been discharged and are back home now. Why does Mikiya-san know about that? An unexpected inquiry from someone who shouldn't be aware. However, an unexpected answer followed. Oh, I asked him. He just came back a while ago. I'm relieved for now. Him? There's no connection whatsoever. My relationship with Mikiya-san had already ended. We hadn't even been in contact for years. There was no intermediary acquaintance between us. Remember, I met him at your place. The guy who works with electricity. Electricity? What does Mikiya-san? Wait. Is it about Yukito-kun? Numerous questions arose. I couldn't understand Mikiya-san's words at all. Why is Mikiya-san with Yukito? When did you exchange contact information? Oh, you didn't know? He's currently staying at our inn. It's like a family trip with two beautiful women. When he got the call, he rushed out. Wait, Mikiya-san's inn is? I almost dropped my phone. Unbelievable. That's absurd. Because Mikiya-san's inn, Unabara, is in Kyoto. Even if he took the bullet train immediately after receiving the call, it would take more than 3 hours to get to the hospital. Come to think of it, Yukito apologized for being late. I was so happy that he came that I didn't mind, but if those words meant exactly what he said, then Yukito is. I want to deny it. I want you to deny it. Please, don't tell me anything more, I beg you. He told me before he went to see you. I was invited too, but I had a consultation about a loan scheduled for today, so I turned down his invitation. He said to me then, if you were asked which is more important, my work or you, what would you choose? I could sense Mikiya-san chuckling. It was a common foolish question. Comparing incomparable things is meaningless, like asking which is bigger, height or weight. But if those were Yukito's words, there must be an intention. In the end, I chose work again this time. Same as last time. I betrayed and abandoned you once again. That's too much. It was definitely too much of a leap. We are strangers now. Mikiya-san has nothing to do with it. If you have two things you want to protect, two precious things, you have to become strong enough to protect both. If you can't do that, it's something you don't desire. He told me that. It's a pathetic story, isn't it? But watching him rush out to see you, I understood that this was what it meant. He cares about you. And he took action to protect something important. Anyone can say anything just with words, like I'm doing over this phone call. My whole body heated up. The feelings I thought I had washed away. But I couldn't do such a thing. Mikiya-san is not at fault. Just contacting me like this makes me happy. I couldn't focus on work all day. I made continuous mistakes and got scolded by my mother. Thank you for worrying. I'm sorry for causing trouble to Mikiya-san. No, it's not like that. It's not about that. I'm the one who should apologize. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm glad you seem well. I wonder if Mikiya-san is included in what Yukito-kun said. Who exactly is included in the apologies? Even though I can only trust him, he's a strange kid. Huh? Yukito-kun? Yes. He's a little different. Mikiya-san muttered quietly. He's quite different, but there's no need to mention it. He might have many things he wants to protect. I don't know. Why, Mikiya-san? Nothing. It's my own story. Sorry. Well then, Misaki, I have an early date tomorrow. I see. Well then. The call ends. What was Mikiya-san trying to say at the end? The precious things Yukito-kun is trying to protect. There are many, and I might be among them. Could it be Mikiya-san too? There's no way that's true. And there's no need for that. It's too much for one person to bear alone. But if I got involved with Yukito-kun, then Mikiya-san's life might change involuntarily. He strangely has that kind of power. Just kidding. I collapse onto the bed. My body feels hot. My emotions are surging and I can't contain them. Yukito-kun rushed to me for my sake. I mull over those words I've spoken. How difficult it must have been. He immediately left a family trip behind, without any hesitation. The two beautiful women would likely be his mother, Uko-san, and his sister, Yuri-san. It must have been an important time for the family. Yet, he prioritized me. Even though I caused him so much suffering, I recall being embraced in the hospital room. I felt a sense of relief in his sturdy chest. For some reason, the hook of my bra had been undone, but Yukito-kun didn't seem to notice, and neither did I. It was probably just an accidental touch that unhooked it. His skills were incredible. He was such a lovely boy. I'm despicable. I was already at my limit. When he held me, I felt it. Yukito-kun was a man. No, I shouldn't take it seriously. I thought it. As a woman, I wanted to dedicate myself to him, body and soul. I wanted to surrender. I wanted to be held. Yes, it's an unpermitted desire. My body aches with it. I somehow endured it, suppressed it. But hearing from Mikiya-san made it resurface. But it couldn't be helped. Anyone would fall for something like that. I tried to avert my gaze, but I couldn't. I couldn't lie to myself. If he were to ask for it, I would do anything for him. There are no taboos. A fallen woman. Yukito-kun, I've fallen in love with you for real. These words spill out of my mouth so easily. He's a precious boy and a man I love. Even so, I can still keep these feelings hidden in my heart. It would be a nuisance for him to be liked by someone like me, an older woman. It's okay. I can continue to treat him the same as before. Can I? I wonder if I can. I'm anxious. I don't know what Yukito-kun might be planning. Even now, I love him so much. If the result of that changes my situation. Chapter 4, A Love Affair That Never Begins and Never Ends. Kyuan's point of view. I'm sorry. Did I keep you waiting? No. I just arrived too. It's been a while since we last met, isn't it? Don't worry about it. There's something I really wanted to talk to you about. 2 days had passed since I returned from my solo trip. I arranged to meet my younger cousin in a private booth at a cafe. I chose a private booth because I wanted to talk without worrying about the surroundings. Here's a souvenir from this trip. I tried it myself, and it was delicious. Really? Thank you. I'll make sure to share it with everyone. We placed our orders. During lunchtime, we ordered some reasonably priced dishes and drinks to relax a bit. Were you at the hot springs again? Yeah, I was. The hot spring was amazing, but then, you have something to ask me, right? There might not be much I can answer, but I'm usually close with my cousin, and we talk a lot. We also message each other frequently. Despite the age difference, my cousin is a good listener. She admires me, and being around her lifts my spirits. I have some things to ask her, but more than anything, I wanted someone to listen to my complaints. I couldn't possibly share this with anyone at the office. It would have to be a close friend from school or someone like my cousin. With family, I can reveal my embarrassing side without concern. As we chatted about the souvenirs, I began to tell her about my shameful behavior. I couldn't relax until I got it off my chest. Looking back, my actions were foolish and far from my usual self. If I listened to what he has to say, all I did was to show my horrifying ugliness, then to approach him with a misunderstanding, and to destroy his phone with suspicious eyes. Just listing the facts makes me dizzy. He just went out of his way to bring me, who was heavily drunk, home. I should be thankful, and he did nothing wrong. There was nothing to worry about. As I initially feared, he wouldn't be thinking about bringing another woman while on a family trip to the hot springs. Yet, I was the lowest in every aspect. I must be seen with nothing but disgust. In fact, his sister's gaze towards me was extremely piercing and harsh, and it's true. Even the details I wanted to keep hidden have been exposed. He must be disgusted, and there might even be online posts calling me a despicable person. I'll compensate for the phone I broke, but that's expected. In fact, I might be sued if I don't. It's the bare minimum required. Apart from that, I couldn't find peace without earnestly apologizing. I plan to formally apologize on another day. Even if I'm criticized, I'll just have to accept it. If this makes him lose the kindness he had, I won't be able to face it. People who move to help someone without any self-interest are incredibly precious. Working in this field, I inevitably encounter the ugly side of human nature. That's why, without realizing it, I've become a suspicious and distrustful person. It's difficult to possess a clear, pure character like a clear stream, and it's precious and should never be tarnished. That's why, even now, the image of his excessively pure character still feels unreal. So, you ended up throwing up on that person's face. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? This time, I sincerely regret it. I like alcohol, but I should really cut back. Just because you've reached adulthood, it doesn't mean you should drink like this. I know I don't have the authority to say that. I can only advise you to be careful. But I never thought Kyon-san would make such a mistake. I never thought I'd end up like this. It's not just that, though. Do I really need to mention the part about leaking? Although she is my cousin, I couldn't suppress my modesty as an adult. Not a word of complaint, though she might have actually said something. I could only feel gratitude for him bringing me to the room. There was no one in the room except for me. He couldn't help me change, so he had to leave me there. But on the table, there were mineral water and liver support supplements, which I didn't remember buying. He had prepared them. Despite his thoughtfulness, what have I done to someone who went out of their way for me? I've been wallowing in severe self-loathing for these past 2 days, but I couldn't bring that into work. That's why I needed to vent like this. But he was such an odd one. At first, he called me a yokai or something. A yokai? That's interesting. I can't tell you the name he used. And, after his mother knew about me, she started calling me Goddess Sensei, which is so embarrassing, especially since I'm already referred to as the goddess of the legal world. I don't want these weird nicknames. Goddess Sensei, it feels strangely familiar. I wanted to ask you about something. He's a first year, and it seems like he goes to the same high school as you. If there's such a noticeable kid, maybe you know him? Really? Wait, Kyon-san. I'm getting a bad feeling all of a sudden. His name is Yukito Kokonoe! Exclamation mark. I had given my business card to his family, and I had his contact details. During that interaction, I coincidentally found out that he attends the same high school as my cousin. Even though the number of students is large, my cousin might not know him. Still, today, I wanted to have this conversation in case it could be helpful in some way. Goddess Sensei, Goddess Senpai. First year. Kokonoe. What's wrong, Kyoka? If you know something, I'd be happy if you could tell me. For some reason, my cousin Kyoka widened her eyes in surprise and made curious noises. Yukito's point of view. Thank you. Yuki, could you open it? I picked it thinking you'd like it. During the summer break, students who come to school generally fall into 3 categories. Those involved in club activities, supplementary classes, or committees. Even though my life may be failing in other aspects, my test scores are fine. Therefore, if I were to come to school, it would be for either a club activity or a committee. Since I'm not a member of any committee, it means I'm here for a club activity. After finishing the girls' basketball practice, Shiori is on her way home. I also gave her a souvenir on the side. Going to a hot spring on a family trip sounds wonderful. I wonder what kind of souvenir it is. Panties. I've given it a lot of thought, and I thought the light blue color would look good on you. Why the panties? Shiori was taken aback as she opened the capsule. I'm glad. It seems she was pleased. I knew the color would be bright for Shiori. I gave one to the student council president earlier, but she immediately tried to change on the spot. It was quite a scene. Where do I even start with that? While Sakuma-senpai was restraining laughter, Mikumo-senpai, the secretary, was goading her. As I was sharing tales from the hot spring trip, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Kamishiro-san?" Were they returning from club activities like us? A group of a few people. One of the boys was pushed forward by his friends as if compelled. Suzuki-senpai? That name rang a bell. He's the second year in the baseball club, the candidate for the next ace, who confessed to Shiori. Since I've never met him before, I couldn't really intrude on their conversation. Despite being in the baseball club, he didn't have crew cut. I guess that's how things are these days. Kamishiro-san, are you on a date? No. It's not a date. I'm just heading home together with Yuki. And you? I see, you are Kokonoe-kun, right? Although I was being as quiet as a mouse, the senior initiated the conversation with me. I wanted to introduce myself. It went wrong. Well, You're pretty well known. I'm Keiji Suzuki, a second year. Are you and Kamishiro-san dating? We're in a panty-giving relationship. Well, it's just a cheap souvenir. Why do you have to make it so complicated? I see. No. What's that about? Suzuki-senpai seemed troubled, but then he regained his composure. Frankly, I don't have a very positive opinion of you. Regardless of the truth, you stand out too much. Senpai, Yuki isn't like that. Kamishiro-san, I haven't given up yet. You're not dating anyone, right? Then I believe I still have a chance. I confessed and got turned down last time, but I'll make you turn to me. I'm troubled. I've already declined. I genuinely like you. Even if you say that, the senpai's friends were irresponsibly making a fuss. Suzuki had a determined look in his eyes. His direct approach in expressing his feelings was admirable, fitting for someone in the baseball club. However, despite being rejected once, cornering someone like this in a group and confessing again felt like applying pressure, somewhat cowardly. Also, not noticing Shiori's discomfort was not okay. That's lame. Shiori, let's go. Yuki. I'm sorry, senpai. Hey, wait. I abruptly interrupted the conversation. I couldn't keep up with this. I shrugged my shoulders and left through the school gate with Shiori. I don't know what kind of person Suzuki-senpai is, but cornering someone like that isn't fair. Thanks, Yuki. You're quite popular. It sounds sarcastic when you say it, Yuki. I've never had a girlfriend, though. Like I said, the clear sky that was spread out suddenly turned dark. Cumulonimbus clouds that had rapidly developed covered the sky. In summer, when the warm air heated by the sunlight collides with the cooler air in the upper atmosphere, cumulonimbus clouds rapidly develop, making the atmosphere unstable. Thunder roared, and heavy rain started pouring down in an instant. Sudden natural disasters in summer are extremely unpredictable. Naturally, we didn't have umbrellas or anything. A sudden downpour. Shiori, let's run. Yeah. Yuki, my apartment is closer from here. They say a woman's heart and the autumn sky change quickly, but the same might be said for summer weather. The clear sky suddenly turns overcast, and rain starts pouring down to cool the air heated by the sunlight. Nature's ways were as usual today. The sudden summer spectacle. On the way back from club activities, caught in a sudden heavy rainstorm, I end up seeking shelter at Shiori's apartment. Water had seeped into my shoes, creating an uncomfortable feeling. Weather forecasts are powerless against such sudden changes. I wiped my head and body with the towel I had with me. You should take a shower first. I couldn't let Shiori catch a cold. That's what I suggested, but for some reason, Shiori's face turned red. What's wrong? That line. It's embarrassing, isn't it? I couldn't understand at all where the embarrassing element was. But there was no point in questioning it. It's often the case that pursuing such things doesn't lead to any good. Lightning streaked across the sky, flashing through the thick clouds. I hope there won't be a power outage. If that happens, I'll warm you up. Why do you say things like that, Yuki? Are you doing it on purpose? It must be on purpose. What do you mean? I looked at Shiori with a sparkle in my eyes, innocent and pure. Why are you usually so gloomy, but only so innocent at a time like this? Shiori let out a bitter moan and seemed to be in anguish. What on earth is going on? If there's a power outage and it becomes pitch dark, taking a bath is dangerous. There's a risk of slipping and falling in the bathroom, and if you hit your head during a fall, it's not a laughing matter. About 5,000 people die from heat shock annually, and there are around 17,000 accidents in bathrooms each year. The bathroom is one of the most dangerous areas in a household. It's too risky to go in while it's dark. Everyone, please be careful. If there's a power outage, I meant that the only thing I could do to keep Shiori from catching a cold is to somehow keep her warm. But what on earth is Shiori talking about? Maybe it's the robust imagination of adolescence. Well, can't do much about it. It doesn't seem to be stopping yet. Yeah. Might it turn into night? Over there, the clouds seem to be thinning out, so maybe it won't last that long. Not lingering for too long is also a characteristic of some rain. Even though its momentum hasn't stopped, it might reach a lull in about an hour. Oh, I need to bring in the laundry. I'll do it. But more importantly, You'll catch a cold. Hurry up and get in. Yeah. Thanks, Yuki. I'll be out soon. With the sound of clothes being taken off in the background, she headed straight for the balcony to bring in the laundry. The driving rain was mercilessly blowing onto the balcony. The clothes that were already wet would dry well enough after the rain stopped. She was only bringing in the dry clothes. It's been a hot summer this year. Hosting the Olympics in such a season is beyond reason. There weren't many clothes to bring in. From what I could see, they seemed to belong only to Shiori herself. Big, Sugoi Dekai, so big, bra hanging out to dry. Shiori, you've grown so impressive. Shiori Kamishiro is the strongest girl in terms of physique. In her growth phase, she's breaking height records. And it's not just her being tall, she excels in athletic abilities too. It's natural that she's sought after by sports clubs, not only in basketball but also in volleyball. And let's just say, her body parts also exceed the norm for a girl. While thinking about such things, I'm also bringing in the underwear that was hung out with the clothes. It wouldn't be right to leave just the underwear behind. I don't have any mischievous intentions. Wow, Yuki. No, not the underwear. Maybe realizing that the underwear was hung out, Shiori hurriedly comes out from the bathroom. Isn't that more inappropriate? Besides, I already brought it in. Shiori dashed out with just a bath towel wrapped around her, but it was too late. By then, I had already started folding the laundry. When my mother used to come home late, I usually handled most of the household chores. It wouldn't be unsettling at this point to have underwear mixed in with the laundry. And Mom and Nei-san are also Sugoi Dekai. Aside from Mom, Nei-san is not that tall, unlike Shiori, which makes her feel immoral. With teary eyes and a bright red face, he scurried back to the bathroom. I'm Yukito Kokonoe, a guy who doesn't expect a Lucky Lu development. If I continues to talk to Shiori in that outfit, something dangerous like that, like her bath towel coming off, might happen. I would not take such a risk. My risk management is perfect. When Shiori came out of the shower, she was still blushing. She was moaning inexpressibly. I wondered what to do and tried to reassure her. Don't worry about it, I'm used to seeing him with my mother and sister. That bothers me. Why are you used to it? My sister has zero wife skills. I used to take care of things like laundry and household chores. So, that's how it is. That's why you can cook, huh? Well, back in the day, my mom used to come home late. Although the opportunities to cook have significantly decreased, it's a skill that hasn't gone to waste. I hand over the folded laundry to Shiori, who has changed into casual clothes. Are you going to take a shower too, Yuki? I'm good. I'll head home once it stops raining. No can do. Take a shower. Do you have any plans or something after this? Well, not really. In that case. Haha, I see. So, you're feeling lonely, huh? Shiori's parents are away on a company trip to Hokkaido. Got it. I'll borrow it for a bit. Yeah, don't worry, I won't do anything weird. Why do you always say things like that? I just see myself as an honest guy. Moo. Now, hurry up and take a shower. Want to play a game together afterward? I'm pushed forward. The scent of soap tickles my nostrils. Despite appearances, she might be accumulating stress. It's my duty as the one who escorts the girls in the bath to help relieve that stress. Until when should I keep stealing Shiori's future? What do you want to do? I'm not really good at games or anything. Then how about playing bingo? First, we need to create bingo sheets. That's not a game for two people. And we don't even have prizes for that. That's not the point. Okay, let's start with numbers from 1 to 500. They definitely won't all match. How long are we going to play? After various considerations, we decided on a fallen object puzzle. I'm not really familiar with it, but it seems to be a love game where you complete puzzles to make characters fall. What the heck is that? When I check, it's from an unknown maker. Surprisingly, we get excited and by the time we've made the fourth character fall into pleasure, it's already evening. How about carbonara? It's been a while since I had your cooking. Yuki, I used the dryer for the wet clothes. I check the ingredients and quickly prepare the dish. Shiori doesn't seem to be very good at cooking for herself. I can tell by looking at the kitchen. There you go. Stop eating convenience store food. I plate the dish and set it on the table. It's simple cooking, but it's a delicate time of day. I made a slightly smaller portion, assuming we would eat again at night. After all, Shiori is in her growth period. They are Sugoidakai. Well, she should be able to handle this amount easily. I'm trying my best. It's just that the results aren't showing. It's kinda bothersome doing it alone. Well, you'll get used to it eventually. Yeah, I know. Let's eat. After finishing eating and washing the dishes, Shiori hesitantly starts talking. This feels nice. When I'm alone at home, sometimes, especially at night, I feel a bit lonely. It's really nice to have someone around. Shiori looks at the calendar hanging on the wall, showing a troubled smile. Is it their trip to Hokkaido? Maybe you'll have a little brother or sister soon? Don't say such vivid things. Are you planning to be a grandparent soon? Your vividness level just doubled. Shiori's face turns bright red, and she starts to feel warm. She might look cute, but for someone as physically strong as Shiori, the sound effects are more like a thunderclap, and I suffered a great deal. Sorry. It seems like I've been subjected to too much sexual harassment around me, and it's numbed my senses. Both the environment and symptoms seem severe. That's right. As I punch holes in the bingo sheet, I casually open my mouth. Why didn't you accept the confession from Senpai? Because the one I like is you. Her words reach straight through, leaving no escape route. It's not just the Senpai from the baseball club. I know there are many people who have feelings for Shiori. For those people, my presence is nothing but a hindrance. It would have been better if it were a lie. It's a despicable thought that disregards Shiori's feelings. However, her determined eyes pierce through, saying that she won't let me misunderstand her feelings like that anymore. Knowing that someone has feelings for me, I don't have the insensitivity or the ability of a harem manga protagonist. I can't continue to act oblivious like that. To keep someone's feelings towards me pending indefinitely would be cruel. Time flows equally for everyone. It's a crime to keep tying up someone's youth forever. Everyone has the right to spend their shining moments, and no one has the right to take that away from them. So, I'll tell her plainly, with just the facts. Even if the answer hurts, Shiori should be allowed to experience her own youth. Neither denial nor keeping things pending will change the hurt it causes. It only affects the magnitude of the pain. Still, it's not permissible to keep playing with someone's feelings, leaving hopes and expectations vague. Shiori, I can't accept your confession. There's a clear gulp. For a moment, I couldn't pretend not to see her expression, on the verge of tears. Am I not good enough to be by your side? Is it because I'm not Suzurikawa-san? I'll say the same to Hinagi. I don't want to say it. Please don't make me. Somewhere in my heart, such conflict churns. That's precisely why I know that unless I say it aloud, I won't find closure. Because I can't fall for you. That's the only truth. Is it my fault? If I hadn't done that, you're not to blame. It's all my fault. It's okay if you hate me. So, you should move forward soon. Don't waste your time. Stop it. Yuki, you can't do this. You're attractive. I'm sure you'll find a wonderful partner. Someone like that baseball club senpai is out of the question. But there are guys with excellent marriage material specs, like the refreshing handsome man. I don't want someone else. I like. Your redemption and atonement are already over. I can't make you happy. The past didn't matter. I never cared about committing sins. This is just a breakup conversation. I was confessed to and rejected. It's just a common scene that can happen anywhere. However, it became complicated. Two originally unrelated events unraveling the threads that tied them together. Thank you for everything. No, I don't want to be apart. Her hand reached my cheek as if clinging desperately. How can she move forward? How can she shake off the past? Would it be better if she hated me? If she could think that falling in love with such a terrible person was a mistake, that there's no value in worrying about it, that she is a stain. Shiori, I've always hated you. Don't come near me anymore. Yuki, I left Shiori behind and headed towards the entrance. As I stepped outside, the thick clouds had passed, and the sunlight was beginning to return. So, goodbye, I whispered softly without looking back. I knew it would cause sadness no matter what. Yet, perhaps wishing for her happiness despite that was contradictory. If I could fall for someone else, would there have been a future where I could fall for Shiori too? Either way, it's merely an if, an unanswered question. Receiving a confession and refusing it was already so painful, but I couldn't even imagine how much I'd hurt someone by cheating after starting a relationship. I'm far from being capable of such a thing. I guess old guys like me are just scum. I am a man who could never become a harem protagonist. Yukito Kokonoe. Shiori's point of view. I got dumped, I muttered as I sat alone in the room after Yuki had left. A mix of joyful and sorrowful memories flooded my mind, conflicting emotions beyond my control. He hates me. That's right. There's no way he could ever like me. I hurt him 3 times. I contradicted myself, then caused his injury. Just before an important competition, Yuki got injured, and I blamed him along with the club's advisor and members. I had high hopes. I worked hard, hoping for results. Perhaps that's why those words slipped out, but Yuki never blamed me for being the cause. He protected me from blaming me for his injury. He quietly accepted my words without any reproach and quit basketball. He didn't make excuses. He never showed up in the basketball club again, didn't pass anything to the younger members. Despite apologies from the advisor and the team, Yuki never returned, and nothing changed. It's all my fault. It's natural for him to hate me. There's no way someone like him could like me. Perhaps he found me, who kept hanging around, bothersome. For the first time, I was directly told that I was hated. I thought so, but Yuki. I can't give up. If Yuki had said that in his usual expressionless manner, I might have just accepted his words obediently. I would have believed that he truly hated me. Maybe then, I could have given up. However, the expression on Yuki's face as he said those words was different, filled with an unusual amount of pain. The words "I hate you" were spoken as if being squeezed out. That made me understand. That was his kindness. It was his genuine heart, not a fabricated emotion. There was lingering kindness he couldn't completely eradicate. Perhaps that's why, despite being told that he hated me, despite being denied in words, my feelings kept growing uncontrollably. However, I don't know what to do. I couldn't reach Yuki's heart. I had probably thought that he would choose Suzurikawa-san, because Suzurikawa-san was someone from his childhood, someone Yuki had liked before. But even to Suzurikawa-san, Yuki had said the same thing. Why? Then who does Yuki like? Yes, I remember his words. Yuki is bad at lying to himself. I can even say he's straightforward. The strongest mentality that doesn't hide behind any words. Therefore, I understand some things. Is there no one he likes? I feel like he said he couldn't like anyone. There's no one else he likes, and it's not Suzurikawa-san either. There must be a fundamentally different reason. I'm so stubborn, aren't I? Yuki told me that so many times that he doesn't care anymore. Actually, I think that's true. If Yuki said he didn't care, he truly doesn't. That's his personality. Even so, I wanted to make amends for what I did. Ah, I see. I guess I wanted him to scold me. Why do I understand this now? I'm always so slow, and regret is all that remains. Yuki is kind. That kindness tied me down. And now, Yuki has freed me from it. I can't give anything back. I only caused an injury and received protection. I couldn't get anything. I felt helpless. So, I chased after him. I wanted to be with him so much that I chose the same high school. But I think Yuki felt like I was sacrificing myself for him. That's why he rejected me in that way. No, that's not it. While saying it's not just self-punishment, I might not have fully understood my own feelings yet. It's not about redemption or compensation. I just genuinely like him. Pure, untainted feelings. Could I express this once more? He told me to move on. That surely means to look toward the future rather than the past, right? But hey, is it that Yuki can't be in that future? I don't want that. This isn't his problem. It's my problem. I can't reach him. I can't find an answer. But even just with Yuki, I can't reach an answer. Suzurikawa-san will probably reach the same conclusion. Even if Yuki doesn't accept Suzurikawa-san, she won't give up just like me. No matter how much Yuki thinks alone, those words won't make us give up. Because it's not just Yuki or just me. It's both of us. We can only find acceptance in the conclusion reached by both of us. Chapter 5, Time to Thaw. Wha? It's a Bunny-san. Bunny-san. No, no. I'm known as Bunnyman. Informed bunny. A promising bunny for the future. Pet. Surrounded by excited children, I got tangled up and must. Ha. How about that? This is the popularity of Bunnyman. The vitality of children is incredible, truly amazing. They seem to have an excess of energy. Sorry for bothering you. Thank you for granting our request. No, no. I apologize for suddenly asking something unreasonable. Bowing my head, a kind-looking nursery teacher approached and joined in entertaining the children. Ani-chan, play with us. Ah, well, let's see. What would be good? Himeyama-san is also very popular among the children. Himeyama-san is a gentle and embracing older sister, and that atmosphere seems to convey well to the children. I wouldn't mind playing with her myself. Would you read us a story, please? A timid girl with braids asked me shyly. I lifted her onto my knee. Of course USA. Let's see. Once upon a time, there was a bunny USA, in a certain place USA, Grandpa Bunny USA, Grandma Bunny USA, Mountain Bunny USA, Brush Bunny USA, cutting wood with a bunny USA, and hopping around with a bunny USA, hopping around with a bunny USA. Yukito-kun, you are experiencing gestalt breakdown. USA? I have absolutely no idea. I see. There's no need to explain it again, but Imeyama-san and I are volunteering at the nursery. The influencer Yukito's SNS is inundated with various requests on a daily basis, and one of those requests is to participate in an event like this. One of the requests was to participate in an event like this. It was a short notice, but the children were happy to participate, and we were happy if we could relieve some of the burden on the childcare staff. Unlike corporate requests that come with compensation, these volunteer activities are solely based on our conscience. But in the first place, these aren't the kind of things you do for the sake of a reward. Volunteering during summer vacation is a common activity for high school students, just like the insincere words spoken during interviews to raise one's academic scores. Even if someone participates solely to boost their report card, it's still better than not doing any good. At least, being welcomed like this is enough, I think. Yeah. Now, everyone, here are some presents. Which one do you want? Yay, I want this towel. Then, I want this pen. We generously distribute the Bunnyman goods I brought along, and the nursery teacher's enthusiastic reactions only intensify. However, please don't worry about it. Is it really okay to receive so much? Don't worry about it. It's part of inventory management. Samples, giveaways, Bunnyman goods keep pouring in relentlessly, but unfortunately, there's no specific use for them. Clearing out the accumulating goods like this is a double win for me. The smiles of the children serve as nourishment for Bunnyman. I play the role of a good person. Hey, Ani-chan. Are you Bunny-san's friend? Me? Well, I am Bunny-san's. Himeyama-san looks troubled as she glances towards me. Are we friends? No. This Ani-chan is Bunny's mate. Yukito? My answer leaves the children looking puzzled. Oh no. The concept of mates might be a bit too complicated. Mate? What's a mate? It's Bunny-san's wife. Bunnyman-sama wants to impregnate his wife, increase his power, and eventually turn this earth into Bunnyman's paradise. USA sa 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 ha ha ha. No, USA sa 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 sa. It's like a wife. Yay. Just like mum. Impregnate. Teaching strange words like that might be a bit. Parents might get angry too. A complaint comes in with an apologetic tone. I'm truly sorry. I bow deeply. And so, we throw ourselves into volunteer activities, engrossed in the experience. I'm sorry for asking you to accompany me. What are you saying? It's for my sake. I should be the one thanking you. After finishing the volunteer work, we took a break at a family restaurant. It consumed quite a bit of energy, but there's a sense of fulfillment. The nursery teachers who do this every day are, modestly put, amazing. But still, why a nursery? Oh, About that, I asked Trishu-san. Himeyama-san once aspired to be a nursery teacher, and the reason she gave up. Himeyama-san's expression darkens. It seems to be a past she doesn't want to dwell on. Yes, indeed. I've loved children since a long time ago. After giving up on being a teacher, I thought about becoming a nursery teacher. But when I actually faced the children, it didn't work out. I had a kind of rejection, a fear. They were purer than elementary school kids, and it scared me. The innocent gaze they had towards me. Himeyama-san's hands tremble. It might not be just because the air conditioning is too strong. Now that I think about it, the failure in fertility treatments might be because of that. While saying I wanted a baby, deep down, I was afraid maybe I wasn't truly blessing it, hoping in my heart that it wouldn't be born. I held contradictory feelings, praying for something opposite to my wish. That's probably why I couldn't conceive. It's my own doing. Even so, at this age, she laughs with a self-deprecating tone. I felt a twinge at Himeyama-san's words. Mute, what's wrong? You seem really bothered. I'm embarrassed to say she's already this old, but my mom seems like she can afford to have a third child, so I think it's too early to give up. If anything, isn't it within the right age range? You're quite alluring, aren't you? In your late 20s is not an age to give up on having children. Barely in your 40s is still fine. In the case of Uko-san, if there's a possibility of a third child, it might be because of you. Do you happen to have some insight into Mum's love life? No. It's nothing. Absolutely nothing. Really? It's nothing. Why are you desperately denying, Himeyama-san? Could it be that Mum is secretly dating someone, and you're keeping it a secret about that person? This is intriguing. I'm curious. All right. When I get home, I'll ask Mom about it. Why do you have no sense of crisis? It's absolutely a bad idea because you'll get involved in unnecessary trouble. Yukito-kun, you must not ask with such a cute face. Yes. Stop with the unreliable replies. This child. Setting aside Mom's questioning for later, now it's about Himeyama-san. But isn't it strange? Even today, Himeyama-san seemed fine. It doesn't mean she was okay. I observed her, and she was putting on a strong front, but her complexion wasn't good. Even so, during the volunteer work, Himeyama-san handled it well. That's easy. It's because you, Yukito-kun, were next to me. I felt very reassured. I believed I'd be fine. That's the reason. If I were alone, I think I would have collapsed. However, you successfully overcame it. It's okay. Let's aim to overcome it together through volunteering for a week starting today. You'll get used to it quickly. What Himeyama-san lacks is confidence, the self-assurance that she can accomplish it. It's necessary to steadily accumulate from small things. Today is the first step for that. A step for Himeyama-san to move forward. But wasting your summer vacation like this, Yukito-kun. I believe it's worth it for Himeyama-san, so that's why I'm doing it. Himeyama-san softly muttered a thank you. Yes, you promised to save me. Then, I'll ask again. Yukito-kun, help me so that I won't be scared again and can stand in front of the children. Leave it to me. It's not just volunteering. Arrows 2 and 3 need to be shot. Preparations and adjustments are challenging, but it seems we can manage it. All thanks to Rishu-san. Himeyama-san, your voice is very beautiful. It's like a voice actor's. Is that so? I've never been told that before. Changing oneself is not easy, but it's necessary to overturn the current situation. People are scary. To overcome that, you need to deliberately attract attention. I firmly held Himeyama-san's hands and declared, let's do it. Idle. A drop of sweat trickled down Himeyama-san's forehead. Section. I'm so tired. But seriously, how did so many people gather? Yukito always rushes things. I lie down on the asphalt, feeling like my back is going to get sunburned. Ouch. The refreshing handsome guy casually wipes away sweat. Just that action makes female students from other schools scream with joy. Now, this guy has become quite famous. In a corner of Unabara Inn, part of the parking lot is borrowed, and a basketball hoop is set up for the street basketball event. High school students, college students, and circle members from various fields have gathered in large numbers. We're not occupying the space illegally. Of course, negotiations with the inn's president, Anabara-san, have already been settled. Although it's called a parking lot, it's not for regular cars but for tourist buses. Currently, Anabara-in doesn't have so many tourist buses stopping by in a day. We've borrowed the space for one bus. You might wonder what benefit Anabara-in gets from this arrangement. They won't cause any losses. Due to the arrival of the third basketball boom, the street basketball fever is rising nationwide. The troublemakers who caused it all, we, decided to go on a summer training camp, or rather, a Kyoto expedition. We recruited opponents through social media, and applications poured in from neighboring prefectures like Nara, Hyogo, Shiga, Osaka, as well as from all corners of the country. By the way, I posted the recruitment message right after having a conversation with Rishu-san in the hospital parking lot. A risky summer camp. It was a last-minute preparation. So, officially, we'll be playing against 20 teams chosen by drawing lots. The venue and our accommodation are both Anabara-in. By securing accommodations, we considerately made it easier for participants from distant places, but this turned out to be more effective than expected. It's a one-night, two-day schedule, but I'm covering the accommodation fees for all 20 teams. Even though it's an expense, there's no problem. In the first place, this summer camp also serves as a promotion. The footage of our matches is being live-streamed on SNS, and viewers are excitedly watching the intense battles against teams representing various schools and regions. Super chats are also flying around. Considering advertising expenses, it's a win-win situation without turning into a loss. Anabara-in, which was quiet before, is now lively and welcoming the hustle and bustle. The large reservations from big groups are motivating them even more. Now then, it's finally time for the feast. With that declaration, cheers erupted from the teams that had gathered. Even though it's called a summer training camp, only 3 of us are participating. Me, the refreshing handsome guy, and Sado-san. Shiori won't be joining. It's unrelated to the club. And I hope you understand. A one-night, two-day camp with hot springs and only a few guys. Shiori's parents would never allow such a trip. They would surely think it's just a wild orgy. It's too early for something like that for underage people. Even though I said I'm a PG point guard, I can't make a 3P, 3-point, shot in the night. For some reason, I am trusted by Shiori's parents. Although Shiori said it's okay, causing anxiety or worry for the family is not my intention. I'll make up for this at some point. The grand banquet hall is filled with energy. Since there are many underage participants, alcohol is strictly prohibited. While enjoying the dishes, new encounters and friendships are being formed here and there. Hey, Yukito. This kind of thing is nice, isn't it? Expressing deep emotions, Kuki joyfully mutters such words. He did mention wanting to do something typical of summer break. Are you satisfied? Idiot. We're just getting started, right? His smile was more dazzling than the school principal's bald head reflected under a paperweight. I apologize for getting you involved in this, Sado-senpai. Nah, I've always admired this kind of thing. Besides, we're chosen heroes. Mischievously, Sado laughs. He inherited the title of hero from the energetic senpai and the god who passed it on. Since the passionate senpai retired due to exams, the hero of the Snow Rabbits team was vacant. So, the new member of the basketball club, Sado, inherited the role. Is it about time? How's the progress, Kuki-kun? Checking the time, the atmosphere warms up nicely, and the party is in full swing. It's the perfect moment. It's come together at least, but seriously, are we really doing this? I don't want to end up like those Sunshine guys forming a band for a live performance at the cultural festival, but we still need this kind of visually appealing performance. You know, character songs and stuff. I have no idea what you're talking about. Think of it as an anime episode with a randomly inserted beach scene without any connection to the main plot. And you, Sado-senpai? At worst, even just pretending is fine. We're not the main characters anyway. Well, I'll do my best to perfect it before the actual performance. Poor Sado-senpai, unaware of everything. Sado-senpai is worried about Shiori, but he'll surely be surprised. Imagining Shiori's ponytail bouncing like a wild horse, the scene is vividly playing in his mind. However, Shiori is not here. The main character from here on is. Leaving the banquet hall, I approach Himeyama-san, who is waiting in the hallway. It suits you very well. You look like a real idol. Wrapped in a glamorous outfit, Himeyama-san is nervously tensed. Why, Yukito-kun? Isn't it weird for me? Won't people think? What is that middle-aged woman forcing herself to do? Why are you saying that when you look so cute? It seems like I'm about to fall madly in love any moment now. While it's fine if you do that. Peeking inside, the room goes dark, and an explanation about the upcoming performance starts playing. The origin of this all was an offer to create a CM song. As the production of songs for the second and third CMs progressed, we decided to form a band within Snow Rabbits. The vocalist is Shiori, the only girl. There was also the option of my sister, but I wasn't too keen on it, so I decided on Shiori. By the way, just for the reason that it would be more interesting, this project has been progressing secretly without Shiori's knowledge. The official unveiling of the song is planned for autumn, but we decided to secretly showcase it during this summer training camp. The problem is the absent vocalist, Shiori. So, I thought, why not entrust it to Himeyama-san, who fears the gaze of others. For the past week, Himeyama-san and I have been spending time together doing volunteer work. We're inseparable. At first, Himeyama-san was quite cautious when interacting with the children, but after a few days, she seemed to have naturally adjusted and started behaving more naturally. Her genuine love for children was becoming evident. However, it's still not enough. So, we decided to take a rather forceful approach. This is a gamble. The Kokonoe family strictly prohibits gambling, but I have no intention of losing. I'm going all in with Himeyama-san. Never thought I'd become an idol in my late 20s. I encourage the uneasy Himeyama-san. Honestly, it's a bit of a bitter and harsh tactic, but a bit of coercion is necessary. After finishing volunteering work with Himeyama-san, we practiced at the karaoke for hours. Age doesn't matter. I always think it's never too late to start something. For example, this summer is the first time I've experienced a family trip at my age. I enjoyed the hot springs, had an air hockey showdown, and applied massage oil. Encountered yokai, and the smartphone met its untimely end. All of these were just fun memories. The week spent with Himeyama-san is also a precious memory for me. I got to know a side of Himeyama-san that I hadn't known before. Despairing at the brink, still smiling, clinging to possibilities, a gentle expression towards the children, enduring pain, trying to overcome the past despite being wounded. I won't let the tears shed by Himeyama-san go to waste. Yukito-kun. Yes, this stage you prepared for me. Shall we give it a go? A refreshingly handsome man sat at the drum seat and tried hitting the sticks a few times. Sado-senpai checked the tuning of the guitar, and the lighting was all ready. I also play bass. Yukito-kun. Wait. I'm pulled aside and stopped in the hallway. A space just for the two of us. Age truly doesn't matter, right? Do you think so? No. A 500-year-old lalai with a granny-like speech pattern is still a granny, you know. I don't quite understand that. It's romantic, and I can't help it. A lalai granny is a missing attribute around me. Urgently recruiting. I want you to tell me one thing. Why do you go this far for me? Like waiting for a court judgment. A frighteningly serious expression. Himeyama-san's question. There's no need to think about such a thing. Because you were kind to me. Because you said you liked me. That's all. Reasons are unnecessary. That's enough. Is that so? Match malice with malice. Well, match kindness with kindness. Match love with. You still have a heart as clear as glass even now. I'm embraced by Himeyama-san. Hey, Yukito-kun. If I can come back, will you give me a reward? A reward? Anything is fine. I agree without learning my lesson. If Himeyama-san becomes motivated because of it, it's a good deal. Himeyama-san is a sensible adult and wouldn't ask for something absurd like a quadrillion yen. Thank you. Then, I have to make it a success for sure. Himeyama-san's warmth gently leaves. Shall we go? Yes. We step into the banquet hall during the blackout. Greeted by loud applause. Spotlights shine on Himeyama-san. This is only the second arrow. In the dark room, the expressions of the audience shouldn't be visible. There's no need to be afraid of their gazes. Perhaps nervous, Himeyama-san's shoulders are shaking. Misaki, do your best. Mikiya-san, the company president, Mikiya Anabara, who took time off from work to attend, waves a glow stick. Come on, you guys, cheer too. Made it in time. Gramps Rishu-san, who I called for, brought more audience members. It's his granddaughter's shining moment. The support is full of passion. Calling him Gramps was just a playful spur-of-the-moment thing, so don't mind it. Papa, over there. Yukito-kun looks cool. Crazy guy, honored to attend the invitation. I'll enjoy the vacation. In my younger days, I once gave a pickaxe to a boy who wished for a trumpet displayed in a shop window and said, if you dig coal, you'll be able to buy an instrument in no time. Not even drinking. Yet why do you seem drunk? Just be quiet and listen. The talkative American old man was scolded by his wife. It seems the Tristy family has also come. Leon and Mayo are here too. I invited them one after another, and it seems my efforts paid off. I can't see, but there's no hostility in the looks directed at Himeyama-san now. Yeah, I get it. It's warm. To pump ourselves up. I pat Himeyama-san on the back. Now, let's show them. What? The hook of the bra. Yukito-kun. I immediately went into a prostration. It's an irresistible force. Seriously. No matter when, you're always the same, huh? But I feel more relaxed now. Thank you. Himeyama-san chuckles. She seems fine now. The count begins, and the music starts playing. I also focus on the bass. And so, with just that one short live performance, the curtain opens. Himeyama's point of view. I didn't know Misaki-san had such a special skill. I'm just a substitute. I won't do it anymore. Is that so? Well, then, I consider it a rare opportunity to see it. You're mean, Suzuka-sensei. Fufu. It's fine, isn't it? We soak in the hot spring. The excitement from earlier still lingers. A pleasant fatigue. I never expected to become an idol. The first time basking in the spotlight. The first time wearing a fancy idol costume. The first time being cheered on by so many people. It was just fun. Looking back, this past week has been very fulfilling. Many times my spirit felt like breaking, crushed by anxiety, afraid of the children's smiles, crying, but he was there by my side. Even during summer vacation, every single day, he accompanied me without a single complaint. He supported me devotedly, both mentally and physically. Overflowing gratitude. I find myself more and more drawn to his existence. I've become aware of it. Sorry for bringing you all the way here, Suzuka-sensei. Sitting side by side in the hot spring, now in a friendship, is Suzuka-sensei, who has become a close friend. She was one of those Yukito-kun invited. She came to witness it. Don't apologize. Besides, I love hot springs too. A gentle smile. Suzuka-sensei's expression seems much more serene, but still, I feel sorry for him. I don't regret the decision or choice. But, I never expected he was on a family trip. I need to apologize to him, to his parents, for having him called back from Kyoto like this. But thanks to Suzuka-sensei contacting him that day, I was happy. Suzuka-sensei can't be blamed. I was the one who collapsed. And considering the circumstances, it couldn't be helped. When Yukito-kun received the call, he didn't mention he was in Kyoto and simply said he would go immediately. He didn't have to come so urgently. Just the call would have been enough. Just being worried about me would have been enough. But unexpectedly rushing from Kyoto, nobody could have imagined that. It lightens my heart when you say that. Are you okay for tomorrow's main event? After all the preparation made for me, saying I can't do it would make Yukito-kun angry. I can't imagine him getting angry. When he was in elementary school, he seemed more spirited, but now he's calm and very kind. Suzuka-sensei smiles wryly. I remember the conversation before going live. Yukito-kun said something. He said, because you were kind to me, I'll be kind to you. If you feel he has become kind, it might be because the environment around him has become a kind world for him. His true nature hasn't changed from those days. If you feel he has become kind, it's probably because the world around him has become a kind place for him. I hope that's true. A comfortable time with a friend. No need to put on airs. I make a suggestion to Suzuka-sensei. You've put in so much effort for me. I want to thank Yukito-kun. I plan to invite him to a meal next time. How about joining us, says Yuka-sensei. That sounds good. I'll accompany you. I've reflected on it. I've burdened him with too much. I asked for it, but he's just a 16-year-old boy. I ended up relying on him. It's troublesome to have someone reliable. I'm not fit to be an adult, says Yuka-sensei. Smiles awkwardly. Right, Yukito-kun is still 16. Somehow, it seems hard to believe who other than Yukito-kun could make something like this happen. Unwanted. I never thought I would come back here again. A path that should have been parted. A farewell that should have been decisive. Yet Yukito-kun has reconnected the ties. To prepare such an elaborate stage, Yukito-kun must have exerted considerable effort. If it's just for me, there's no need to use Unwanted. Not only me, Mikiya-san. This Unwanted, it's all part of an overly forceful plan to save everything. Could it be that Mikiya-san asked Yukito-kun to bridge the gap with me? Even if that were the case, Yukito-kun didn't need to go this far, trying to save everything visible, such arrogance and greed. But at the same time, I can't help but think he might do that. You taught me, didn't you? You proved it with your actions. There's never a need to give up on everything. You can obtain everything you want, do everything you want. And that's fine. You're allowed to seek happiness, says Yuka-sensei. If I can overcome this, I'm thinking of taking the teacher employment exam again. Misaki-san, says Yuka-sensei's eyes widen, and big tears start flowing. I see. You're going to aim for it again. That's great. Really great. The determination I've kept in my heart. I haven't told Yukito-kun about this yet. Would he be happy? If he wasn't here, could I have felt this way? Says Yuka-sensei. I've caused you worry for a long time. It's okay. Originally, it was my fault. I ruined the future for both of you. When I tell her about giving up being a teacher, says Yuka-sensei repeatedly apologizes while crying. She must have had a hard time, too. After I left, unable to escape, she had to continue being a homeroom teacher in that hellish place. She's an admirable educator who far surpasses me. Even after that, she always showed genuine concern for me, a person I admire, a wonderful educator. I held feelings of admiration. But there's one more dream I have. I, too, have been influenced by Yukito-kun and find myself strangely changing my mindset. A dream? I volunteered and interacted with many children. They were as cute as angels. I realized that I really like children. I sincerely thought I wanted my own child. It was a dreamlike time. It was challenging to deal with them, but it was a time filled with happiness. Yukito-kun is trying to save everything, as much happiness as he can hold in his hands. That's why I decided not to give up either. If I have two dreams, I should seek ways to fulfill both, without making a sad choice to give up on one. People are creatures that live while compromising, gradually giving up on something with each passing year. From adults who gave up, you hear, stop talking about such dreamlike things forever, and get crushed by reality, forgetting to resist, making excuses that this is what adults do. I see. Misaki-san, you'll be fine with both. You're still very young. Age is more important than anything else. Suzuka-sensei also understands that. In Suzuka-sensei's words, there's a faint sense of resignation mixed in. I couldn't stand it. By the way, Suzuka-sensei, I heard you've been going to a matchmaking agency. Please don't ask too much. The results aren't promising. She averts her eyes with a pout. Suzuka-sensei is like me, hesitating to pursue happiness. She's beautiful, financially stable, and comes from a good family. Suzuka-sensei should have been a top pick. Yet, she hasn't married yet, and it's because Suzuka-sensei is apprehensive. I gave up being a teacher, and Yukito-kun became isolated. The resistance to being the only one to be happy, given that I made it so that he became isolated. Even though I wished for happiness from the bottom of my heart, I avoided the happiness in front of me. However, that's no longer necessary. I'm reaching out to the future. So, Suzuka-sensei, you also said you wanted children, right? Even so, there's no one around. Before I knew it, I'm about to turn 40. She looks gloomy. Suzuka-sensei is reaching a critical point in terms of age. Marriage and taking the teacher employment exam can be done anytime. But having children is not so simple. There's a clear time limit. It's better to be younger. The probability of natural pregnancy decreases with age, especially in the 40s. The risk also increases. In marriage hunting, the age factor is crucial, especially for men who consider having a family and children. Age becomes the most important factor. Suzuka-sensei, you do have someone in mind, right? Someone really wonderful, right? A section. Misaki, there you are. Mikiya-san, what are you doing here? Mikiya spotted Misaki and called out to her. He had been looking for her to have a conversation, but it seemed she had stepped outside the inn. It was just before the day changed, under the full moon, and Mikiya was reminiscing about nostalgic times. I never thought you'd be an idol. Being told that again makes me feel a bit embarrassed. While saying so, she didn't seem entirely displeased. For Misaki, it had indeed become an irreplaceable experience. Walking slowly, she piled up words, filling the gaps in the interrupted time. He's amazing. When he came back and asked about you, I was surprised. I've heard nothing but astonishing things. It made me realize how little I knew about you. After that, everything changed rapidly. The changes happened in an instant. By a stroke of luck, he reunited with that boy at the inn and learned of unbelievable events. Literally, the encounter changed everything, setting the gears in motion. Reservations flooded into the inn constantly. The employees, who initially had felt gloomy about the inn's future, were now lively and spirited. Mikiya's mother was no exception. She faced the rising tide of work with enthusiasm. I'm not too familiar with it, but a pilgrimage to a holy place, right? It's what Yukito-kun does. It's beyond our comprehension. Thinking of bizarre ideas and putting them into action, that boy changed everything. The gears had started moving. However, that video had me scratching my head. While it was appreciative that the influencer boy advertised the inn extensively, that was unexpected. The series of videos Yukito had uploaded on social media titled Handing Souvenirs obtained from the Panty Crane exceeded 1 million views on each. Although challenging, the reactions varied, from the homeroom teacher, Sayuri-sensei, who expected a famous sweet and ended up with an unexpected souvenir, leading to a lecture with lines like, "Ho ho, you have the nerve to give me such a thing. Come, kneel down here, you scoundrel." To the student council president, Kado, who reacted with, "What is this? I'll change right away, so wait for me," and suddenly putting her hands on her skirt, resulting in an unexpected broadcast accident. The responses were diverse, creating a sensation. Above all, today, the inn became recognized nationally as a holy place for street basketball. It was an entirely different approach to a different generation and clientele. A stroke of luck for the inn. It was a miraculous turn of events. It wasn't known how long the street basketball boom would last. A year or two, or perhaps it would end in half a year. However, that didn't matter. He gave us a reprieve. The inn had been silent and desolate. Just the fact that this situation had completely changed was a miracle. During the given reprieve, they could reassess their policies and rebuild the management. Above all, they could allocate the precious time they desperately needed. And, for Mikiya, there was another important thing: the opportunity to reconcile. There is nothing but gratitude for him who gave them that. He reconnected the bond that Mikiya had once let go. He bowed his head and said, "Please help him, Iyama-san." He had done everything for Misaki's sake. That's why Mikiya chose the Anabaru Inn. His way of living struck a chord in Mikiya's heart. At the same time, Mikiya felt ashamed of himself for lacking determination. He had been desperately trying all this time. However, how much of his will had been reflected in his desperation? He had lived as the heir to the inn since birth. Inheriting the business was absolute, and the priority was always the inn. Being forced into such a way of life, it might have been natural for him to grow tired of it. In fact, that was the case. She ended up abandoned by her partner, who married someone else despite him and relinquished custody of their child. What remained were a debt-ridden inn and a foolish divorced man. Running around for fundraising, he stretched his hands in every direction, trying desperately to keep the inn afloat. Yet, the awaited salvation came from Misaki's connections. What had she been doing? Mikiya kept questioning himself, and Mikiya witnessed something he had never seen before. The sight of Misaki, forced or not, she was made to be an idol, singing. However, her expression was filled with fulfillment. In that moment, there was a smile of Misaki that he had never seen when they were together. Prioritizing Min wasn't wrong. However, if he had just cared a little more about his partner and tried to protect that smile, maybe she wouldn't have left. Regrets of a man who mistook what should have been cherished. However, a chance suddenly presented itself. It wasn't for the sake of the struggling in. His mother didn't tell him to do it. It was Mikiya's own will. He decided that he wanted to walk together with Misaki again, to support her by his side. Hey, Misaki, I want to start over with you. Not for anyone else, but for you and me. In the newfound strength that was different from Mikiya's past self, Misaki swallowed her breath. Section. I can only watch over you, Misaki-san, but I'm cheering for you. Do your best. Yes. Someday, I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Suzuka-sensei again. Looking forward to it. We shook hands firmly. I also sincerely wished for the day when that would happen. Sorry. This is all I can do for now. Grandpa, thank you. Just for coming despite being busy is more than enough. When I first heard from him, I was surprised. Do as you wish. I wonder how much I owe that boy. I might not be able to repay it in my lifetime. Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll repay it. I'll repay this debt to Yukito-kun once in my lifetime, no matter what it takes. Ha ha ha. That's right. Leave it to Misaki. By the way, show me one of my great-grandchildren. If Yukito-kun agrees, I can do that right away. Grandpa left with a hearty laugh. He would probably watch over us just like Suzuka-sensei. How much anxiety and disappointment have I caused to those who expect me? We are in the hallway of a classroom, not on the school grounds, but it looks like a studio set designed to resemble a classroom. However, the interior is no different from a real classroom. With so many children gathered, it naturally becomes lively. There are 50 of them. Although the introduction of classes with 35 students is progressing in elementary schools, there are also classes with fewer students due to a declining birth rate. However, having this many students in one class may be refreshing for the children. However, the children gathered here have various grade levels, forming a class with an even mix. Their eyes sparkled brightly, overflowing with vitality and enthusiasm. Can I meet Bunnaman again later? An 8-year-old girl timidly approached me and asked such a thing. Yes. So, please be patient for a little while, okay? What? The girl's face lit up brightly. After patting her head, she went back with quick steps. Thank you for the invitation. But, is it really okay? Please don't worry. We asked you to come, so don't mind it. More importantly, thank you for accompanying us. With this many children, we'd be anxious if it were just us. Oh no, it's nothing. I'm a full-time housewife, so I have time. A gently smiling parent. Normally, it would be out of place for me to respond, but there's no other way. In the hallway, parents who brought their children are freely spending time. Here, there are children gathered by Yukito-kun and you for a present project. It was announced extensively that we would be giving away limited edition sneakers that have become difficult to obtain. The conditions were elementary school children, and applications flooded in. We gathered a balanced mix of boys and girls from different grades. At the reception, we had them fill out a paper with their address, the child's shoe size, and the desired model. The plan was to ship them later. For some reason, there was also a witch model listed as a new model. But could it be for me? Being turned into an idol or a witch? I'm constantly being toyed with. Yet, who else but Yukito-kun could do something like this? He went to such lengths for my sake alone. We explained to the children and their parents that they would be extras. Just receiving a 45-minute class in the classroom. It was only natural that parents had doubts about whether it was okay for their children to participate. Only we know the truth, but that's okay. It's a win-win situation for everyone. There isn't a single person here who will be unhappy. Very much like Yukito-kun. Misaki-san, it's about time. Yes, prompted by Suzuka-sensei. I looked around and realized Yukito-kun's figure was nowhere to be seen. I glanced around anxiously, but he was nowhere to be found. I suddenly felt uneasy. But, it can't be helped. We've been together all this time. It's amazing how reassuring that was. Just because he's not here, I feel so helpless. Maybe he deliberately didn't show himself to make sure I can stand on my own and not rely on Yukito-kun forever. I realize how much I've become a woman with a strong dependency. When I was with Mikiya-san, it wasn't like this at all. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the classroom. The eyes of the children all focused on me at once. The content of the class was prepared to be something that children of different grades could enjoy, even though it couldn't be called a proper class. All I had to do was present it. This was also something I made with Yukito-kun. If I could get through this time safely, I planned to tell him once again that I'm aiming to become a teacher. It's the first step for me. Yet, my body rattles. I try to speak, but my throat feels choked. Profuse sweating, intensifying palpitations. The gazes directed at me feel horribly frightening, causing my heart to shrink. Oh, I really am useless. Disappointment floods over me. It's pathetic and miserable. If I direct my gaze, I can see Suzuka-sensei and Grandpa looking uneasy in the corridor. The parents, too, are showing strange expressions to the obviously odd me, perhaps sensing something unusual. A sense of unease ripples through the children as well. I need to say something. I think that, but I can't bring myself to lift my face that I've lowered. I'm sorry. Just a small, almost inaudible apology. It was impossible for me. I disappointed their expectations. I've ruined what Yukito-kun did for me. Overwhelmed by the unbearable thought, I want to escape from this place. My fragile heart easily breaks once again. Despair dominates my chest. The future I had envisioned is once again painted over in black, and I find myself back in hell. What was I so happy about? Even though I knew this place was where I belonged. Drip, drip, tears spilled out. Plunged into the depths of despair, only a sense of regret remains. Misaki-san. Judging it to be impossible, Suzuka-sensei tries to rush towards me. To cut off her words, a small, faint, lovely voice reaches my ears. Himeyama-san, Himeyama-san. What are you doing? Start the class, Yukito-kun. Yukito's point of view. I entered the classroom, but Himeyama-san froze, unable to move. A commotion is spreading. This is an emergency situation, so I discreetly call out. Yukito-kun? Why are you in such a place? If I'm not here, I can't be next to Himeyama-san, right? You're still going to stay by my side until the end? Hey, want to know where I am? It can't be helped, right? Okay, I'll tell you. Yeah, I was hiding under the teacher's desk, Tada. Actually, I've been wanting to try hiding here at least once. Satisfied now. But, once I realized I was hiding here, staying for 45 minutes seems tough. It might end up causing muscle pain all over my body. Now that the class has started, I'm just a suspicious person, so I have no choice but to behave quietly. Himeyama-san should be okay. You are perfect as an idol, and have confidence in yourself. Thank you, Yukito-kun. I use my finger to gently poke Himeyama-san's beautiful legs to encourage her. Shaking off the trauma of the flashback, now is the time for Himeyama-san to leap forward. Himeyama-san faces forward, confirming the faces of each student. She firmly engraves them in her eyes. I'm sorry. I'm feeling a little unwell. But, I'm okay now. A voice that is calm, gentle, and beautiful to reassure the children. It's the usual Himeyama-san. Well then, shall we start the class? A sigh of relief. If that's the case, Himeyama-san should be fine. To reassure the children, I wave my hand small to Sanjoji-sensei. Sanjoji-sensei, who noticed me, makes a troubled face, but smiles wryly and waves back. Now, all that's left is to wait for the time to pass without any problems. Oh well. But, it's boring. At that moment, something strange happened. Himeyama-san? Why is your skirt? Himeyama-san? In front of me, the skirt is lifted with a swish. It's not just a glimpse of panties. It's far beyond that. I was captivated by the sexy shorts, but suddenly came back to my senses. What on earth are you doing at a time like this? Yukito-kun might be bored. By the way, these are the panties you gave me. Want to touch them? No way. Absolutely not. My mind was in complete chaos. You're still so innocent. It's okay to play around with them. Please be serious. This is ridiculous. You delinquent teacher. Yes, I got scolded. Huh? But, Yukito-kun, you know, I love the time I spend with you like this the most. It soothes my heart, and I feel very calm. Thank you. I'm fine now. Himeyama-san, acting normal to maintain composure. If for Himeyama-san, this is considered sexual harassment, I'll reluctantly accept it. Don't misunderstand. I'm not enjoying this at all. So, for the next 45 minutes, I spent my time admiring Himeyama-san's shorts. I did it. I was able to do it once again, properly as a teacher. That's great. Congratulations, Misaki-san. Wiping away tears with a handkerchief, Sanjoji-sensei celebrates as if it were her own achievement. Olololoon. Misaki, I'm so glad. On the other side, Rishu-san cries openly without any hesitation. It seems that her worries have been resolved. We owe it to Rishu-san for preparing this place. Truly a big shot. The story progressed smoothly thanks to her. While nodding appreciatively at her boyfriend-like expression from behind, Himeyama-san, who was unsteady, is strongly embraced. I did it because you were with me, always by my side. For reference, Himeyama-san is in ecstasy. I won't say what she's saying. I am surrounded by her ecstasy. If you hadn't been there, I might have collapsed again. But I did it. It's all thanks to you. Yukito-kun. Listen. I want to try aiming to be a teacher again. Misaki-san, Kokonoe-kun is in big trouble. Rescued by Sanjoji-sensei. Phew, that was heavenly. Well, yeah. Sorry. I got a bit carried away with joy. I'm happy too. So it's okay. You're going back to being a teacher, right? This time, I'm embraced with a bit more restraint. Seems like Himeyama-san has no option other than embracing. Yeah, with my current self, I think I won't make such mistakes, because you taught me that I can always try again, so I'll give it my best. Yukito-kun, will you cheer for me? Of course. Himeyama-san would undoubtedly become a fantastic teacher, loved by her students. Because she's someone who can empathize with her students. It felt like I finally corrected what I had distorted. But you know, there's also anxiety. Are you anxious? Himeyama-san shows a shadow of concern. I'm determined to stick with her until the end, taking full responsibility for what I've done to those girls, traumatizing them. I want to believe that you'll be by my side all the time. I need proof, the courage for that. Courage, an emotion entirely non-existent in me. What should I do? I don't know. Like an indestructible synthetic metal Prometheus, my mental state is beyond repair. Well, about that, while being embraced, she kisses me. A sweet kiss. Himeyama-san, what are you doing? I want to engrave you in me. Then, you'll always be able to feel Yukito-kun, right? I'm disarmed by Himeyama-san, who smiles mischievously. Exhaustion overwhelms me. Well, if it's just this much. No. I'm receiving vitality. It's approved by Grandpa. There's a vampire in a place like this? Kyoto, with its 1,200 years of history, is indeed a place where yokai and vampires casually coexist. I'm thinking of looking for a yin-on-yang master. I mutter something like that. Did you say you were looking for a yin-yang master now? By chance, I'm a rookie yin-yang master named Jagaimeki Kuraru. Everyone always teases me for being clumsy, but I've been praised by my granny, and my skills are genuine. Enough with women. I wish you well. My encounter rate is too high. Chapter 6, Festival Lights. Seka's point of view. Yeah, thanks. Well then, see you later, Yuri-chan. I finish the call with my niece and hang up. Sweat trickles down my back, and I turn on the air conditioner. Sitting on the sofa, I take a sip of tea. Yuri-chan is going through a lot too. My niece, or rather, my sister's daughter, seems to be having some troubles. They went on a family trip to a hot spring, but it seems like another incident occurred. I never expected that scumbag to show up in front of my sister again. Yuki-chan must have some scheme in mind. He's really a troublesome boy. Looking away for a moment, and he immediately gets involved in something strange, and by the time I find out about it, it's usually already over. I somehow don't like that. It makes me feel like an outsider. Yuri-chan seems to be making various approaches to Yuki-chan, but it's hard to say they're bearing fruit. Well, It's not something that can change overnight. Nevertheless, it was difficult until now, and we've only reached a point of zero improvement. It's not like there has been any significant progress. Don't rely on it. Nothing has really started yet. I need to love Yuki-chan more. Between my sister and Yuki-chan, there must have been some unresolved issues that only the two of them knew. It's probably the same for Yuri-chan, and Yuki-chan won't tell anyone about it, nor will he let anyone know. However, their relationship is definitely improving. It's a positive trend. What to do from now on is quite difficult. After all, Yuki-chan doesn't have attachments to others. He doesn't wish for anything from anyone and doesn't seek anything. There is no future in Yuki-chan's daily life that involves walking with someone else. That's why he can't move forward from there. Each time, he has been alone, and yet he has not broken. Every time he failed, he continued to be alone, and yet, he never gave up. Even if I'm the one who initiated it, everything from there was an unexpected series of events. He has no trust or reliance on anyone. Even if someone he trusted or relied on betrays him, Yuki-chan doesn't feel anything or get hurt. He accepts it because he's convinced from the beginning that it's how things are. The feeling of giving up, almost like resignation, thinking that everything is his fault. Whether it's parents, siblings, or even lovers. If things continue like this, even if there's someone who will never betray him by his side until death, Yuki-chan's perception will not change. That is the rule of Yuki-chan's world. Yuki-chan's common sense has been shaped by that kind of rule. Just unfortunate? Just having bad luck? I don't know. However, Yuki-chan lives as a stranger with a different common sense. It's a quite sadistic and malicious twist of fate. Still, he has moved forward just by realizing that the feelings directed at him are not only hostility but also affection. It's a long-awaited golden opportunity. I wonder if Galileo felt this way too? I chuckle at the quite ridiculous fantasy. It's too much of a leap. However, Galileo, who succeeded Copernicus's will and advocated the heliocentric theory, was subjected to religious trials but never yielded, insisting that the Earth revolves around the Sun. The common sense that constitutes the foundation of people is so robust. Even when presented with evidence, people can be so stubborn as to not acknowledge it. Instead of arguing with facts, it sometimes turns into a philosophical debate, and people believe only what suits their convenience. Moreover, for Yuki-chan, it's not even something convenient, it's just an ordinary daily life, a fate that is hopelessly irrational. It's extremely difficult to overturn that common sense. Japanese people who, after the sword hunt, no longer carry weapons, cannot understand the common sense of a gun society. We do not know the common sense that Yuki-chan has cultivated so far. Perhaps those who can overcome such a fate might be the ones who can walk together. Nevertheless, Yuki-chan's surroundings have been quite noisy lately, as if a major turning point in fate is imminent. Yukito's point of view. The sound of Japanese drums echoes. Festival music with its unique melody plays. People roam around the stalls, some carry portable shrines, and others dance bonodori. Truly, people of all ages and genders, adults, children, and even older ladies, everyone seems to be having fun, overflowing with smiles. Except for me. I stay on the sides so as not to be a hindrance, waiting absent-mindedly at the meeting place. Checking my wristwatch, it's past 6 p.m. The fireworks start at 7 p.m., but the meeting time specified by Hinagi was 5:30 p.m. Considering that I arrived at 5 p.m., I've been waiting for almost an hour. I could contact her, but unfortunately, my smartphone is in a state of repair, awaiting the arrival of the latest model. I sent it for repair to retrieve data like addresses from the completely destroyed smartphone with a leaked liquid crystal. The goddess sensei, who compensates me, suggested, "How about upgrading to the latest model?" And I left it at that. However, due to the recent increase in terminal prices and the lack of novelty as new models are released every year, the number of arrivals is low, and I was told it would take about a week. It's summer vacation, so it's only a week, and I can communicate through email on my computer. Thinking that, I didn't prepare any substitute device. However, I immediately found myself in trouble. Hinagi invited me to the summer festival, but if I had made the meeting place her house, it would have been better. But I really don't want to go there. I'm banned, and Akane-san is scary. The smell of something delicious wafts from the food stalls. I haven't had dinner yet, and my stomach was empty. I buy takoyaki to eat, but I couldn't find anything interesting to do, and it was a fruitless time. I continued to wait, but Hinagi still didn't show up. I finally notice, could it be that this is harassment? Looking back, there was a time in the past when several male and female classmates invited me to play, but I was told a different meeting place from the others. No one came no matter how long I waited. The contact came after I went home, laughing and saying it was just a light joke. Damn it. Since then, I completely ignored them as if they didn't exist until graduation. But now I can't even remember their faces or names. After that, for some reason, they suddenly started giving lame excuses and completely changed their attitudes. However, I don't hear the voices of those non-existent people. It's a complete afterthought, and today is also a festival. It's quite a boring episode. But on the other hand, I can't imagine Hinagi having such a personality. Oh well. Even Hinagi-chan might want to harass me once in a while. I think like that. But I understand after being scolded by my family. That's not it. The tears and smiles Hinagi showed were not lies. There's a reason other than me being disliked. That sweet thought is the correct answer, and I've learned that this world can be kind. I've been taught that it's okay to rely on others. So, let's believe in it. I try to find a public phone, but if I move away from this place and miss each other, the reunion will be hopeless. On the other hand, it's not common to answer a call from a public phone. In times like this, how did people arrange meetings in the era without cell phones? Kokonoe, my name is called. The one who approached me wasn't Hinagi. Moreover, it wasn't even a woman. Who are you? Don't forget me. We're in the same class. Are you kidding me? Who are you? Kondo? Who the hell is that guy? I'm Takahashi. Takahashi Kazunari. It's been about 4 months already. Well, Kazunari Takahashi. I remember. Is that true? It's Kazunari Takahashi, who plays badminton, right? I know you. I'm in the soccer club, though. It's Kazunari Takahashi, who is active in the soccer club. I know you. You're just gathering information by letting me talk first. He's a guy with a light atmosphere who can see through advanced techniques, but unlike me, Kazunari Takahashi is a popular guy, not alone. A pair of a boy and a girl. Who? It's super awkward. Sugar daddy activity. Why would I? If that's the case, it's dangerous. It's my little sister, Kitsuka. Come on, say hello. Hello. A little girl who grabbed the hem of Takahashi's clothes and peeked behind him is looking at us. She looks good in a yukata, but it certainly doesn't seem like a date. Going on a date with such a girl would be a setup that would anger various people. Somehow, their facial features look alike. Takahashi, you're her big brother. Kitsuka is in the 2nd grade. Mom's busy, so I brought her to the festival. I see. Well then, here have some candy. As a sign of getting closer, I take out candy from my pocket and give it to Kitsuka-chan. She accepts it hesitantly. She seems a bit shy, but she's a good, honest girl. By the way, why is Kokonoe here? I was planning to meet someone, but it might be different. Our class is here quite a bit. I saw Sakura and others dragging Shikado around earlier. Elizabeth, I just hope that the gloomy Shikado doesn't melt away. Hey, Kitsuka-chan, pull this. It's a multicolored flag. Amazing. What's that? When I pull the string from the pocket, a multicolored flag comes out smoothly. I bought it on a whim at a miscellaneous goods store on the way here, and it turned out to be unexpectedly useful. Kitsuka-chan's eyes sparkle. Fufu. I'm confident in appealing to children. Are the Takahashi brothers heading home already? Don't talk to us like we are the red and the green brother. I can see the fireworks from my balcony on the top of my apartment. Do you have a date with someone? Sorry, we interrupted you. Wait, Takahashi brother, are you the Messiah? Takahashi might know Hinagi's contact information. Let's ask him to call her for me. What happened all of a sudden? Oh, by the way, I saw Suzurikawa-san earlier, but she was with a boy. Well, but it's Suzukawa-san we're talking about. so probably not. It seems I was mistaken. Huh? What? I'm hungry. I'm going home quickly. See you again, Kitsuka-chan. It's a waste of time to stay here forever. The fireworks will start soon, but I don't particularly feel like watching them alone. I'll just stroll around the food stalls and head home. Reflecting on the words of Kazunari Takahashi, the answer naturally becomes clear. I see. Could it be a mistake? The contact from Hinagi wasn't originally intended for me. When she invited me to the summer festival during the beach trip, she might have completely forgotten about it and continued contacting someone else, accidentally sending the invitation to me. I'm not sure why she didn't correct it when I replied, but maybe she didn't notice that it was from me. No, that can't be true, right? While this hypothesis is the only one, it's hard to believe. Even if there's no way such a mistake could happen, the fact that Hinagi is not here, yet she's with someone else at the summer festival, is an undeniable reality, no matter how unnatural it may seem. In hindsight, there were several occasions where Hinagi sent messages with unclear intentions. If I had noticed it earlier on that day, when she brushed off my hand, the fact that Hinagi, who did such a thing, would invite me to the summer festival is unimaginable. Hinagi's point of view. The lively flow of people moves like a pleasant melody amid the bustling atmosphere. In the midst of the noise, I hurry toward him. Wearing unfamiliar gear and struggling with unsteady footsteps. It's frustrating, but there's no help for it. I took quite some time to get ready, and it seems I'll barely make it on time. I hope he likes this yukata. Such sweet thoughts. If anything, it wouldn't be strange for him to make a displeased face. But, with Yukito, I have full confidence, complete trust. Such sweet thoughts, bordering on the side where it wouldn't be strange to be met with an unpleasant expression. It's been a while since we went to a summer festival together. The yukata I'm wearing today has the same pattern as the one I wore that day when I unintentionally brushed his hand away. It might bring back unpleasant memories. Since that day, I haven't had a chance to wear a yukata. The size has changed too. Initially, I thought about choosing a different pattern for the new one, but even so, I chose this pattern. Above all, to overwrite it with a wonderful memory. I will also move forward to the future. Yukito, what I needed was courage to motivate myself. Once again, wearing this pattern required courage. Unchanging me and changed me. Even if the appearance changes, even if I grow, my feelings don't change. I wanted to prove that. The unchanging love I've held onto, entering middle school, the environment around me, friends, and even myself, were changing rapidly. I couldn't stay a pure child forever, but I couldn't become an adult either. In the midst of such changes, I sought something unchanging. Those days were scary. Around this time, things with Yukito weren't going well. I couldn't sort out my emotions, didn't know how to approach him. I started to be harsh, hitting him with sharp words. It was from around this time that I became this way. I'd get hysterical like an idiot, lashing out. I hated the me that I became. If I had stayed the naive child I used to be, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way, but I wished for what lay beyond. In the crowd, he was the same as always, trying to hold my hand so we wouldn't get separated. I didn't reject it because I hated it. I just wiped off the sweat from my hands with a handkerchief and waited for him to hold it again. I should have just said it myself. I laugh at my foolishness. At that time, I couldn't be so honest anymore. During that time, I found it increasingly difficult to be straightforward like that. Afterwards, the hands that were always connected never linked up again. Left hanging in the air, I shifted the blame, wondering why he wouldn't hold my hand again. Unintended words kept slipping from my mouth. Even after the summer festival ended, the distance between us continued to widen. Next year for sure, I had decided. I forgot such a vow and once again rejected him, who had tried to change me. If I had been able to wait just a little longer, my wish would have come true. Yukito was trying to progress our relationship. He wanted change. He needed courage too. The courage to change. I trampled on that. It was me who stepped all over it. Helpless, in the worst way possible. I did nothing myself, hurt others, and always sought but never gave anything back. An utterly shameless, shitty woman, forever. I can't just keep waiting. I can't be a princess who only receives. I've always made the wrong choices. So, this time for sure, contrary to my feelings, I threw nothing but conflicting words, and I stepped into the exitless darkness, my chosen path. Everything is my own doing, but he helped me, never let go, and protected me no matter how much of a villain I became, no matter how much I belittled myself, even if I turned everyone around me into enemies and became hated. Now, it's my turn. From now on, it's always going to be my turn. The glass slipper has long since shattered. No carriage to the castle, no fairy godmother to give a push. There are many rivals, but that doesn't matter. With my own feet, I'll go to where he's waiting. With an exhilarating feeling, I head to the meeting place. On this day, the road is closed to cars due to the festival. The festive excitement. Even from a distance, the joyful atmosphere is palpable. It's almost time. Is he waiting for me? My smartphone seems to be malfunctioning and is in repair. I didn't ask for the reason. I'm sure I messed up something. However, the situation of not being able to contact the person I'm waiting for immediately feels somewhat romantic, and I can't help but feel my emotions rise. I check the clock. I'm quite late. I'll have to apologize when I arrive. I'll be honest. There's no need to fake anything. If I express my true feelings, it will surely reach him. There's no need to pretend or cover up. I keep telling myself that. Goodbye, past me. Nice to meet you, future me. Are you Suzurikawa? Such determination crushed. A disgusting voice came from behind. Section. Yoshikawa. Oi, calling me without honorifics is pretty rude. I'm your senpai, you know. The exhilarating mood, as if being doused in cold water, froze. I could only mutter that name, which I had avoided recalling. A name so repulsive that I had tried to evade even the thought of it. I hoped it was a case of mistaken identity, but the figure that emerged was unmistakably Yoshikawa himself, the one from my memories in junior high. What's up, Toshiya? You know her? My ex-girlfriend from junior high, Toshiya Yoshikawa. Someone I had been in a relationship with during junior high. In reality, there were no such days, but the fact remained, etched into memory, making it impossible to erase. Ex-girlfriend. The repulsive word sent shivers down my spine, and nausea surged within me. She's beautiful, isn't she? Senpai, please introduce me later. Yoshikawa wasn't alone. There were two other guys, one significantly larger than Yoshikawa and another smaller. Their assessing, lustful glances clung to me. Long time no see, Suzurikawa. Why are you here? Doesn't really matter, right? What's up, Toshiya? Got something wrong? Just a bit from the past. Suppressing the shivers in my body, I try to put on a bold front, but it seems ineffective, as if they see through me. Finally, my mind, which had been in a state of paralysis, starts to work again. I shouldn't have engaged with him in the first place. It's too late to realize that now. It's a big festival. Many students are participating. It's not uncommon to encounter acquaintances. I should have ignored him and moved on. Stopping here was a mistake. Are you alone? Why don't you join us and go around together? The guy who called Toshiya senpai casually speaks. Toshiya is a second-year student. So, this guy must be a first-year student like me. That works. Suzurikawa, come with us. Don't mess with me. Why should I? You don't want to be made a mess or a bitter person again, right? Exclamation mark. The words whispered softly bring back nightmares. I cried and suffered every day, unable to do anything about it, desperately trying to scrape it off. I finally thought I had moved forward. I thought I had escaped that bottomless swamp, to be helped and have the past I had cut off interfere with me again. Let's have fun. Shall we go? Yeah. Suzurikawa. No. Wasn't it Hinagi? Let's forget the past and get along. They gradually close in from all sides. A chill runs through my entire body. Toshiya speaks again. If I don't take Toshiya's hand here, will I be broken again? The everyday life I finally got my hands on, the days I wanted to regain, and the bond with Yukito. I can't bear such things anymore. I stood frozen like a frog stared down by a snake. I was too shocked, and the courage I summoned seemed to dissipate like mist. I couldn't even muster a proper voice. This man had become a trauma, a corrosive force in my life. I slumped powerlessly. Ultimately, nothing had changed. The past continued to cling to me, refusing to let go like being trapped in an Antlian pit. I couldn't escape the despair. Weak. I remained weak, despite resolving to become strong enough to stand next to him. Tears welled up in my eyes. I had shaken off his hand that day, and now he was not the one holding my hand. There's no way I can accept that. As if driven by intense emotions, I ran away from that place. Admit it. I am weak. I've always pretended to be strong, unable to be honest. Different from him. But I'm not alone. I almost forgot again. Despite repeating the same mistakes, I may cause trouble again. I've always been relying on others. Nevertheless, there are things I can't handle alone, but together, we can. If I'm with him, we should be able to overcome anything. Let's start over from the beginning, and this time, let me be someone he can rely on, someone he needs. It should never be one-sided, an equal relationship between him and me. Because we are childhood friends. Yoshikawa's point of view. Looks like you got rejected, senpai. What the hell is that? Toshiya, was she really your ex? As irritating as ever. I and the others were watching Suzurikawa's back with our eyes. We didn't intend to cause a commotion, especially in such a crowded place. It's true we're looking for potential romantic interests, but in a festival where troubles are common, the police are vigilant. It's not foolish enough to act without thinking. But she looked delicious. Did you do her already? No. But well, that might be good. Can't let it end while being made a fool of. You have to. The way she was, she'd easily fall, right? Girls like her are fragile. By the way, Toshiya-senpai, you've been quite popular since middle school, right? Must be nice, being handsome, doing whatever you want. Idiot. I was a proper guy in middle school. Don't lie, Toshiya. I'm serious. I didn't stand out because there were some really sketchy guys in the lower grades. Were there guys who were good at fighting? Let's not talk about that. No, stop. I don't want to remember. I frowned as if recalling something very unpleasant. Some things are better left untouched. If you touch a god, so to speak, getting close to her would only lead to trouble. As if to cut off the conversation, I started walking away, leaving the others behind. Well, let's go look for other partners today. The main event is a future enjoyment. I smiled dryly at my junior's words and began searching for other women. Yukito's point of view. On such a night, the moonlight is not the only thing illuminating the night sky. The grand experiment of flame reactions on the canvas of the pitch-black sky creates a vivid burst of colors for just a few seconds. However, it's essential not to ruin the beauty of fireworks by talking about mundane things like red indicating lithium, purple indicating potassium, or yellow indicating sodium. It's a bad habit of boys to boast about such things. If someone says, that's so weird," it's because it is. Girls who say, "It's beautiful," while watching fireworks aren't looking for discussions on chemical reactions. Such temperature differences might be considered the difference between men and women just for fireworks. This is also something my sister taught me a long time ago. A great sister. I learn a lot from her. Leaving the exhausted summer festival grounds, I return home and change into jogging clothes. I then head out for my routine run. Daily training is crucial and shouldn't be neglected. Fireworks start during my run, but it feels dull to watch them alone. I continue running silently without stopping to look up. The thunderous sounds echo through the air. In the end, whether it's a festival or not, these events form a kind of community and a place for communication. It's meaningless without someone to enjoy it with. It's meant to be enjoyed with someone else. It wasn't intended for me, who embarrassingly thought I was invited to the summer festival, to participate alone. I didn't receive any emails from Hinagi on my computer, nor did she get into an accident. There's no reason other than my embarrassing misunderstanding. Waka, so lame. A certain rhythm clears my thoughts. The history of humans and horses dates back thousands of years, but I'm distant from zebras. Human relationships might be surprisingly similar. Near yet far. Similar yet different. Known yet unknown. Understood yet not knowing. Zebras, despite appearances, are apparently more aggressive than horses. Interesting. It's still hot even though it's nighttime. To relax my body heated by the temperature and exercise, I exhale slowly and switch to a gentle walk. By that time, the high-volume sounds piercing through the night sky were no longer audible. The fireworks festival must have ended. Taking my time to return to the apartment, someone was sitting in the entrance. She seemed deeply exhausted. Seeing her in a yukata, it seems she just returned from the festival. So, I wonder why she is here. Perhaps she lost her keys? Though I don't have many connections in the neighborhood, it's essential to greet people about to pass by without saying anything. I realize the person is someone I know well. Why are you here? Why is Hinagi here? Her meticulously arranged hair is now disheveled, and her yukata is also worn out. The scene resembles an abandoned stray cat, and there sits a stray Hinagi. Unable to ignore her, I call out to her. She lifts her face in surprise from her bowed position. Yuki. To Yukito. Ouch. Hinagi, who tried to embrace me forcefully, loses her balance. I catch her in a moment, and her moist eyes recognize me. The hand that I'm holding trembles slightly. I'm sorry. I couldn't contact you. That guy. But, this time, her words overflow like a turbid stream, lacking coherence. Why is Hinagi here? Was she really inviting me? Or was it a mistake? I realize it. Ah, I see. It's a double booking, huh? If the first plan extended and I didn't show up on time, it would make sense. But how could I communicate that without any means of contact? Maybe I should consider using smoke signals. No, that's ridiculous. I discard such trivial fantasies. What does it matter if everything aligns? What's the fuss about double booking? I might have entertained such self-contained thoughts in the past. But Hinagi's current state, which is far from ordinary, doesn't allow it. I don't trust myself. My conclusions are probably wrong. Look at the other person properly. Her expression, attitude, condition. It shouldn't be like that. There must be some reason why Hinagi is here now. Gently stroking her back to calm her down, I felt the warmth of her body through the thin yukata fabric. Although she relaxed, her expression momentarily twisted in pain. Looking down, I noticed that the tips of her toes, clad in gaiter sandals, had turned red. You're injured. Ah. You. Get on. Save the explanations for later. I carried Hinagi on my back and headed towards the room. It was a desperate measure, but there was no other choice. For some reason, the residents of my house, including my mother and sister, were not fond of having outsiders inside. It might be considered a kind of sanctuary. Honestly, I was worried about what would happen later, but it wasn't a situation where I could afford to delay. It was an emergency evacuation. Hopefully, my mother and sister would understand. Please, forgive me. Welcome back. You're late. Hinagi-chan. Sorry, Uka-san. I picked up a stray kid over there. Huh? What's going? My sister appeared from the back, and her expression suddenly tightened, her gaze turning stern. Oh no, she seems really angry. I need to somehow calm her down. Maybe offer myself as a sacrifice or something. Wait, what's this about a stray? Why is she here? She just got a little injured, and I was going to send her back right away. Injured? I won't allow strange things to happen inside the house. Besides, what time is it now? What if it happened outside the house? That's not the point. Well, if it was you, Nei-san, that's acceptable. Case closed. Exclamation mark. We are heading to my room, restraining the watchdog that seems ready to bite at any moment. It was evident that it would turn out like this. I don't know the reason, but my sister seems to really dislike Hinagi. It wasn't like that in the past, but I wonder if there's some kind of grudge or conflict between them. In other words, my sister seems to dislike most people, and I worry if her relationships are okay with such an attitude. However, in reality, my sister is incredibly popular at school, so it's presumptuous for someone like me to worry. The charm of an archangel is truly extraordinary. I make Hinagi sit on the unnecessarily large bed and quickly grab the first aid kit. There's no time to spare. Listen, Hinagi. We'll discuss the details later. This is my room, but there's no privacy here. No locks or anything. Scary people could come in at any moment, So let's just finish the treatment. Yeah. I take out antiseptic solution and bandages. The skin between her big toe and second toe is red and blistered. Don't force yourself to wear gaiter if you're not used to it. I ran all the way here, so running in gaiter? Has Hinagi been practicing something like that? Any other painful spots? Just my leg, I guess. I'm sorry. I apply antiseptic to the affected area. I try to treat it carefully to minimize the pain, but she winces here and there. However, she has to endure it. With a sense of déjà vu, I can't help but smile inwardly at this scene reminiscent of the past. You always seem to injure your feet. It's the second time getting treated like this. Don't get so down. I told you before, but your feet don't smell. Be confident. Then what was that about? You mean it smells? Hey, is my foot smelly? Trying to cheer her up, I playfully tease her, but it backfires. Her cheeks flush crimson with anger. She grabs my neck forcefully, but I continue wrapping the bandage without paying much attention. Hopping causing a stomach prolapse is just a baseless rumor. I've never heard of such a thing. Don't try to divert the topic with such irrelevant things. Hey, how is it? Is it smelly? I walked barefoot today, and I took a bath right before coming here. As for me, I think claiming that hula hooping causes intestinal torsion is also a bit exaggerated. It smells good, right? I use deodorant spray properly. So, what? Do you want to smell it? Do you want to smell my foot? I'm telling you it doesn't smell. Then don't say things that make me anxious. Got it? Got it? If you keep insisting, I'll sniff it properly later. I don't want that either. Is it too unreasonable? Well, if Hinagi is satisfied with that, I don't mind. While Hinagi protests, or rather, makes excuses, the treatment is completed. It took only a short 10 minutes. All right. We're done. Let's go. I'll escort you home. Wait, Yukito. I once again carry Hinagi on my back. The time is past 2100 hours. Her parents must be worried. Besides, she's injured. I can't let her go home alone at this hour, and certainly not let her stay overnight. I need to send her back promptly. Hinagi probably didn't intend to come here for such a thing. I don't know how long she's been in front of the house, but we can't have a leisurely conversation here. What's going on? I'll say it again, there's no privacy in my house. Is it something to brag about? Let's make it a top priority when building a house. I opened the door with a bang, and as expected, my sister was sticking to the door, eavesdropping. Scary. I've finished treating the stray childhood friend, so I'll release her now. Just abandon the stray around here. That's too heartless. Hinagi-chan, are you okay now? Why yes. Sorry for this late at night. Why on earth at this hour? If you come home late after doing something weird, you know what will happen, right? You'll wake up dreaming in the morning. I wonder what will happen. Exciting. HMPH. I expect you're looking forward to it. I was going to perform a morning fae. No. Yuri-san, that's not okay. Let's go before the beast of prey gets out of control. I quickly escape from the impending chaos. Truly like water and oil, incompatible. But I wonder, do dogs and monkeys really hate each other that much? If so, I wonder if Momotaro was considerate of the tense relationship between his subordinates. Being a hero is tough in this harsh world. I can walk on my own now. After leaving the apartment and walking for a while, Hinagi seems to have finally realized her own condition. I won't say anything, but it's convenient for me. There's no problem if she keeps this state until I run out of energy. She used to be a petite girl, but now she has grown into a splendid woman. Stay quiet until I get tired. Yes, what was so noisy just a few hours ago now feels like a silent night. The fireworks and the summer festival seem doubtful, as if they never happened. All I can hear is the faint murmur of Hinagi's voice as she whispers behind me, "We couldn't see the fireworks, huh?" Yeah, I wanted to stroll around the summer festival together, but I ruined it by myself again. I just silently accept the words pouring out without feeling the need to interject or offer any response. There's no need for me to tell lies, make excuses, or manipulate words. There's no intention to deceive. No malice. What she's expressing is a fact. A genuine reflection of the feelings of Hinagi. Hinagi Suzuragawa has changed. She has become remarkably straightforward, without embellishments, pretense, or excessive exaggeration of her own words. It's almost unbelievable compared to how she used to be. No, perhaps she hasn't changed but has regained something, the part of herself that was straightforward and unwavering. In that case, can I also believe that I can regain something I lost once? Just like her? What I had in the past. When I arrived at the meeting place, Yukito was already gone, and I couldn't contact you. I didn't know what to do, and before I knew it, I was running to Yukito's house. The disadvantage of not having a smartphone became apparent. The Yukito doesn't need a smartphone theory was completely denied here. Ultimately, it seems to be an essential item for modern people. My bad. No, it's not. The one at fault is me for being late. I should have run to Yukito's place right away. But I was thinking about things like disrupting the set or something, and I couldn't decide what to do. Somewhere along the line, I stopped being good at anything, and nothing I wished for came true. Always wishing but never reaching. She whispered softly in my ear, "I love you." Abrupt and exceedingly simple words. At this close distance, misunderstandings and pretending not to hear are impossible. With such a straightforward conclusion, there was no way to use a non-existent diagonal excuse. Hinagi did say it. "I love you. Although I was supposed to be right next to you, I found myself chasing after your back. I thought I should give up. I keep getting weaker, and you keep getting stronger." Before I knew it, the distance between us had become so vast. I've been regretting, thinking it's too late. Hinagi Suzurikawa has become strong. Truly, to an almost unbearably dazzling extent. Those words, like magic, shape her current self. I won't let any misunderstandings happen. I won't let you say you don't know how I feel. Whether Yukito chooses any answer, as long as my feelings are conveyed directly, there should be no regrets. It felt like people can change. That's what I've been taught. Himeyama-san, Shiori, and Hinagi, too. Even my sister and mother. Everyone seems to be trying to change. The only one who might not have changed is me. A sense of being left behind, a feeling of alienation. Yukito has changed too. Is that so? I feel like you're looking at me much more than before. Maybe it's because I've been eating blueberries. It's not about eyesight, idiot. But the real idiot is me. I almost made the same mistake again. Even though I decided not to make the same mistake again, I never learn. I'm really an idiot. Even if I try to bear it alone, there's nothing I can do. I realized. I've come to a realization a little too late. I intended to keep my distance. Hinagi has the freedom to seek her own happiness. I thought I couldn't take away that time from her, but surely, I can't persuade the current Hinagi. I understand that no matter what conclusion or words I come up with now, I won't be able to convince her. The countless myths woven by our ancestors. Childhood friend is undeniably the absolute heroine I'll talk to you about today. I want you to listen. There's something I want to consult with you about. If it's just me, I wouldn't know what to do, but together, it's not scary. What I remember is from our elementary school days. There were no secrets between us. We progressed like that. The relationship, like a phantom, that disappeared. Just memories from the time when we were childhood friends. Hinagi? I've enjoyed the sensation enough. Can I put you down now? Idiot. Ex-boyfriend. Yeah. Hinagi spoke slowly, looking terribly pained. Her voice was trembling. No matter how much she doesn't want to admit it, it's a fact and an unchangeable past. The faint light spheres disappeared with a clap, falling gently to the ground. It's already close to midnight. Even though today was a fireworks festival, it's not preferable for minors to be out at this late hour, especially considering that Hinagi is a girl. Even her parents must be worried. Despite that, we're here doing what, you ask? Playing with fireworks. We're becoming quite the delinquents. We ended up buying fireworks at the convenience store because Hinagi really wanted to play with them. Now, we're playing together in a nearby park. I can't do anything in front of Yankee Hinagi. I'm sorry, Tori-chan. We can't make a big fuss in the middle of the night, and the fireworks we have are just sparklers. We're squatting down, quietly watching the flickering lights gently fall. Ah, the summer tradition. How nostalgic. So, did something happen? No. But I'm scared. I'm sure something will happen again. It seems Hinagi was late for our meeting because she had been confronted by some seniors. The seniors, in question, is Yoshikawa, a guy 1 year older who dated Hinagi in middle school. Even though they go to different high schools and hadn't encountered each other so far, they coincidentally ran into each other. It wouldn't have been a big deal if that were all, but it seems like Hinagi felt that it wouldn't end with just that. Even now, she carries a vague sense of unease. Her middle school days must have been traumatic for her. From her past behavior, it's easy to deduce that she had been suffering in ways unknown to me. She had wandered deep into the darkness to the point where even her personality changed. Then make more friends. Friends? I hate to say it, but you don't have many friends, do you? Yukito has a lot of friends. Many friends? Who? Me? I may know many acquaintances, but whether I can call them friends is another matter. The first person that comes to mind is the refreshing handsome man, but come to think of it, the recently acquainted people are probably the goddess sensei and Orochi yin-yang master named Jigaimeki-san. I even received an amulet as a token of friendship. Hinagi and I both tilted our heads unnaturally. An awkward atmosphere lingers. It seems there is a significant difference in understanding, but that doesn't matter now. Anyway, increase your allies. Besides, you're already in high school. I don't know the other person's intentions, but I don't think being too forceful is a good idea. What do you mean? It means it's not enough to just joke around. That goes for you too. Me? If you make the wrong choice next time, it might be irreparable! Exclamation mark. It's the right decision for you to consult with me like this. Never bear it alone. Increase your allies and rely on them. Your family will help too. Don't think you'll be a bother. Yeah, I understand. Hinagi, answering with a somewhat relieved expression, has indeed changed. Just a little while ago, she was constantly denying my words. That's why she was taken advantage of, and she barely managed to stop. However, it might not end with just that next time. If you become too late without knowing anything, without realizing anything, it'll be too late, beyond my reach. But before it comes to that, there are countless things I can do. In any case, if you know who the other person is, you can handle it somehow. As a great spiritualist once said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and throw a monster at a monster. Isn't he dead from his failures? Anyway, don't worry too much. You made the right choice. You've grown. I pat her back lightly, taking great care not to unhook the clasp. I wonder if it wouldn't have happened if I had consulted with you properly. Well, of course. In the first place, if it had been known that you're my childhood friend, they probably wouldn't have thought of doing anything. After all, I was always avoided by upperclassmen. You're saying that about yourself? By the time we reached middle school, Hinagi and I had distanced ourselves. By then, she had started treating me harshly, and we rarely interacted in class since we were in different classes. Probably only our classmates from elementary school knew that Hinagi and I were childhood friends. For some reason, I was often avoided by seniors. Even though I'm such an honest student, there were many instances where I was intentionally ignored. And if it were known that Hinagi, my childhood friend, would be seen through a biased lens, however, she shouldn't think of meddling unnecessarily. At least, Hinagi is anxious, but I'm not actually that worried. She didn't repeat the same mistake. It should be fine now. Besides, she's already a high school student. If something happens, she'll be held accountable enough at this age. It's not something that can be excused as a mistake made by a child. It means not expecting the other party to resort to forceful measures. If they forcefully try something and fail, their life will be over. In this day and age, it's easy to leave evidence by recording audio or shooting videos with smartphones. In the fantasy world, there is something called an NTR video letter, but such things are nothing more than extremely foolish acts of self-destruction, transferring evidence of one's committed crimes. Concealing what you've done is surprisingly difficult. I, personally, am used to life being like a hellish apocalypse and couldn't care less about disposal, but that's not the case for everyone. Once you become a student, the risk of expulsion or suspension is something you can't take lightly. That's why high school students have discretion, and deviation from such standards is difficult. That's the moral rooted in society. If that's the case, the other party's movements naturally become restricted. Even so, if they still choose to resort to forceful measures, one could say they are even easier to deal with. I'll just beat them up. Then, I suddenly remember. Come to think of it, there's someone perfect for times like this. That's right. Let me introduce you to the goddess sensei, also known as the yokai-faced vomit BBA. She caused me so much trouble, so she'll probably be willing to offer some advice for free. Who is that woman? She seems to be a famous lawyer. Hey, who is that woman? Her name seems to be Kyon Yukata. Quite a sparkling name, huh? It's funny. So, who is that woman? We'll meet her next time, and I'll let her know then. I'll pass on Hinagi's contact information. Thank you. But, who is that woman? Huh? That's strange. It seems you're not getting it. Answer me. Who is that woman? Hinagi? Oh, Hinagi. What's wrong? Hinagi was giving off a dark aura somewhat similar to Sister while glaring at me, trying to explain in desperation, but she doesn't seem entirely convinced. She's quite persistent. In fact, if someone is so persistent, I don't think they would bother with such a worthless senpai. But there aren't many people accustomed to being subjected to malice. It's unavoidable to feel uneasy. Watching the last sparkler fall, I stand up. I carefully dispose of the trash and make sure nothing is left. Cleaning up after the fire is important. It's the age of being eco-friendly. It's late at night, after all. Even I can't keep someone out until this late. Are your feet okay? I'm fine. I can walk from here. Unable to say goodbye here, I head towards Hinagi's house. In the silence, Hinagi, walking beside me, gently speaks up. How about staying overnight at my place? I'm possible. Don't suggest something so terrifying. I can't do that. Why are you so flustered? We used to stay overnight sometimes, didn't we? Muttering discontentedly, Hinagi complains, but her scary suggestion couldn't help but send shivers down my spine. If I do something like that, I'll definitely be punished. Probably with a whip or something like that. I've already taken a detour, and it's getting late. If it gets any later, it'll be seriously bad. Moreover, Hinagi doesn't know, but her mother, Akane, has banned me from the Suzurikawa household. Last time, I had no choice but to accept Hinagi's invitation because of her desperate appearance. I haven't directly met Akane, and if I had, I would have been scolded and blamed. I betrayed Akane's expectations. If she were told that I should have saved Hinagi before it came to such a point, I couldn't argue. In that sense, for Akane, I am still one of the parties who hurt Hinagi. I couldn't save Hinagi. Hey, there's something I wanted to ask you. Why did you go along with my invitation? Do I need a reason? I guess somehow I understood what you were trying to say. I see, mind reading. No, that's not it, dummy. While facing an unexpected situation, it was indeed true that I had something I wanted to say to Hinagi. That was also the case with Shiori. Falling in love with someone. For me right now. Hinagi, earlier, you said I wasn't wrong, right? Cutting off my words, Hinagi overlays her own. Her hand gently holds mine, wandering and continuing to scratch the moss. I thought I was unsuitable for someone like Yukito, but you illuminated the darkness. You gave me love. I won't let go of this hand again. You have your own life. Look around more. Surely, someone like you. Yukito, I have my own life. So I'll decide. We reach Hinagi's house. Heat is directly transmitted from that hand. As if to cool the heated body with the night wind, I receive a gentle kiss on my cheek. I won't give up. You always try to help me because you're you. A few hours ago, her expression was pale, but now it's dyed crimson with excitement. A shy, smiling expression. For the first time in a while, it's the Hinagi from those days. Thanks for today. I'll properly apologize and thank you next time. Hinagi's figure disappears into the house. I call out to her back. Hinagi, that yukata suits you. Thank you. I felt I had to say that much. Hinagi doesn't look back, but I can somehow sense that she was smiling. That's the distance between us now. Further than when we were in elementary school, closer than when we were in junior high. Watching her completely disappear, I let out a deep sigh. What am I supposed to do? Hostility and malice directed towards me are incredibly strong, but I don't know what to do with goodwill. Returning with heavy steps, unable to find an answer, I somehow understood deep down in my heart that I couldn't find it alone. Section. I'm so sorry. Bowing deeply, I desperately seek forgiveness with a dojeza in the living room. But the pressure only intensifies. Didn't I say I won't forgive you if you're late? I haven't done anything wrong. I just had a stomachache on the way back and went to the multi-purpose toilet. Huh? Were you fooling around with that girl in the multi-purpose toilet? Absolutely not. The multi-purpose toilet is not for that purpose. It seems like you also want to be subjected to a close relative punishment. What? A close relative punishment? Yes, for the time being. It's a close relative punishment. Damn it, I feel like the nuance is different, but I'm too scared to confirm it. Well, shall we sleep together? Why are you starting to take off your pajamas? Because it's hot. No way. Come here, hug pillow! Exclamation mark. This is outrageous. My hierarchy has degraded to inanimate objects, but my mother is also here in this situation. Smiling broadly, I send a pleading glance for help. I'm happy that you two are getting along like you used to. Are you nearsighted? Foo-foo, foo-fa-foo. I thought I wasn't at the age to grow old yet. I just blurted it out. It's not my true feelings, Mum. Maybe a bit late rebellious phase. But I'm relieved. Something childlike. I can't be relieved at all. And why are you in pajamas too, Mum? It's hot today, isn't it? No way. Then, shall we sleep together? Yeah. After all, you two are like parent and child. I feel like I'm the only one different. Don't say such sad things. Held firmly from both sides, I'm dragged away. A perfect combination, isn't it? I've said this how many times already, but do you know that this is my room? We only need one air conditioner and it'll save on electricity, right? When you say that, I really can't say anything. I won't be independent until next year. I can't defy my mother. Heatstroke is scary too. Confess what you were doing honestly. I won't let you sleep until you do. I'm in a scene. Chapter 7, Lingering Summer. I want to thank Imiyama-san, so I was summoned to Imakaduki. But the owner was absent. It seems to be completely reserved, and she is treating me to shabu-shabu. Wow, the table is filled with high-quality marbled meat, clams, shiitake mushrooms, warm vegetables, sea bream, and pike conger. There are several types of sauces lined up, stimulating the appetite endlessly. The pot on fire is ready and waiting. I don't usually have shabu-shabu at home, but I'll try it this time. Note to self. Quietly waiting for the preparations to finish. I'm really hungry. Is it ready yet? Thank you for your request. Change. The appearance of Himiyama-san showed her wearing a bold outfit that exposed her shoulders and back. It's what they call a bodycon, a tight one-piece with an extremely short length, exposing her thighs. Yukito-kun, do you like it? It suits you perfectly. Wait, that's not the issue. I'm glad, but if you want me to change, there's no helping it. When Himiyama-san withdrew, another person appeared shyly. Thank you for your request. What are you doing, sensei? This is a misunderstanding. Don't look. Kokonoe-kun. I didn't intend to do something this indecent. I was forced to wear this outfit by Misaki-san. For some reason, Sanjoji-sensei has become a bunny girl, the incarnation of sexiness. Overflowing bust ready to burst, cuffs on the wrists, fishnet stockings enhancing her slender legs, and high heels. Quite different from her usual modest appearance. How do you think, Kokonoe-kun? Don't change. That's good, Suzuka-sensei. It's not good at all. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. I never intended to become so depraved as an educator. I can't show my face to the students like this. While saying that, Sanjoji-sensei turned round and crouched down, facing away. Despite claiming she can't show her face, she firmly presented her plump buttocks to us, quite service-minded. But, Suzuka-sensei, didn't you choose that outfit? There was no other choice. What's with this reverse bunny outfit? Who would wear such a revealing outfit? It's our family uniform. What's wrong with your family? I want to ask myself that. What's wrong with my family? I don't know. Decided in the leadership meeting, it has become commonplace in my family. But there are many mysteries in the Kokonoe family that I don't know. But I'm happy, so I silently approve. By the way, how much is a photo? Can I use my transportation IC card? Today is a thank you, so it's free. Don't worry. What negotiations are you having? No way for photos to be taken. We'll somehow manage that. I tried to persist. It's impossible. Even now, my face is on fire. Ha ha ha. You're not that monster king, right? Don't make careless jokes. Don't worry, Suzuka-sensei. This is a private space. What happens here will never leak outside. Right now, we are just lewd female. Lewd female? For some reason, the suspicious-looking Himeyama-san is trying to persuade Sanjoji-sensei. It seems like they're busy over there, so I decided to leave them alone. This marbled meat looks really beautiful. Where is this meat from? It's a 5-rank Wakaza beef. Oh, Wakaza, that's in Fukui Prefecture, right? I haven't tried it before, so I'm looking forward to it. We made a promise to thank Yukito-kun. Suzuka-sensei was enthusiastic about it, right? And everything is ready. This is just the beginning, you know? The beginning? Is there more to come? Indeed. Suzuka-sensei was born in the year of the ox, right? Yes, but I've also prepared a cow-patterned bikini for her. I don't need that. Where do you even plan on wearing something like that? Negotiations are proving difficult, but it's not my place to intervene. Gulp. This water is delicious. It's natural spring water from some mountain I don't know. The appreciation just disappeared instantly. Somewhere, water from an unknown mountain. The mysterious power of it diminishes by half. Could you please help instead of checking the ingredients? I'm looking forward to the beef. I won't wear it, okay? Absolutely, positively, I won't wear it. I wonder what a 5 rank tastes like. Well, I don't care if it tastes good or not. While a 5 rank bunny Sanjoji-sensei protests, my stomach growls. Himeyama-san, I'm hungry. Ara, sorry about that. Let's eat. Himeyama-san, who suddenly became all smiles, sits next to me. For some reason, Sanjoji-sensei also sits on the same side. Even though we're at a table, it's not easy to eat normally when everyone is on the same side. Which one do you want, Yukito-kun? Say ah, and I'll give it to you. It seems Himeyama-san will feed me. It's quite a service. However, I refuse. No, that's not necessary. It looks delicious, so let's all eat together. I take control of the meal despite what I said. While the scenario might seem romantic, in reality, people want to eat at their own pace and choose their favorite ingredients when it comes to shabu-shabu. It's not a suitable situation. You misunderstand how to eat shabu-shabu. Seriously? Normally, that might be true. But this is a special shabu-shabu. Himeyama-san insists. Sanjoji-sensei also tilts her head, confused. Special? Okay, Yukito-kun. Since you're a guest, the rule is to use both hands, which are currently idle, to sensually stroke the thighs of the person sitting next to you. What? AA omitted. I'm shocked, and my entire body feels electrified. I stare at my hands in wonder. Was that so? Was I mistaken? Why do you easily accept it? Please have some doubts. Bunny Sanjoji-sensei protests, and the table shakes with her momentum, causing chopsticks to fall. I'll pick that up for you. I quickly dive under the table to pick up the chopsticks. There's a hand mirror carelessly placed on the floor. Is this someone's forgotten item? I try to pick up the chopsticks but get a tap on my shoulder. When I look, I see under Himeyama-san's skirt. What's going on? Wait, what are you doing? Don't worry, Yukito-kun. I'm not wearing any. Put some on. Himeyama-san, seemingly kind but utterly lacking in reassurance. I hit my head on the table due to the shock. Ouch. I told you, today's shabu-shabu is special. It's called no panties shabu-shabu. I heard it from Grandpa. When you want to entertain someone you're indebted to, this is the way to go. You wretched aspect of Japanese culture. This evil custom must be eradicated immediately. I firmly refuse. No panties. Grandpa used to frequent this place a lot in the past. Enjoy it, Yukito-kun. Could it be that this mirror? There's another one here. Oh no, dangerous. If I let things go in Himeyama-san's direction, my body will surely succumb to her demands, and this home event will turn into a crisis. To avoid this tragedy, I rack my brains. Is there some breakthrough? I make eye contact with Bunny-san Joji-sensei, who is secretly enjoying hot tofu. That's it. Kyukaku. No really, Himeyama-san. I'm truly disappointed in you. Where's the no panties shabu-shabu in this? Your plan is a complete failure. With Sanjoji-sensei in a bunny suit, it's far from qualifying as no panties shabu-shabu. It's nothing more than empty words. Cough, cough. It's hot. The tofu got stuck in my throat. I decisively confront them with reality. Sanjoji-sensei is choking. Just enjoy eating together without causing a fuss. Let's get along. I offer friendship to Himeyama-san. Humphrey. How infuriating. I've never seen someone say such lines in real life. Can you stay silent when you're treated with such insincerity? Suzuka-sensei, change. Let's go for the reverse bunny. No, it's not enough. If it comes to this, the final move, naked shabu-shabu. What? A little. Please, Shirataki. No. With screams, she was dragged to the back. Hurry up. I want to eat the meat. In Japan, the origin of shabu-shabu is said to be in Tottori Prefecture during World War II. It then spread from Kyoto to the Kansai region. So today, from Iramazuki, the birthplace of no panties shabu-shabu, the trend might spread nationwide. I am a witness to history. Shall we have dessert after the meal? I've prepared a special pudding, but where did the shabu-shabu go? The table is neatly cleaned up. I'm sure I was eating shabu-shabu a moment ago, but I have no memory of it. This is all because Himeyama-san and Sanjoji-sensei were naked. Even though it's not entirely nude, both are wearing only heels. This immoral and bewitching scene is splendid, but I just want to escape. Himeyama-san looks dignified, while Sanjoji-sensei seems embarrassed. The contrast is stunning. Frozen. I stare at one point on the floor and eat mechanically. My sense of taste has collapsed, and my stomach is ringing the end bell. I don't even know how many portions I've had. My heartbeat, pounding to the rhythm of tension, still resonates with excitement. Misaki-san, are you really going to do that? At this point, please be prepared. But there should be other ways to express gratitude without resorting to such imitation. Speaking of other ways, Suzuka-sensei, what would you suggest? Well, how about making origami cranes? Isn't it the epitome of unwelcome gratitude? Yukito-kun, do you want 1,000 origami cranes? Origami cranes? It's indeed a subtle choice whether receiving them would bring joy. I might have trouble finding a place for them. If I were to send 1,000 origami cranes to someone, I would fold cranes with 10,000 yen bills so they can tear off a crane when they need money. Let's call it 10,000 yen crane. Your ideas are too extreme, Yukito-kun. Origami cranes do feel somewhat burdensome to dispose of, like some cursed equipment. Wait a moment. Then, how about the sword and dragon keychain I bought at a tourist spot a long time ago? Suzuka-sensei, please refrain from unnecessary resistance. Why did you even buy that? Bunny-san Joji-sensei and Himeyama-san whine as they head to the kitchen. Special pudding. As someone who loves sweets, my expectations are as high as the Tower of Babel. Yukito-kun, sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the special pudding. Himeyama-san brings a tray. Pudding? I tilt my head with a puzzled expression. I only see caramel sauce. Is this a pudding that fools the fool? No matter how much I stare, all I can see on the tray is caramel sauce. Did I act foolishly? Samurai ridicules the naked us, the king. Wait a moment. I'll make it visible now. Himeyama-san says so and lifts her chest with one arm underneath. From there, she pours caramel sauce over it. Come on, Suzuka-sensei too. How am I supposed to? If something like this is revealed, I'll definitely get fired. It won't be revealed. While lamenting, she lifts it up. A trolley and caramel sauce are poured over it. Now, Yukito-kun, it's a special pudding. Enjoy. If it's come to this, I don't care anymore. If you want to enjoy it, please. Magnificent giant special puddings, a total of 4, have been completed, with glossy and firm skin color, aromatic caramel sauce, and a hint of peach mixed in. They create a fascinating marble pattern. I can confidently say that this must be incredibly delicious. You see, actually, I'm a fan of baked puddings. Is that so? I'll need to go to a tanning salon. Himeyama-san with tanned skin might be wonderful too, but that's not what I meant. It's time for me to eat my mom's pudding. I have to go home. They say there's always room for something sweet, don't they? Sweet things share the same stomach. Can I devour those seemingly delicious, perfectly ripe puddings now? I'm the one who wants to scream. Sanjoji-sensei's face turns bright red as she groans. The pudding riot incident, rather than the rice turmoil, has temporarily subsided. Was it delicious? If you want to know, please transfer the specified amount to my account. You know, I'm thinking of resuming infertility treatment. I felt relieved at Himeyama-san's words. This was her other lingering regret. What I could do for her was only one aspect. That's why I set up the stage at the inn and sought cooperation from President Urabara. If that has borne fruit, then all the better. Since then, Himeyama-san has been able to successfully handle her tutoring duties. She seems to aspire to become a teacher in the future. Himeyama-san has reclaimed her dreams. Now it's time to regain hope. Good. I see you've gotten back on track. I don't know about the past between Himeyama-san and President Urahara. When I was doing volunteer work, she mentioned that she might not have genuinely wished for a child. Maybe that was the reason she couldn't conceive. Whether it was a cult or fact, I don't know. But now, if she's overcome the past, this time, she might truly have those feelings. Yukito-kun, will you accompany me for infertility treatment? Of course, it's a small favor. I don't know what infertility treatment involves, but President Urabara is the owner of a well-established inn in Kyoto. After all, the distance is considerable. It's challenging to always be there for Himeyama-san. Still, the best I can do is accompany her to the hospital. How can you answer so easily, Yukito-kun? Hey? Sanjoji-sensei blushes. What's wrong? If there's something I can do, I won't refuse to help. Yukito-kun, I haven't reconciled with Mikiya-san. Is that so? Then, what about infertility treatment? What does it? Himeyama-san straddles my lap and sits down. We're in a close enough proximity to face each other intimately. Her alluring body steals my vision. I'm troubled by where to direct my gaze and end up becoming an awkward observer, at an extremely close range where even my nose might touch her chest. The dense pheromones paralyze my thoughts. Will you give me a reward, then? I said so. What's wrong, Himeyama-san? You seem closer than usual. There are limits to everything. Saying something like wanting a reprint or an anime adaptation is troublesome. I want it. Your baby. What? Even with my keen hearing sensitive to mosquito sounds, I couldn't hear it. Can you say it again? I'm saying, I want it. What are you talking about? A baby. Whose? Yours. Himeyama-san smiles with a beauty that could overturn countries. My reason was sounding the alarm. Sanjoji-sensei, can you interpret for me? NNN. Himeyama-san kissed me after asking the language speaker for help, exchanging saliva. One hit, pew. What's going on? Himeyama-san kissed. Two hit. First, calm down, chew. Your tongue kissed. Three hit. All right, I understand. I'll give you these shareholder benefits. Kissed. Four hit. Hey, Yukito-kun, do you understand my feelings? Both hands hold my face, and I'm kissed passionately again. 5 hit KO. Bang, bang, bang. Ha, ha. What on earth? If I hadn't been trained by my mother and sister, I would have passed out. Himeyama-san's eyes are moist, her lips are lustrous, and her cheeks are pink with blush, an expression like she's floating in fever. The intense color and fragrance are filling the room at every moment. I love you. It's your fault, Yukito-kun, because you try so hard to save me. If only you had left me alone, I would have been fine. But you showed me the hope I had given up on. Tears were flowing. Warm tears, different from the ones I saw in that hospital room. I wish we never met. I thought that because if I love you this much, my emotions, my body, they all want your warmth. I want to show you everything about me. Behind the fallen smile was a face she had hidden, exposing her heart and body. Himeyama-san had literally given up everything. It was a severe determination. Here, warm things are injected here, and the life created between loved ones takes root. Don't you think it's very mysterious and a gift from God? I believe in miracles with you. She gently touches my lower abdomen with my hand, and that is undoubtedly a miracle. I'm at a loss for words. A weak, inexperienced guy like me, Yukito Kokonoe, can't respond to this. You're still underage, and doing such irresponsible things. It shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. Beyond that is not a blessing but only widespread sorrow. That's why I trust you, Yukito-kun. You can indulge in my body, but you think about my happiness. You don't choose a path that makes someone unhappy. But you know, just as you're devoted to me, I want to devote myself to you. I want to make you happier than anyone else. I've been pampered by Himeyama-san all along. The relationship that goes beyond that. Yukito-kun, I'm in a dangerous state today. Is it the payment day for your revolving payment? I've told you to stop using revolving payments. No, it's different. Today is a day when it's easy to conceive a baby, but you're still underage. So, I've decided to wait for 2 more years. I won't hold back once you become an adult, Yukito-kun. The age of adulthood has just been lowered from 20 to 18. In other words, I've had my escape route blocked by the country. This country is rotten. I am your partner, Yukito-kun. So please, please impregnate me. The mouth is the source of disaster. The past me has crossed time and space to eliminate me. Don't worry. I won't burden you, Yukito-kun. I want you to recognize me, but my grandfather will welcome you, and, above all, it's the crystallization of our love. A baby like an angel will surely be born. Foo-fa-fa-foo. Himeyama-san is tripping with a giggling laugh. The future seems to be rosy, but you know, Yukito-kun, 2 years is an anxious time for us. Even Suzuka-sensei is really going to be in her 40s. I don't have the luxury of taking it easy, you know? Sanoji-sensei trembled as if shivering. I feel a sense of discomfort. Us? Why, sensei? Even if you show such a melting kiss, I won't be swayed. Am I going according to Misaki's expectations? I'll meet a wonderful man through marriage activities in 2 years. Don't underestimate my matching skills. If it's a wonderful man, he's right in front of you. Right, Yukito-kun? Being kissed all over the place. Ah, yes. Unable to resist Himeyama-san. I'm being bitten on my earlobe and nibbled on sweetly. By the way, my mother said that the marriage market is unprecedentedly crowded with women, especially for women in their 40s, and it's becoming miserable. The age at which men seeking marriage cut off is 34, and that's because most men participating in marriage activities want a family and children. The recent marriage market seems to be full of 40s old ladies. Old ladies who hope for a housewife can't compromise on the income they seek from men, which is why they're the last barrier to age that men seeking marriage want, she said. But work. In that regard, Sanjoji-sensei might find a partner easily. So, could it be that I'm already done for? Surprised and wide-eyed, Sanjoji-sensei slumps down, looking depressed. She looks so pitiful and sad. Swinging lightly, Himeyama-san stands up from my lap. Ara. It's only 2 years, Suzuka-sensei. I wonder if you'll really find an ideal partner who can overcome such a high hurdle. I'm looking forward to raising children together in 2 years. But, even if I had a relationship like that with a student, formally, yes. Moreover, once you become an adult, no one cares about such things. Besides, considering the age for fertility treatments, it's only natural biologically that a younger partner is preferable. And this young man is so attractive. If you let him go, you'll regret it, won't you? Don't be swayed by Misaki-san, says Yuka. Pull yourself together. Sanjoji, well then, why not kiss to confirm your feelings? Such a thing. A skillful door-in-the-face technique. Presenting a significant request, then following it with a smaller one after resistance. Sanjoji-sensei is resisting desperately. I decided to forget everything that happened in this place. Ha. I still have 2 years. 2 years, that's enough. With 2 years, I can manage somehow. When I get home, I'll cry and seek comfort from Mum. I want her to pat me gently. I'm scared. Oi, Yukito-kun. over here. With about 10 days left in summer vacation, we were reaching the end, but it was still hot. The scorching sun was shining dangerously bright today. While the seasons seem to have shifted slightly earlier in recent years, it's still annoying to think it's this hot even in September. Going out is a bit of a hassle, but staying cooped up is unhealthy. As I headed to the intended place, there was already someone waiting. Mithra's senpai, long time no see. Goddess senpai, also known as Mithra's senpai, greeted me in a casual outfit of a summer dress and mules. Even in the shade, she was slightly sweating. It's been a while since school. It's hot again today. I hate it. Ugh, just coming here makes me feel exhausted. Wiping sweat with a handkerchief, I took a sip of water from a PET bottle. Hydration is crucial under the scorching sun. The absurd idea of refraining from drinking water during club activities, which used to exist, has long been abandoned. By the way, what kind of goddess is Mithra's? I've never heard of her. It's a goddess with my original setting. Do you know about it? How could I possibly know? You bestow gifts upon humanity. Oh, there's something like that in novels. So, I'm a good goddess, right? You are hated. You actually hate me, right? Hey? For some reason, she sent me a resentful look with narrowed eyes. But when I smiled, her gaze quickly switched to something that seemed like expectation. Well, whatever. Hey, don't you have anything to say? I worked hard. Running her hand over her clothes, she fluttered them. If she goes this far, even a dull person like me can understand what the other person wants. I stared closely from her toes to the top of her head. Senpai, you look super cute. Amazing. Ah, really? I feel embarrassed when praised so honestly. You look so fitting. You could be easily picked up by a playboy or delinquent any moment. That ruins it. So, speaking of romantic comedies, aren't there too many playboys or delinquents? They often fail at picking up girls and cause violent incidents. I always wonder how bad the public order is in those stories. We shouldn't go any further with that. You are the main character in the romantic comedy, after all. But seriously, even if you throw such questions at me, it's like an unwritten rule, isn't it? In this era, even delinquent manga is decreasing. But, you know, now that Yukito-kun is here, you'll rescue me if I get involved, right? Oh, by the way, the mabui from earlier is a word in Okinawan dialect, meaning spirit or soul. Hey, you, how about a refreshing joke for the summer? Chilled to the bone. That said, the downtown area is bustling, filled with people. The summer heat seems to bring vitality to the surroundings. We still have a bit of time. How about going to a cafe? Senpai, there's a few meters away. There was a bakery shop that caught my attention. I couldn't help but be intrigued. I'm a bit hungry. By the way, melon bread seems like a good deal based on its appearance, doesn't it? That looks delicious, right? Well then, see you. The bread that I think looks like it's losing in appearance is raisin. Can you please stop bad-mouthing bread? You're the worst. I'm disappointed. Apologize to the bread shop owner who's working hard. You clearly baited me into saying that, didn't you? Whatever. I'm completely angry today, so even if you apologize, I won't forgive you. Well, I'll give you the part of the anpan without red bean paste for the first bite. I don't need it. While engaging in a futile talk, by the time we searched for bread and left the store, some time had passed. At that point, I decided to ask Senpai about something that has been bothering me. I've been wondering for a while, but Senpai, what are we doing in a place like this? Isn't it too late to ask that now? I see, so Goddess Sensei and Goddess Senpai are relatives. That's right. I apologize for making you wait. After getting into the car, Goddess Sensei, also known as Kozukata Sensei, who was supposed to be waiting, explained the situation. It was a complete coincidence, but there seemed to be a connection between the two goddesses. It's surprising that Kyon-san and Yukito-kun know each other. I think so too. Today, I was thinking of treating you to a meal as thanks, but Kyoka wanted to come along. Are you too close? I'm a fellow loner, but the only one who is a loner is the Goddess Senpai. That's not true. I have lots of friends, you just don't know them. PFFT. Don't laugh with a weird straight face. But, Kyoka, aren't you not that type of person? Come on, Kyon-san. Fufu. I'm sorry. It's just so refreshing to see you like this. Goddess Sensei, who arrived at the meeting place in an F-car, was wearing large sunglasses. She looked totally cool. There was no trace of the grotesque yokai-faced vomiting BBA who wet herself. The gap was so surprising. By the way, the usual Goddess Sensei is like that, huh? Like a career woman. Back then, you were rolling on the asphalt. You were like that. Please don't mention that. Sorry, Yukito-kun. Did Kyon-san cause you trouble? Hey, stop it, Kyuka. It's okay. What I got on me was vomit, stuff, and urine. Cough cough. Are you getting a summer cold? Take care, Goddess Sensei. Thank you. For some reason, Goddess Sensei was giving me the exact same resentful look as Goddess Senpai earlier, but I had no idea why. By the way, Yukito-kun, I have something to discuss. Shall we stop by the office for a bit? Please. Goddess Sensei, perhaps feeling remorse, seemed willing to help whenever I was in trouble. Consulting with a lawyer usually involves consultation fees based on time, but unbelievably, it's both free and unlimited in this case. How fortunate. Let's make the most of it. Don't do anything dangerous, okay? You're a student, and you wouldn't want to face disciplinary action, right? It's okay. Besides, I've already been suspended once since entering high school. Eh? Aren't you a first-year student? That incident wasn't Yukito-kun's fault, but I can't forgive it. It's rare that everything ended so smoothly. Is that considered a good outcome? Did it really end smoothly with that? Unusual things can happen. It might have been better that Himeyama-san, not me, managed to handle things. Mademoiselle is someone worth having. After finishing the consultation at the office, we went to a shop recommended by Goddess Sensei. The consultation was not for me but for Hinagi. Hoping that she would become an ally, I also handed over some collected materials. With a powerful ally, Hinagi should feel more secure. Waiting is not a good idea. It's foolish to be afraid of when the other party will make a move. In this era, it's best to be on the defensive. It doesn't seem like I want to ask you what you are planning to do, Kitakita. You'll understand when the second term begins. Hinagi probably doesn't want to be bothered by trivial things for too long. It's not that difficult. I just need to drive the point home that he won't interfere anymore. I have to be careful not to overdo it and accidentally cause fatal damage. Anyway, if anything happens, contact me immediately, whether it's from her or you. Also, contact me before taking any action. I have a feeling that if I leave you alone, you might do something outrageous. Please be sure to exercise self-restraint. Yes, I'll make sure to convey that to Hinagi. But don't worry, I won't do anything as outrageous as Goddess Sensei. I don't drink alcohol, after all. It's an unreasonable story. There's no student as quiet as me. Can you stop talking about that? That night was weird. I also have dignity. Hey, Yukito-kun. Was Kyon-san really that bad? Kyoka. There are things in this world that are better left unknown. What dignity? Should I remind you of the ammonia smell behind you right now? No. I'm really sorry. I'm reflecting on it. And I even have a somewhat common image. As a token of gratitude, I'll answer anything, so please spare me from that. Alcohol is a panacea, so be careful. What do you think? I felt washing a yellow t-shirt in a coin laundry late at night. I don't want to hear it. 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 It's a perverted feeling. That way? Reluctantly covering her ears and shaking her head, Goddess Sensei's eyes widen in surprise. However, even without Goddess Sensei, that night was quite eventful. You said you didn't mind, but you secretly hold a grudge. Of course. You vomited on my head. What if my hair falls out due to stomach acid? You're talking about hair again. From the head to the upper body covered in vomit, acidic, and from the back to the lower body covered in urine, alkaline. I'm like a litmus paper. Pew. Why is it that I can't laugh at all when you are saying something so clever? I mentioned pH, but I made Goddess Sensei neutral because I gave you water is also important to point out. By the way, she seemed oddly hostile towards men. Was there something going on? I saw a terrible man in a case I was dealing with. It got to me. Even the cool and stylish me, Goddess Sensei, who had the cool demeanor, seemed completely disheartened. She looked miserable. It seemed that, despite her appearance, she might be emotionally fragile when it came to her own issues. I consoled her. "I'm not angry anymore, so please cheer up. I'm worried. If you keep repeating things like that, you might end up in danger someday." "I don't want that to happen." "Yukito-kun, you're kind. It's not just about a friend. You're worried and offering advice." "Even for me, with all those opportunities, I didn't do anything. Isn't that too weak?" "Come on, Kyon-san. You're acting like a fragile girl." "Well, you are beautiful, so be careful, okay? It's the first time a man has said something like that to me." "Even though you're usually called a beautiful lawyer." "Be free." The goddess senpai is trying to pull away, but the goddess sensei does not move away from her. Her hand is firmly held. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "Let's let bygones be bygones and enjoy our meal." "Yes." "Then, Kyon-san, why are you being so infantile? There is no such thing as me being nice." I, Yukito Kokonoe, who vowed not to abandon people being harassed, emit an aura of not talking in class to the introverted, lonely girl and intentionally strike up a conversation. "I'm the guy who expelled the idol manager of the male basketball from the club." Misunderstandings abound. "But even if I say thank you, I can say anything you want." Expressing gratitude, I ponder while eating the dishes laid out before me, but nothing specific comes to mind. In the first place, I'm at a loss. Having little experience with someone doing something for me, I might have said anything, but there are limits, you know? Besides, you're still a high school student, and even though you might be at that age, you're still underage. Especially nowadays, it's strict. Moreover, I'm a lawyer. But, if you're serious, I might consider it." "So, shall we go to a hotel later?" "Will you be gentle? Is this person okay?" Despite appearances, there's an unexpected soft side. "You haven't even had any alcohol, so snap out of it. And Yukito-kun, what are you suggesting?" And so, another lively summer vacation passes by. Section: the Bermuda Triangle, the Nazca Lines, the Gates of Hell, in Unaki Tunnel, etc. Mysterious spots abound throughout the world, past and present. Are there really aliens in Area 51? Who are the Sumerians? The secrets of the pyramids, the true identity of Stonehenge, and the existence of the Lemurian continent. The sometimes dangerous, sometimes romantic, and sometimes unknowable supernatural phenomena continue to attract people, even after many years. So, where I am is at one of Tokyo's most mysterious spots, the infamous pool. No, it's not spirits, it's example. While it's true that spirits are said to favor bodies of water, I don't want to be called the spirit pool. I can't perform exorcisms. That's Maki-san's job. I'm neither a spiritual medium, nor a psychic, nor a yin-yang master, nor an exorcist, nor a spirit mage, nor a necromancer, nor a demon hunter, certainly not a demon exorcist, and, let alone, not a demon ninja. A simple high school student, Yukito Kokonoe, a guy who doesn't harbor exaggerated expectations for undercover investigations. How did it come to this? While I sat alone by the pool, praying for world peace, what disrupted my peace was the unscrupulous family that finds meaning in disrupting my life. The culprits: my mother and sister. Sorry to keep you waiting. Boys are quick to change at times like these, huh? Unaware of my feelings, they smiled nonchalantly. Mother was in a clean and tight-fitting racing swimsuit, and my sister was. Brain short-circuiting rant. Pleiades 1 snails package and juiced K. Vacuum tongue. Maple leaves thorny shrub snarl type 9. For example of kimono. Kiyu writhing in agony snarl type 9. For example of kimono type 9. For example of kimono. Rugged % cordial cord. Pleiades tangled. Toying with something. Measuring block pillow talk snarl. Pleiades trapezoidal sudden and unexpected folders. 9 crimpers. Measuring block. Meteorite 9th snarl cuba 9 snarl tackle yo at snarl pompadour-like hairstyle. Intricacy thorny shrub centrifuge after a period of time at snarl. Rectangular lava miniature boar. Sudden and unexpected Clematis Peyton's castle with a Western-style collar. After section Chinese extended net constellation. Snarl. Fiddling with black rope used to bind criminals. Snarl type S. Video games, anime, etc. What do you think? Isn't it exciting? It was so shocking that when I tried to express my thoughts, it seemed to have turned into garbled text. What's that? Isn't it the world's compelling force? Dangerous, dangerous. I can only try to bluff my way through this now. If there's a way to fix the garbled text, maybe the message will get through. It should be just on the edge of being safe. Do you like it? I thought you'd be happy. Please don't fabricate my preferences. Huh? I said you liked it. Where did you hear such nonsense? From the spirit. From the spirit. Someone like a guardian spirit. Could you keep quiet about such things? For some reason, the spiritual vibrations seem strong in this place. Did my sister have a spiritual sense? Okay, I'll tell you the truth, just say it. Frankly, I think I like it. Pooh. I'll do something nice for you later. Yay. Setting aside my pride and adapting to my sister, I was being watched by my mother with a troubled expression. You shouldn't act so shamelessly, especially with your age. We came here to swim today, you know? Don't be deceived. Even while saying that, you chose a more daring swimsuit than usual. Look at this high cut. What an indecent mother. Well, still, isn't it better than an old lady like me who's frolicking around? After all, I'm younger. Too bad. For a young girl to become so rebellious. When did that happen? Ignoring the strangely dissonant pair exchanging disses, I start stretching. It's important to do thorough warm-up exercises before swimming. It's because it can be dangerous if your legs cramp underwater. And there's also the fact that I want to avoid getting involved as much as possible. After all, my remaining lives aren't infinite. However, it seems I won't be allowed to escape so easily. Look at this. Proudly, my sister took out a familiar stationery item occasionally used in math class. A protractor? Why would you need a protractor for swimming? I have absolutely no idea. It's impossible for my foolish sister to even speculate. Perhaps communication in everyday life is becoming difficult for us non-close siblings. Why that? Because it's a protractor. Obviously, to measure angles. I see. To measure the angle of how excited you. Are you an idiot? The time has come to settle things between me and Mum. Both of you are idiots. Even with this, I'm good at math and physics. As expected, you're my child. Is this a clever idiot? Well, since it's reserved, let's swim to our heart's content. Mother, who nonchalantly accepts my sister's atrocity, is truly an adult. Even so, is it okay to let everything slide just because it's a reserved pool? Come on, quickly help with this stretching. Please help me too. Damn it. Enduring the unreasonable onslaught like waves of anger, I somehow managed to endure. For some reason, expressing regrets to these people is entirely ineffective. After all, the regret cannon seems to have such a limited power, and reality is so merciless. Mom, do you have a bit of extra fat? If you don't exercise properly, you'll become obese. Old lady. Little girl. Foo. Both of them seem to be having fun. The Kokonoe family is once again peaceful today, thanks to my sacrifice. Section. That's how it was. These idiot sisters are. Wana. Seku-san was furious. Oh, both Mum and sister are included too. From Seku's perspective, Mum is her sister, and Yuri-san is my sister, so calling them idiot sisters isn't entirely wrong. Yes, I sought refuge with Seku-san, the conscience of the Kokonoe family. On the last day of summer vacation, with no homework to chase me, I had too much free time. I was invited to Seku-san's house, my mother's younger sister, and decided to go. As usual, I received a VIP treatment, as if I was treated like royalty. It was all taken care of. Seku-san's house, which was not pushy and modest, has become not a mysterious spot for me but a healing spot. My soul melted, and I became so corrupted that I couldn't get up from the sofa. In my analysis, a unique field effect seems to be occurring. Something like aroma. It's like a self-indulgent paradise for a neat living with their parents. If anything happens, be sure to tell me, okay? I'll scold my sister for you. I can't endure it. so please do. I bowed my head twice. It's a matter of life and death, so I'm quite desperate. Yuki-chan, if they're causing trouble, just come and stay at my house. That suggestion is very tempting, but I feel like it would have been 10 years before I noticed. If you want, you can stay longer, you know? What a confusing sound. Relaxing at the end. I've been pampered so much by the comfort that it feels like not just a few years but even several decades might have passed. I might turn into a modern-day Urashimitaro. However, even my supermental, which would surprise even Lonsdale Light, wouldn't open the Lonsdale Light until the end. But anyway, there were various things during summer vacation. Yes, it was quite eventful. I told Seko-san about my summer. She has always been a good listener. Without any secrets, Seko and I end up talking about everything. An unusual sense of fatigue. This summer vacation had a lot of events, more than usual. I feel like I've interacted with more people than ever before. Whether that's good or bad, I don't know. Yuki-chan, was your summer vacation fun? I wonder. But it feels a bit different than usual. I see. Maybe that's fine for now. Is that so? That's how it is. There's still plenty of time ahead. Come to think of it, since entering high school, I've had many encounters. There were reunions as well. There were people I didn't know, people I knew, people who should have taken a different path, and people who almost did. I spend less time alone at home now. And even now, I'm here with Seko-san. I wonder if has anything changed? It's okay to go at your own pace, Yuki-chan. Take it slow, believe more in the things around you, and I'm sure more enjoyable days are waiting for you. It's easy to cut off someone annoying and discard them, but I'm struggling because I can't do that. I don't know how to come to a conclusion about Hinagi, Shiori, or anyone else. Even mum, sister, Himeyama-san, and the teacher are sources of worry. Well, the refreshing handsome man can somehow manage with his handsome adjustments. Anyway, the worries never seem to end. Everyone is selfish, right? Imposing their feelings on others, seeking answers, and causing trouble for the other person. But you know, even knowing that, I think there are feelings you want to convey. And I'm waiting for the day when Yuki-chan can impose your feelings on them. Isn't that being selfish? It's okay to be selfish. Be selfish and self-centered. Even then, it's not enough for Yuki-chan. Follow your heart honestly. If it's Yuki-chan, wouldn't it be okay to be a bit forceful like, follow me? I think that would be a positive step forward. Needing someone else is very difficult. The other person is not a doll or AI. They're living in the same time, have their own will and emotions. How easy would it be to be alone? There would be no need to worry about anything. It's very lonely, but sweet and very free. Still, if you want to walk with someone, if you have a dream that seems natural to everyone, to continue living while interacting with people, follow me. Yes. Understood. I won't let you go anymore. Oh, and Yuki-chan, it's unfair that you only go swimming with Nei-san. I want to go too, and actually, I have a swimsuit prepared. I'm actually wearing something underneath. Foo. Sorry. I just got carried away for a moment. Don't pull me. You're strong. That's right. That's just like mum. Why are you imitating a primary school student looking forward to a swimming lesson? So, what's with that swimsuit? It's not a swimsuit. Here comes another garbled text, but deep down, I'm so happy. Idiot. The lively summer vacation is coming to an end. Epilogue. Shiugi Torin. That was the name of the man. Although he went by the name Torin, he was nothing more than a son-in-law. The Torin family, deeply rooted in Kyoto, was known as an old and prestigious family. Shiugi, too, was the son of a wealthy family, but there was a distinct difference in their status. Shiugi met Tsubaki when he was 10 years old at a party attended with his parents. In front of Shiugi, who found the adults' boring conversations to be easily avoidable, Tsubaki approached him modestly. Meeting someone of the opposite sex unexpectedly, Shiugi was left speechless. Like a fragile and lovely princess who had jumped out of a story, Tsubaki captivated him with her smile that bloomed like a flower. Enchanted by that smile, his gaze was nailed to her. Shiugi fell in love at first sight. The girl's name was Tsubaki Torin, the youngest of the Turan family with an older brother and sister. Finding out they were the same age, Shiugi's heart raced unexpectedly when he realized he had met someone to talk to by chance. It didn't take long for the two of them to naturally become friends. Watching the harmonious relationship between the two, adults would jokingly say things like, "An engagement would be nice," and Shiugi took those words seriously, never doubting that they would eventually end up together. It was Shiugi's first love. Tsubaki felt the same way. So, the two became close friends during their short time together. However, the time they spent together was brief. This was because Shiugi's family lived in Tokyo, and there was a physical distance between him and Tsubaki, who lived in Kyoto. Nevertheless, their relationship continued. Despite living in different places and attending different schools, Shiugi didn't want to sever their connection. They began exchanging letters, sharing updates on their lives. This relationship continued for several years. When Shiugi finally got a mobile phone, making communication easier, he was delighted. However, around that time, the frequency of their exchanges gradually decreased. It was unavoidable. As they entered junior high school, their circle of friends expanded. Juggling academics, club activities, and their own affairs, the visible world was everything to them. Busy days, fulfilling days. Friends nearby were more important than those far away. It was a natural inevitability. There were countless factors that could lead to estrangement. Shiugi became anxious. However, he never gave up. He pleaded with his parents, left his home, and decided to enroll in the high school in Kyoto where Tsubaki lived. Living in a dorm, facing restrictions on freedom, none of it mattered. He was just single-mindedly determined. From now on, Shiugi felt his chest pounding with the premonition that happy days were about to begin. Tsubaki had an older brother and sister. Both of them were kind, but the presence of her talented siblings made Tsubaki feel inferior. She was constantly compared and scrutinized by those around her. While her parents laughed it off, assuring her not to worry, it seemed like they didn't have high expectations for her, making Tsubaki feel miserable. Unable to rebel against her parents or gather the courage to engage in delinquent behavior, Tsubaki's personality gradually became self-deprecating. Eventually, the letters from Shiugi, which were once a source of joy, became burdensome, and her replies grew more infrequent. Tsubaki remained oblivious to Shiugi's feelings expressed in those letters, how much her childhood friend loved her. A turning point in Tsubaki's gloomy days came when she was in her third year of junior high. During a class trip, she was confessed to by a classmate. She didn't harbor any romantic feelings for the person, but Tsubaki sought an escape. Above all, it felt pleasing to be acknowledged for the first time, not as a brother or sister but for herself. Tsubaki accepted the confession, and gradually, she regained her brightness and cheerfulness. The two eventually enrolled in the same high school. It was at this high school that Tsubaki reunited with Shiugi. When Shiugi learned that Tsubaki was in a relationship, he was deeply distressed. Tsubaki was surprised by Shiugi's earnestness, but there was nothing she could do as she already had someone else. The people around Shiugi didn't leave him alone. Desperate to become someone worthy of Tsubaki, he put immense effort into studying and sports, transforming into a dazzling and attractive individual. This was different from Tsubaki, who had spent her junior high days in a haze. The inferiority complex that had long been dormant resurfaced. Tsubaki couldn't bear Shiugi's devotion. She couldn't wait for Shiugi. This made her feel miserable about herself. Since their first meeting, Tsubaki had also harbored feelings for Shiugi. Childish love affairs were not meant to last, and Tsubaki and Shiugi went their own way. However, it was now impossible for Tsubaki to approach Shiugi. It would be shameless. Shiugi had many friends of both genders and had become close to someone who had sincerely consoled him during his heartbreak. Moreover, Tsubaki didn't believe that she was suitable for Shiugi now. In the end, while they remained aware of each other, their paths did not cross, and they continued to pass by each other. Shiugi and Tsubaki reunited at their alumni reunion. After becoming working adults for several years, some had achieved a certain status, Some pursued their dreams and succeeded, while others faced setbacks. Life experiences were etched on their expressions, adding depth to their words. Shiugi was astonished by the transformation he witnessed in Tsubaki after several years. Somewhere in her smile, there was a shadow, a powerlessness he had not seen before. During the time Shiugi was unaware, Tsubaki had faced considerable hardships. She had married at one point, only to suffer from domestic violence and harassment from her husband. Even after divorcing, the wounds had not healed, and Tsubaki remained cautious about entering into a new romantic relationship. Shiugi was consumed by regret. For what purpose had he chased after Tsubaki? He regretted not forcefully taking her. This was partly because he felt betrayed. Even after learning about Tsubaki's breakup, Shiugi couldn't take any action. At that time, Shiugi also had a significant other, and now, Shiugi was married. He had a child. However, whether there was love between him and his wife was questionable. There had been love, but it was lost because Shiugi's enduring affection for Tsubaki had been exposed. It was a pure and unsullied love that he had harbored since he first laid eyes on Tsubaki. After the alumni reunion, somehow they found themselves alone. Perhaps fueled by alcohol or driven by years of emotions, Shiugi and Tsubaki ended up together. It was a one-night mistake, a common and cliché affair. Guilt and growing regret enveloped Shiugi. However, he couldn't leave Tsubaki alone. He wanted to save her. From middle school to high school, and even when Tsubaki was suffering in her marriage, Shiugi never forgot her. However, he was always too late. He shouldn't have given up. Even though Shiugi didn't desire to be connected to Tsubaki in this way, he had married his wife through a matchmaking arranged by his parents, and he felt a sense of duty and responsibility. His independent wife was highly capable, and his parents liked her. However, their marital relationship had grown cold. Shiugi had to make a decision. He couldn't continue like this. His actions were socially and morally unacceptable. He had already crossed the line. Regardless of how much criticism he would face, he couldn't abandon Tsubaki. He couldn't just leave her. The foolish man had been making the wrong choices all along. Now, to seek true love and reach the right answer, Shiugi decided to abandon everything. Literally, everything. Shiugi divorced his wife, paid a considerable alimony, and threw away all his assets. The remaining amount was shouldered by his parents. Despite their anger, after repayment, Shiugi became estranged from his parents. There was no objection to that. He couldn't cause them any more trouble. His existence had become nothing but a stain for his parents. There was no dispute during the divorce negotiations, not even emotionally. They efficiently and dispassionately handled what needed to be done through lawyers. Expressionless, the marital relationship came to an end. He lost his family, his home, his custody rights. Shiugi even discarded his name to become a son-in-law in the Turan family. Tsubaki's parents, though they didn't express it openly, welcomed this decision. They had been worried about their daughter's haggard appearance. They still remembered Shiugi, who had once been close to their daughter. However, what Shiugi had done couldn't be easily forgiven. Sacrifices demanded compensation. Tsubaki's parents promised Shiugi's ex-wife all kinds of support and provided substantial financial assistance. As if guided by destiny, Shiugi and Tsubaki came together and got married. Then Tsubaki became pregnant, and a girl was born. Her name was Kikyo. The foolish man who sought true love reached the correct answer with his beloved woman, all while everything remained painted with lies. The rain was pouring heavily. In front of the apartment, a girl with an umbrella could be seen. Spotting him, she didn't mind getting wet and started running. Unisama, Unisama. Her cries blended with the sound of rain. The girl's heart had reached its limit. Nevertheless, she made it in time. Her stepbrother embraced her small body, just as his aunt had done for him in the past. End of Volume 4.